How's everybody doing this fine Wednesday night? Hope you're doing as good as I am. Had a great day. I went to Batavia, Illinois. I went to Plainfield, Illinois today, so not far from the house. So that was nice. Uh, Found a hot dog place that was actually pretty good. Jim probably would hate it because he's a Chicago snob. So he'd probably go, I wouldn't give this to my dog, but I liked it. How you doing, chat? Who do we got here? We've got Wingnut number one. What's up? What's up, Mr. Dan Blackroyd? Are there any Australian government conspiracy theories, Dan? There's got to be. Your government's got to have done some sneaky shit to the people that you don't agree with. What's up, Nicholas? We'll see how long this stream stays up tonight. How you doing, Tim Smith, Mr. Matt Hunter, Harrison Smollett 2024? All right. That would be interesting. The reason we're late is because I was working on getting this camera to work, and I think I got it to work, but you guys tell me if you think it's bad. It does look like it's flickering a little bit, so I'll go into the settings while we're streaming and see if I can get that shit to stop. I feel like Jim Satala, it freezes up every couple of seconds every once in a while. So, Jim, how are you, sir?
Hey, how's it going? There used to be the best hot dog place ever was a little joint called Jordy's Hot Dogs. It was way up north, like around North Chicago. And it was just fantastic. I'm pretty sure it's closed down, but I mean, it was like it's one of those places where you got the hot dog, and it's just, mustard relish, pickle, some onion, hot peppers, and then they take a lump of fries and plop them in there and then roll it up together and give it to you. But it was like,
it sounds like Babes.
Yeah, kind of like Babes.
Same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. But this place was just like, man, they were greasy. They were good.
Greasy hot dogs.
Oh yeah, they were good.
Yeah. Like they were cooked in grease in the water. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. It was just like so many hot dogs in the grease sitting there, and like, you know what I mean? It was like they were just nonstop. The place was packed. It was just a tiny little hole in the wall joint. But yeah, that would be the best hot dogs I ever had.
And they're cheap. Like,
no, they were super cheap. It was like $1.75 a hot dog or something.
Yeah.
It was a hot dog and fries for $1.75. It was like Jordy's, I think was the name of it. Jordy's.
So anyway, tonight we're going to talk about just some different not current day stuff, right? Old stuff.
Older stuff we'd like to talk about. Like, I don't know. I mean, there's so many.
Well, there's so many that were proven right. Like, oh shit, that shit really happened. One
of the most fascinating ones that a lot of people don't even realize is Watergate. Watergate is a conspiracy theory. Basically, it is a conspiracy, and there's a big conspiracy theory, which I think is a conspiracy fact, that Nixon was set up. There was a coup. He was the most popular president ever elected, and they needed to get rid of him because he was asking questions and looking into things they didn't want him looking to. It ties into JFK. It ties into, Northwoods and Cuba, and probably Gladio and MK Ultra and the Church Commission, and they forced out his vice president, Spiro Agnew, and had him plop somebody in there who was not ever elected to any, nationwide office, Gerald Ford. And next thing you know, the CIA, all the guys that broke into the Watergate Hotel, all worked for the CIA.
Right.
And they got caught. Like, how did they get caught? They wanted to get caught. They were supposed to get caught. And a lot of people don't know there was 3 break-ins. There was 2 prior to the one they got caught. They were trying to get caught doing this to frame Nixon.
There was 3?
There was 3 break-ins, yes.
Let's bring in our other guest. How you doing, Wode? How are you, bud?
Hey, I'm doing all right. How you gentlemen doing?
Is your migraine still going on, or is it gone?
It's mostly gone. So, I'm in about the normal amount of pain. No big deal.
I think they were trying to create any kind of thing with soldiers to try to make super soldiers.
I know the Russians did that.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I wouldn't doubt the U.S. did it.
I mean, we're putting robotics on our soldiers now, right?
Yeah, they got the exoskeletons and everything.
Yeah, we're doing anything we can.
Yeah, they're putting all types of things inside our soldiers.
What?
I was paying attention to Lucifer. I guess Yellow Flash was celebrating Shane Davis getting a strike. What a dick.
He got a strike again, Shane did?
No, but he was probably celebrating that he was.
Oh, he was celebrating when the channel got taken down, and then it came back because it was bullshit. It was a bunch of idiots. Who knows who? I mean, you could take your pick at who would do something like that. You know.
Right.
You know, I did get a big delivery today from Shane.
Bunch of stuff from the Food Lion.
No, from Shane. I got this nice signed hat.
Nice. See it? Yeah.
Yeah, I got another signed hat. I got a bunch of stack of comics.
Oh, the new stuff?
Yeah.
Inglorious Rex 2 or whatever?
Well, actually, I already had that. There was a bunch of old stuff that I didn't have. There was like some specialty covers that were like 24-hour variants and stuff that I didn't get that he had on his store. So I just grabbed them.
Oh, cool. It's real cool. Did you know?
Mars just got started waking up because of the global current sheet. I mean, that's another kind of conspiracy, kind of science thing. You've got this disaster cycle that happens all the time and the reversing magnetic poles. And there's some people who think the magnetic field just shifts. Other people think that the whole planet shifts, like the crust just slips and moves. Einstein believes that. There's several other people. What was his name?
The whole
famous
planet
guy.
shifts?
Yeah, that's what they think. Like, you know, that the planet shifts, and
Like
that's why
you axis or something.
Yeah, it tilts on. No, like that the crust slips and that everything like that. That the you know, because basically the whole surface of the planet is floating on this magma and stuff, and they think maybe it gets unlocked somehow after a certain amount of, you know, because theoretically it makes sense if you have like the electricity into planet increases, the amount of current flowing through it from the global current sheet and other things, that it would cause it to become more viscous, more slippery, whatever you want to say, however you want to say it. It could jump, you know, because the Earth is spinning, you know, like 1,600 miles an hour or something like that, or 1,600 miles an hour.
1,000.
No, I don't think it's 16,000. I think it's 1,600
you guys
or 3,000.
told me the fucking Earth spins so fast, like 26,000 miles an hour. That's why we
No,
the dark side of the moon.
No. It spins fast, but not that fast. I mean, it makes one full rotation a day.
Okay.
I mean, and how many miles around is that? So that's
26,000 miles is the
okay.
Earth.
So it's spinning over 1,000 miles an hour.
All I know is that you guys told me we can't see the dark side of the moon because we spin so fucking fast. Shane got his channel back one too. You know, he was had a weekend suspension. Like he basically got it back Monday, right, Jim?
No. The Earth is moving 1,525 feet per second.
Okay. That's a quarter of a mile an hour.
No.
A second. Quarter mile in a second.
Yeah.
All right. So how many miles per hour?
Well, just the Earth spins at about 1,000 miles per hour.
That's it?
Thought it was a little faster, but it's pretty fucking fast, 1,000 miles an hour.
We ain't got no cameras that can do their shutter speed to see that dark side of the moon, Road Warrior. What the hell?
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's aliens.
Dude, if we just stopped spinning, it would be over, Johnny. Everything would just... Maybe that's why the planets got all broken up. Maybe the Earth stopped spinning for a day. And everything just shook apart and it sped back up and they drifted apart.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I don't know. That's a great, thing. But they know, like they've seen, like there's that. I think it was Operation Nanook. They went to the North Pole and they were drilling these holes. I think that was it, and drilling the holes to just do an ice cores, and they found like tropical, Arctic, tropical, Arctic, back and forth. And it's like, wait, well, how could this be?
Right.
You know, and that would explain maybe that it shifts. You know, maybe the Earth tips, maybe the ground slips, maybe the Earth tips. I don't know.
Or maybe it's all made up.
Or maybe it's all made up.
Maybe we're all living in what'd you call it last night, Wode?
The simulation.
The simulation. Yeah. we're all in that what's that fucking game where you're in space and it's just infinite planets that just keep multiplying. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's an Xbox game that got crushed when it came out.
No Man's Sky.
Yeah. Yeah, we're in No Man's Sky.
Yeah. Everything's procedurally generated.
Yes. Yeah.
You know what? I want to pick a fucking
around
better
that corner
avatar.
until you visually see it, right? You know, does a bear or does this tree make a sound if there's somebody there to hear it when it falls? Is that a legitimate question? I don't think so, because if you set up a mic, you'll hear the tree fall, right?
Well, it's like when you get when you shoot electrons through a plate, that whole thing where if they're observed, they act like it's. I can't remember which way it is.
They act like
they act like a wave,
they act like
or
a
they
straight
act like
line.
a particle. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So when they're observed, they act the opposite way.
It's wild.
It's bizarre.
It is wild. That is some. Maybe that's our perception.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Damn Blackwood. Oh yeah, Tim, that's exactly right. And we're at the dumbest stage of our humanity at this point in our humanity, in this version of it. Yeah, we have what long-lasting structures have humans built? Nothing we've built is going to last forever.
Well, the pyramids have lasted a pretty long time.
No, in our era.
No,
in our era.
The Hoover Dam.
Nope. That shit'll get eroded.
I don't know, man. That thing's pretty fucking thick. It would take a lot to get rid of that.
Or one good earthquake.
I don't know. They say it's still curing.
Yeah.
That's how thick it is.
I'm sure in like 10,000 years, somebody
That's
will
a conspiracy theory.
10,000 years, somebody will dig up an intact McDonald's cheeseburger.
Who knows? Mount Rushmore is
Or
pretty
Twinkie.
good. One that's probably going to be there, but then again, it'll probably get eroded. You won't be able to see. But
Or there'll be some SJW presidents in the future that just change all the faces to Obama, Biden, Harris, and fucking who else? You know, I mean, plastic is our greatest invention. That's the shit they're going to find the most of from our era.
it's actually there's actually whatchamacallit, Twinkies actually are not. That's a conspiracy, fake news. Twinkies do not last forever. They go bad. I could pull up a video where the guy demonstrates that even Twinkies just a couple years old are no good.
Frog Tony, Pam Anderson's tits will last forever. We built those. Pretty good there, Frog Tony. So Twinkies go bad? You're telling me
Twinkies go bad.
Zombieland is wrong?
Oh, Zombieland is wrong. I just saw a video on a guy who opened up some boxes of Twinkies, like 20-year-old Twinkies, 10-year-old Twinkies, 5-year-old Twinkies, and pretty much about a year or so after the date on the box, they're no good.
Oh, shit.
Oreos also last a really long time.
Oh, yeah. But does canned food last forever?
Not forever, but if it's stored in a cool, dry place, it'll last a very, very long time. You know, you just have to, if it starts, what'll happen is you'll know something's wrong with canned food. It'll start bulging the cans.
Bloat, yeah.
You know, bloat or anything like that. If there's no signs of bloat, there's no rust, there's nothing on it, and you open it and it smells fine, it's probably fine. Your nose is going to tell you, don't eat that.
Conspiracy theory, fucking expiration dates on food. That's a
Well, most of them are no good. But they've actually now with
they're bullshit.
But I will say they've been pushing the dates back now, and there's been a lot of stuff that will go bad before like dairy products. Now they've done some weird shit because of a certain thing that happened in 2020, and difficulties getting things, they stretched out dates and different stuff, and now you'll get milk that will go bad before the date.
Oh, you never buy the front row of milk.
No.
You always go to the back. When you buy milk, you always go for the back of the cooler, baby. George Carlin's thesis, the new paradigm is Earth plus plastic. The Earth only needed humans to invent plastic. Now it's shaking us off. Yeah, no shit.
It's the new rise of the dinosaurs. They're just coming at us in the form of plastic. That's how they're going to take over the planet.
Twinkies last.
Yeah. Oh, back to plastic. I forgot about that. There is algae that they've discovered that just popped up out of nowhere that eats plastic.
Amazing. Is it man-made?
No,
algae?
it's something that just appeared, and it's something that's eating. It eats plastic and it eats oil. So it eats whatever,
I wonder what else it eats though that destroys
it eats
environment.
fluorocarbons or whatever.
So is it something they could put in the ocean and the fish are safe? Could they go to that plastic island and just dump it all over that thing and the fish would be safe?
No, actually, where they found it at the bottom of the ocean and in some landfills.
Huh.
So it's just.
Well, if it's in the ocean already, then it won't harm fish, right?
No, it does. It's eating the plastic.
That's what I'm saying. If they took some of that algae and went to the Pacific Ocean where that big plastic island is,
I don't know if they could actually do that. They've discovered this exists. It's not something that was created, as far as I know.
Oh,
it's probably something that I don't know. The Earth does that shit. You know what I mean? There's always been oil, so the fact that it can eat plastics is just.
Well, it's like Jeff Goldblum said, right? Nature finds a way.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. It's like the whole dinosaurs or
whatever.
Why we have oil.
Tim Smith said
bullshit.
it's called IDMLS, whatever that word.
Psychonesis?
Yeah.
Or psychensis?
Psychonesis. That's what it looks like. And there's so much microplastics, and dude, there's microplastics in everything. Everything. Don't they say all humans have a bunch of microplastics in their body at this point, Jim?
Yeah, especially if they took some shots lately.
Really?
I don't know.
Those shots had microplastics?
I'm sure. I don't know. Sure, they had a bunch of shit in it that shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, well, it's evolved naturally to eat plastics. Yeah, I'm sure it has. All right, Jim. So what are we going to go with first?
Well, it's up to you. Would you want to roll the dice?
I'll let you pick it. What do you feel like talking about?
Well, let's talk about the CIA. No.
Watch out, Jim. They've got a heart attack gun.
I know.
You think they care? You think they really care?
Well, the new
it's not
thing
like
is
the video's late. It's not like the video's called "The CIA is going to get you." Yeah, it's
like
not that at all.
The new weapon, right, is just to take your bank account, get you fired from your job, and they don't kill you; they just leave you decimated.
Dan, he just wants to play another Growing Earth video. That's why he's.
No, I don't. I want to play that damn video about aliens creating the races, but that's not today. Today's government conspiracies.
Well, we can do that after this. But the conspiracy,
all right, well, I have
the conspiracy might be the government doesn't want us to know that the aliens created the races.
They hate you. Nice. 5-star comment.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Do you want to talk about JFK? Do you want to talk about Watergate? Do you want to talk about?
You surprise us, dude. Well, me and Wood will either go yay or oh man, why'd you pick that one?
I'm just along for the ride, man.
All right, let's talk about Watergate.
All right, you got it pulled up?
I got it pulled up. Let's go. We got a bunch of videos here to choose from. This is a great channel. I don't know if anybody knows about these guys. America's Untold Story, hosted by Eric Hunley and Mark Rubert. They're a couple great guys. They cover all types of crazy shit with conspiracies, basically with pop culture and the government. You know, JFK assassination, Watergate. They got a whole series on the CIA. They're covering the Alec Baldwin stuff for whatever reason because they find it funny, maybe. I don't know.
Because of the cover up.
Oh yeah, cover up, and they don't really like
Yeah.
because there's some kind of tie-in. They were saying there's a tie-in with either JFK or Watergate with Alec Baldwin, like his dad or something somehow connect. I don't know. Anyway, I don't want him to fuck it up, but
Right. Well, I'm sure they're both rich families from the Northeast, right?
mm-hmm.
I don't think Baldwin grew up poor.
You know, I mean, because like Bob Woodward worked for Naval Intelligence, was connected to the guy who ran the CIA, and just all of a sudden happened to get this giant story on Watergate. You know, and basically the rundown is that a lot of people know Watergate. Yeah, there was this burglary. Well, there was 3 burglaries, 2 of which no one got caught, and then they kept sending them back to get him caught because they wanted to get rid of Nixon. Woodward was a plant by the CIA. And
Is that when Forrest saw him in there with the flashlights?
yeah, well, no, they were purposely running around trying to get caught. Like the guy, like these were all CIA people that were the burglars, all connected to the CIA. They had fake names that no one was supposed to know. And then one guy decided at the bond hearing to say his real name. And when the guy asked what you did for the living, he didn't say his cover. He said, I work for the CIA, which started
really?
all this shit. Yeah. Which started the whole thing going because Bob Woodward just happened to be sitting there.
So this did those guys get prosecuted?
They did. And I think a lot of them went to jail. Like, and it was a whole thing. The judge that was handling it was all connected. I mean, it boils down to this. They killed JFK, the government, the CIA. They fucked up, they fucked up the Bay of Pigs. They killed JFK. They killed RFK because they wanted to. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Sorry, allegedly.
You better change bank accounts tomorrow.
Anyway.
Disavow.
Yeah. We could start, if you want, we could start with the most notorious figure in Watergate.
It's not Woodward?
No.
After that, we got a whispered from them, they got us. And that was when we knew. And then, of course, the lights all went on and Baldwin was reporting, police cars and everything like that. And we knew that they had been apprehended. So Hunt and I took as much of the gear as we could. And we took all the stuff we could and we walked out, walked past the police, got in our cars and left. I went home.
Who is this guy?
My wife woke up when
I believe this is G. Gordon Liddy.
Okay.
Okay.
went into the bedroom, and I said something like, things didn't go well today. I think I'm going to have to go to jail. And I got in bed and went to sleep.
Wow. All right. Yeah,
Did he go to
I've
jail?
never.
I think so.
G. Gordon Liddy did.
Yeah. So did Howard Hunt and all the other guys. Anyway, this is Eric Hunley and Mark Robert. Great guys. Great watch if you ever guys bored sometime. They stream, I think, every Tuesdays and Fridays. So let's see.
Oh yeah, but we're going to go back further than that guy because that's pretty far into his life already. I mean, it starts out in Hoboken, New Jersey, where he is a totally emaciated, sickly child who's raised in an oxygen tent.
Wow.
Yeah, who has to wear these mentholated chest patches because he can't breathe. He's got asthma. He's got all kinds of viral chest infections. He can't go out. He's sickly. So when he comes out of the oxygen tent to go, this is in Hoboken, right? And he decides to go in the other direction eventually. But at first, he's afraid of all of these things. He fears fire, pain, heights. He's afraid of heights. He's afraid of electricity.
So he served 52 months in prison, Jim.
And he's not.
Who did Hunt or
No,
Liddy?
Liddy.
This might not be the best
years.
way to cover this story, because if now that I'm thinking, these guys talk a lot. You know, just kind of ramble and not really.
Yeah. There might be better stuff.
So the guys got a lot in common with James Hetfield. He's afraid of fire.
Yeah.
So, but
Uh,
yeah, I don't know. I don't see a lot of. Sorry, Chad, I fucked this up. This is on me.
Let's see.
Uh,
Let's see.
But anyway, as you can see, they got like Frank Sturgis on, and fuck.
I'm looking at. They got this video with this, like it's a little animated video from a place called study.com. They might hit me though, huh? Since it's a website. It's all ABC News bullshit.
Yeah.
So, well, I have. Just talk about your own thoughts on it then, Jim.
I don't know. Basically, the bottom line is that these five guys all work for CIA, were hired. You know, the government, the deep state, whoever, the government,
Yes.
the deep state, pushed out Spiro Agnew,
Yeah.
and then forced Nixon to take Gerald Ford, who Gerald Ford was on the Warren Commission, and he was the person responsible for coming up with the magic bullet and saying that the neck wound was actually an entrance wound, not an exit wound, and all this stuff, and made him the vice president. And then they got, within like less than a year, Nixon was pushed out, and Rockefeller became vice president. So that ties into like the whole Erlenberger and the Rockefeller Commission, right? Or
Yeah.
and so yeah. I guess it's not as interesting as I thought it was.
Well, let's check out this. This is a simple history. Let's check this out. It's a 9-minute video. Okay, something. I don't think there's a whole lot of talking going on in here. Let's see what's going on here. So this is simple history. It's got 4.8 million viewers. The name of this video is Watergate Scandal.
This video is sponsored by Grammarly. We all know what it's like to start a new year with a daily agenda full of new writing tasks, where writing multiple historically accurate scripts can be really taxing on your mind. That's where Grammarly comes in and ensures everything sounds concise and accurate.
No idea.
This all-in-one writing tool allows us to clearly and effectively convey our ideas through comprehensive feedback across platforms. Grammarly is free to download, easy to integrate, and can be used across multiple platforms and devices, including a desktop app on your PC, and as an add-in for Microsoft Office. The free version will cover you with basic grammar, punctuation.
No, it isn't. I'm so worried about a possible special guest that I've been all frazzled.
Grammarly Premium's tone transformation will help you sound confident and assertive,
all right,
more efficiently.
Enough of this shit.
the Watergate scandal. Between 1972 and late 1973, there was a series of mysterious meetings in an underground car park near Washington, D.C., between Washington Post journalist Robert Bob Woodward and a mysterious anonymous informant who went by the name of Deep Throat.
And you
Now,
think he's CIA,
the thing is
right?
that no, he's like he was like the number 2 guy in the FBI or something, or maybe was the guy actually the guy who told Woodward all this stuff was the general that Woodward worked for. Like, that's another thing. Like, Woodward, when he was in the Navy, he was on some kind of ship that was before there was Air Force One, or not Air Force One, the plane that flies around, the Doomsday plane. You know what they have,
Yeah.
like the
nuclear triad, the button in the sky.
well, no, like the plane that's supposed to fly around, the communications for all the president, where the president would go in case there was a nuclear emergency. Like, it's called like NORTAC or something. But there was a boat before there was an airplane. There was a boat that it was. But once satellites came around, obviously you couldn't have a boat anymore because you could get it with a satellite. But before satellites, a boat, there was no, a boat could be at sea and nobody could find it because it's at sea and it's huge fucking sea. That was the boat that Woodward was assigned to. And the guy in charge of that boat ended up becoming either the head of the FBI or CIA. And that's who was Deep Throat. And that's who Woodward, because Woodward knew him. But they denied knowing each other. But he served under him. Woodward was an officer, so they knew each other.
They were on the same boat.
And I can't think of his fucking name.
Look it up. All right, let's see.
All right, go ahead, play.
He chillingly revealed the shocking revelation that a recent break-in at the Democratic Party headquarters at the nearby Watergate Hotel and office building was not just a simple burglary, but was, in fact, politically motivated. Worse was to come when it was further revealed that the people behind the break-in were backed by none other than the White House administration of the time, led by President Richard Nixon.
Okay, so that was the story that came out, that it was Nixon's group that was behind this, right? That's what they sold the public.
Alexander Haig.
Oh,
okay.
That was Deep Throat.
So the press put out there right away that it was Nixon's guys that were behind the robbery, right? That's what he's saying. And was it Nixon's people that were behind the robbery? It doesn't seem like they would go back 3 times. Yeah, it doesn't seem like
it wasn't Nixon's people. It was there. Okay, there was supposedly a letter, or there was a list of all these Democratic politicians who were fucking like either Russians or Cubans, like getting money from Russia or from Cuba, like money. And there was this whole prostitution ring. There was a madam, and so there was like a list of the people who were seeing these prostitutes, and the list was supposedly. Well, maybe it wasn't really a detractor list; it was a impactor list. But and that list was supposedly kept at the DNC. That was the cover story that they gave to
Woodward.
That they gave to where is it? To Frank Sturgis. See how I rolled that? Sturgis. His last name is Sturgis. That they gave to Frank Sturgis. And that's what he believed they were going for. But in reality, like, they claimed they were going to plant bugs in the DNC. That was the story. Like, people heard that they were planting bugs. There was never any bugs found. They didn't plant any bugs. That was bullshit. They had all this, like, locksmith guy there with them. And yet they had some guy that was supposed to do something with the door. Like, they had to keep one... The night that they got caught, one of them kept leaving to go get shit from like a fucking supply house down the road, and he didn't have none of the shit he needed. It was, so that's what I'm saying. It was like so fucked up. And then he was supposed to put like
planned for a presidential fucking plan.
Yeah, and he was supposed to put like tape on the door so that the door didn't lock behind him to get in. And instead of putting, here's a door. Instead of putting it like this so nobody could see it, the guy put the tape like this so a security guard walked by and said, "What the fuck?" So it was a setup.
What's the Ellsworth break-in? I don't know.
Oh yeah, they broke into Ellsworth's Ellsworth's psychiatrist's office because they wanted to get information because they thought he had some weird shit going on sexually. Yeah, the deep state wanted Nixon's out for whatever reasons.
Yeah.
You know, so they took him out this way because, you know, Nixon won by the largest margin in history.
Nixon. It seems his motive was to collect information and place telephone bugging devices in the Democratic headquarters that could prove useful to him in his re-election campaign later that year. President Nixon had become both desperate and paranoid towards the end of his first term, as he scrambled to maintain his hold on the presidential office of the United States. Among his many problems was the negotiated withdrawal of American forces from Vietnam, a prolonged and now highly unpopular war. Nixon's campaign ticket of peace proved very popular among the American people, however, who, having returned from the precipice of nuclear war only a decade earlier, were now witnessing a period of nurtured détente. This de-escalation of hostilities between the U.S. and the so-called red states of the East even saw President Nixon pay a diplomatic visit to China in early 1972 to
What?
Now,
he was really paranoid? I'm sure he was paranoid of his own government.
Well, but there was a history of this. During the first run when Nixon was running against what the fuck? Whoever he when he won in 68 or 69, whatever that was, 68. Was it Goldwater? Maybe. When he won, LBJ was tapping his phones.
Right. Yeah, he was a dirty
Nixon's phones. LBJ was tapping his phones and all this stuff. So they did all this shit. It was just that they wanted Nixon to get caught. Like they knew because they went to Nixon. There was a whole thing like where supposedly Nixon told the South Vietnamese or somebody not to sit down at the table before the
conference
before the election or whatever. There was like a Paris peace conference or something, and they had it taped, and LBJ is on tape saying, "I know he's lying. I heard the fucking tapes." So they were tapping Nixon's fucking phones. You know, kind of like they did to Trump. Obama did to Trump.
Yeah. And LBJ wasn't even running for president at that point, right?
No, he had already decided. Well, who knows how long he was tapping Nixon's phones. He might have been tapping Nixon's phones going all the way back to when Nixon ran against Kennedy. Because there was some kind of connection between LBJ and Hoover. And then what happened after Hoover died, there was a whole thing, too, where who was going to take power. And because when did Hoover die?
Yeah. Hoover and LBJ were tight.
Yeah.
Real tight. Yeah, they were super tight.
So it's quite possible that went back. J. Edgar Hoover.
Hughes wanted all nukes to stop being tested in Nevada.
He didn't die until 1972. So it was right after Hoover died that all this shit happened with Watergate. So, yeah.
So Hughes wanted nukes to stop being tested in Nevada. Nixon wasn't playing ball. Hughes called in a bunch of favors. Hughes had a lot of power.
Yeah.
I mean, did Hughes build military stuff?
Yeah. Hughes built all types of stuff. He made his money during World War II. They tried to come after him. Don't you remember the whole Grey Goose, not Grey Goose, the Spruce Goose? I'm sorry, Grey Goose is a vodka. Spruce Goose, they tried to say that it was a fucking boondoggle and never fly, and then he went and flew it to prove him wrong. I want to say he did some really good fucking fighter planes, and then he designed a whole bunch of what was the Continental, or he did something it was like TWA, I think it was who he fought against, and he was a different airline. What the fuck was he? Maybe a Continental or something, or
his own airline company.
Yeah, he had his own airline and everything. He did all types of stuff. There's still huge companies. Like they owned all his money came because he had a patent on the bit. His family had the patent on the bit used to mine for oil, whatever type of drill bits. And so they didn't sell them, they just leased them.
Yeah. They were printing money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where all his money would come from to do all this stuff. And, then he got into movies. He did a whole bunch of, tried to get into the movie business. And Howard Hughes is a fascinating, very fascinating
I don't think he was crazy either. I think
they drove him crazy, and they were fucking with him, and I think it was the Mormons to control him.
Well, it's like when you get somebody that's that smart, if they've got some sort of crazy eccentricities, and they're richer than, they've got all the money in the world.
He's our Elon Musk, right?
Yeah, you can afford to be eccentric, do whatever you want.
Yeah, all types of stuff. All the satellites that originally were up for DirecTV and all that, those were all Hughes. He was dead, obviously, but it was his company that had all that stuff. Hughes Electronics.
Hughes Electronics, yeah. I remember all those Hughes dishes out there, in the yard.
Yeah, that was in the beginning. I don't know. I think they went. Maybe they got bought out or something. I don't know. But that was all originally all the original.
They leased a bunch of dishes to DirecTV.
Yeah.
Sold into technology. Please tap near. Yeah. Who's tapping their fingers? Is that you, Jim?
Is that me?
Yeah, we can hear every fucking.
Wow, my mic is 3 feet away.
We can hear every bit of it.
Okay. Sorry, I'll stop.
Yeah.
Discuss trade, among other issues. Occupying a strong position heading into the election campaign then, Nixon naturally decided to deny any involvement in what was now being called the Watergate scandal, and the public chose to believe him. As a result, on November 7th, 1972, Nixon was re-elected President of the United States.
Well, he had reason to say he wasn't involved, didn't he?
Yeah, he didn't have any involvement in it. There's no proof Nixon knew what these guys were doing.
Right. So
there was a guy who was maybe it was Howard Hunt or somebody that was like a wackadoo who was involved in the Bay of Pigs, who was involved in fucking Kennedy assassination, some people think, and has been involved in all types of crazy shit. Who they had it was like a dirty tricks team or whatever, and he had all these wackadoo ideas they wanted to do to leading up to this election, and basically they kept getting shot down. But what ended up fucking Nixon is Hunt or someone working for there was this thing called the Commission to Re-elect the President, CARP or something like that. And then Nixon got steamrolled because he sent his attorney general over to oversee his re-election campaign, which he shouldn't have done. And then so they ended up having to bring in outside people, and they were just looking and just kept looking and looking to fuck Nixon, to get rid of Nixon, and that's all it was. The tapes were just to embarrass him. There was nothing on the tapes that said he had any involvement in Watergate. It was just to embarrass him.
Right.
Well, aren't we finding more embarrassing and more incriminating stuff on modern politicians, and nothing happens?
Yeah.
It's like you were talking earlier about them, they were taking money and banging these foreign, enemy at the time, enemy state actors, from Cuba, Russia, whatever. Didn't we have a certain individual got caught with a Chinese honeypot?
Chinese spy?
Yeah. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
See, I don't T.O. White, I don't know that that's true, because Hoover would have been the one that was tapping Nixon's phone in 1968.
Or earlier.
Yeah, and earlier. And this stuff all happened, when Hoover died, Nixon thought he had control over the FBI, I think, and he didn't. Because there's this whole thing with Alexander Haig, and I have it pulled up. It's called "The Silent Coup to Remove a President." It's a whole story written about the spy ring with Woodward's connection to Alexander Haig, who then was connected with NATO and all this other stuff later. And if I'm not mistaken, he was the Secretary of State for Clinton or somebody, or maybe Jimmy Carter. No, that was Brezhnev, or Brzezinski. I'm sorry, Brzezinski.
Brzezinski? Yeah.
Yeah, Mika Brzezinski. Mm-hmm. Her father, I think, was Secretary of State for Carter. Well, Hoover tapped everybody's phone, yeah.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah.
Well, Hoover had everyone compromised.
Yeah. Especially Lyndon B. Johnson for what he did for that motherfucker. Yeah. LBJ. God.
States in a landslide victory. But still, allegations about Watergate would not go away. For long, it emerged to the public that Nixon, among other high-ranking members of the Republican Party, were said to be funding a covert group to carry out clandestine operations. Their activities included gaining access to people's private mail, the widespread bugging of telephones, and carrying out burglaries in an effort to gather information. It was believed.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what the
Everything
FBI used to do.
Everything our government does to us every day.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah, it's like they can't look at your email or check your phone records at any point in time.
No, they used to always go they would always go sit in the post office. The FBI would go and steam open letters, read people's mail, intercept people's mail. Yeah, that shit happened all the time. CREP, yeah. Committee to re-elect the president. Yeah. The plumbers were hired to work at CREP. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, ever since 9/11, they passed that fucking Homeland Security Act bullshit.
The Patriot
They
Act.
just gave Patriot Act. They just gave fucking free will to the government to invade all y'all's privacy. And after 20 years of this shit, people are like, who cares? It's just my fucking personal information. Who cares? Why is my camera not working?
I don't know. You're frozen, Dave.
I am.
I'm not seeing you move.
It's got a black screen on my side.
No, we see it's just press play on the video, see if that works. I want to see if it's just your internet.
That this information would then be used to take down or coerce political
It's your
opponents.
internet.
Despite
it is?
It's your internet because the video when you were playing it's frozen and not moving and
Okay.
stuttering. So it's your
Give me a
internet.
second. Give me a second. Let me switch to my other internet. God damn it. Fucking Starlink piece of shit.
Gosh darn it.
Let's switch to my other one. Come on. There we go.
Technology, the boon and bane of our existence.
Is it there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I'm still not seeing you moving around, Dave.
Let's try this. Try the video. Let's see.
mounting evidence, Nixon continued to deny any knowledge or involvement of any of these illegal activities. While behind the scenes, his administration desperately sought for ways to distance themselves from the situation. Things went from bad to worse when, in a rather embarrassing turn of events, it was also revealed that Nixon owed nearly $500,000 in back taxes. This tarnishing report dealt a further blow to Nixon's public image as trust in the president began to unravel.
Switch the fucking camera.
Throughout 1973, pressure was also piled on the presidency in the form of the Senate Watergate Committee, a special branch established by the Senate to investigate the Watergate break-in and any other activities of espionage associated with the 1972 election campaign.
I gotta play that.
The committee, while behind the scenes, his administration desperately sought for ways to distance themselves from the situation. Things went from bad to worse when, in a rather embarrassing turn of events, it was also revealed that Nixon owed nearly $500,000 in back taxes.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either about Nixon owing back taxes.
$500,000 worth?
That's a lot of taxes back then.
Yeah.
I mean, how the fuck doesn't that come up before the election?
It should have, because he was always in Congress and he was vice president for 8 years under Eisenhower.
You have to declare your fucking bank statements before you run for presidency. They have to be able to vet your bank stuff. I mean, the IRS.
Back then, I don't know. Back then, I don't know.
And whenever I see this too, it's always, you got to question the official story. This is all surface stuff they're presenting to the public. What do they really have on him?
Nothing.
Because this is really mild compared to the modern stuff we deal with.
Right. But $500,000 in back. I have never heard that. Hughes paid Nixon's mother and brother secretly that paid his taxes in California. Well, good. How does Richard Nixon though owe a half? Was he a millionaire? Was Richard Nixon a rich guy?
Well, all politicians are rich after they serve a few terms.
Back then, it wasn't as easy, I don't think.
I don't think
there was corrupt politicians that became rich,
They
going
need to wear
back forever, but
they need to wear sponsorship jackets to show who's funding their
think about
campaigns.
$500,000 in 1972 and what that is today.
Yeah,
I mean, it's widely known that Harry Truman, was not wealthy when he left the presidency. Basically, he went back to his haberdashery in Ohio or wherever he was from, and
Lived his life.
Right. I think he was the reason they had to. If I'm not mistaken, Truman was the reason they had to establish a pension for the president.
It was on bad property deals, says Too White. Okay. But yeah.
This tarnishing report dealt a further blow to Nixon's public image as trust in the president began to unravel. Throughout night.
Too late. I'm already fucking elected. You can't change it, dude. You can't change it. I'm here. You got to deal with, like, we got to put up with people like Obama and Biden for fucking 12 years. Fuck these assholes. You got to put up with this guy if you're that upset, America. Jesus Christ. The guy got you out of Vietnam and you were so happy about it. He became the most voted for president in history, Jim, as far as percentage.
I think his percentage of his margin of victory in a popular vote was the largest in history. Like, yeah. He had the largest victory, biggest spread.
1973 pressure was also piled on the presidency in the form of the Senate Watergate Committee, a special branch established by the Senate to investigate the Watergate break-in and any other activities of espionage associated with the 1972 election campaign. The committee was empowered to conduct judicial proceedings with hearings and testimonies of some of Nixon.
Were the Republicans against Nixon too?
Well, at this time, the Democrats pretty much controlled Congress. There was the House of Representatives. The Democrats controlled. There was until Gingrich,
like I want to say, right?
Yeah, like 50 years, they controlled the House for like 50 years.
Like a fucking major American city, the Democrats ran it. All right.
Yeah.
Nixon's closest advisors broadcast on national television throughout the summer months. It was during these Watergate hearings that one of the most pivotal moments of the investigation occurred. In a line of questioning, White House Deputy Assistant Alexander Butterfield was reluctantly forced to reveal the existence of the now infamous White House tapes. The tapes belonged to a new recording system that automatically recorded conversations in the Oval Office.
I don't even know what's wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with it. They just wanted the tapes, which I don't understand how they had that should all be executive privilege stuff, Yeah.
I
don't know.
The assistant doesn't have to admit to shit.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Fucking mouth. That's some bogus shit.
Maybe by saying you have to admit it, they already knew about it. They started questioning him about it instead of saying, I don't recall. Or
why would Eisenhower hate Nixon?
I don't know. He picked him as his vice president.
I know.
Maybe because Eisenhower was not a politician when he ran, and he needed a political, somebody that was part of the establishment to be his.
Huh. Yeah. Every president since Eisenhower had. They're all. If you're not recording the conversations, you're not doing yourself right, because you might not remember the whole conversation, and you want to go back and listen to that shit and go, "Hey, motherfucker, this is what we talked about." Imagine how many meetings the president has a day. You think he can remember all the shit he says to people? And then they come back to him and say, "Hey, remember when you said this?" And he goes, "No, I didn't say that. This is what I actually said. Let's play the tape." Fuck. I would do it too. Yeah. Well, you got to give Washington governing wasn't his strong suit. But he was the right guy for the country when it started. He was the right guy because he held the position, and when they asked him to become king, he said, "Fuck you."
Said, "Nope,
I'm out, dude." Yep. And a lot of people would have took the position. Don't you think? They would have said, "Sure."
I mean, it's like back in the day, they didn't even talk about term limits, right? Because they couldn't imagine anybody wanting to hold those positions in perpetual once that, he didn't take over that lead
senator
position.
And a congressman, when you come in 2 months out of the year and you have to go home for 10 months and you got to, take a wagon to fucking Washington to do committee shit for 2 months a year.
It was actually a service back then. They didn't, it's not like today where they've got all these lobbyists feeding them money for special interests and everything. It was none of that shit existed. So they were actually trying to do the right
go home
thing.
for 10 months and understand what your
Yeah.
constituency wanted you to talk about when you got back in session. But now it's disgusting.
Yeah.
The best day for our politics is when they're all off. Go the fuck home. I mean, it's crazy. All right, so let's go here.
Among other private locations in the White House. Possessing all the incriminating evidence the committee would need, Nixon did everything in his power to block the release of the tapes and the investigation as a whole in the latter half of 1973.
And with presidential privilege, he should have been able to block it, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's president. He's what he does, acting as president, he can do. That's his right as king for 4 years. He can do what he wants to do. If he didn't
When
kill anybody
subpoenaed under the initiative of Special Prosecutor Archibald Cox, Nixon refused to release the tapes, invoking his presidential right of executive privilege.
Exactly right.
When Cox refused to back down and continued his push to expose the president, Nixon ordered his Attorney General Elliot Richardson to fire the troublesome prosecutor. Both Richardson and Deputy Attorney General William Ruckelshaus refused to comply, electing to resign in protest instead.
Garbage.
While Cox was eventually removed by Solicitor General Robert Bork, his exit alongside that of two of the nation's leading legal figures infamously became known as the Saturday Night Massacre. These developments were naturally met with public outcry as calls for the president's impeachment began. By November 1973, the situation had become so bad for Nixon that during a televised Q&A session at Disney World's Contemporary Resort, he felt compelled to state,
go back to his
"People have got to know whether or not their president is a crook. Well, I'm not a crook." By early 1974, however, Nixon's defense had all but capitulated. In March, a number of the president's closest...
Dude, he's not adding any nuance to any of this, is he? He's
No.
just fucking repeating.
He's just repeating what
Woodward said.
Yeah, this is just the talking points of Woodward. This isn't no conspiracy.
But it's
this
good
is
for us to talk about because we can add the nuance, right? I mean, it's just an animated version of, bullshit because he didn't commit any crimes here, people. He did not commit any crimes. But I'm going to ask it right now. Is this a reason for you to give up your presidency? Is there a reason for you to resign over this, Wode? I mean, it's
like I said before, modern presidents have done far worse and gotten away with it.
Yeah, you fucking strike a fucking Iranian goddamn colonel or whatever and kill him and his kid on the streets of Baghdad or whatever.
Yeah. Well, he didn't want. They basically forced Nixon out before they were going to impeach him. They said,
Yeah, but even then, he might have won the impeachment, dude. He had enough stuff on other people. I mean, they all got shit on each other. Nixon was like, Trump didn't never fucking back down. He said, impeach my ass, motherfucker. It ain't enough to get me thrown out if the Democrats impeach me, but the Senate doesn't. Who the fuck cares? Because who was in charge of the Senate back then, Jim? Was it the Democrats as well?
I'm pretty sure.
So they had both houses?
Yeah. Let's see.
Because if that's the case, then he's got no choice, right? Like it's a fucking embarrassment.
Well, you still need 2/3 of the Senate to convict, but I don't know. I don't know what was the.
Oh, 2/3? Oh,
yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think he might have gave up a little too quick over this shit.
It's I mean,
because
it makes me think, what else do they know? What else do they have on the dude? Is there something never made it out there that they were holding over his head that they didn't let us, never made it to the light of day?
Yeah. And as we all know, 90% of the fucking people in America don't even pay attention to politics.
No.
During the fucking off season, they're just living their life and then they go vote every 4 years. And that's not even like 20% of the population. It's fucking ridiculous.
And they just go down a side of the ballot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they walk
Senate majority was Democrat. The House majority was Democrat.
Okay. But was it a huge majority in the Senate? or was it like a 51-49 split? Because he wouldn't have got impeached at that point, unless the cuck Republicans would have cucked because they're cucks, and they've always been cucks. God damn those Republicans!
Talk a good game and then back down whenever facing opposition.
Go ahead, Jim.
It looks like they had 60 seats in the Senate. The Democrats did, with 30 Republican, 7 Republican, 1 conservative, and 1 independent. And the House was 291 to 144 Democrat.
Did you say 60 to 30?
60 to 37, yeah.
Oh, 37.
Yeah, 1 vacant, 1 conservative, 1 independent.
Then they might have got the 2/3 because there might have been enough Republicans that didn't like Nixon anyway.
Yeah.
Or they could have pulled the same kind of crap against a few key Republicans and said, hey, if you don't side with us, we'll expose these things.
Yeah. I mean, Gerald Ford was only vice president for 8.5 months before he became president. So they got him in.
That's as long as fucking Obama was fucking junior senator in Illinois before he became president.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy. Like, but
yeah.
Ford
but here,
never likable.
They forced Spiro Agnew out on some weird shit, if I'm not mistaken, October 10th, 1973. And then it wasn't until December 6th that they were, because Nixon wanted other people as vice president, and they forced Ford on him. And it took until December 6th to get Ford in. Then when Ford took over as the president was August 9th. August 9th, 1974. And then Nelson Rockefeller became president in December, or vice president in December. So I guess it was longer, actually. August, so it was longer.
Why did it take so long to get a vice president?
I don't know.
That's weird. Like Ford, isn't there like?
Well, it's got to get voted. It's got to get approved. You got to, the president has to send it to the Congress, and they have to approve it. So it was all controlled by Democrats.
It's not a natural next seat up thing. Like if the president
from vice president, no. If the president dies, the vice president automatically becomes president. But if they force the vice president to resign, like they did to Agnew,
okay. So then, how did Ford get the position?
Well, the president gets to nominate who he wants to be vice president, and if I'm not mistaken, he nominated.
Oh, so Ford was Nixon's VP?
Yes, they forced him on it. He was like the
fill-in.
Yeah, he was like I don't know if he was a senator or.
Everybody says that Agnew was a bad guy. What was the reason for that?
I don't know, but look, I mean, it was all, they forced Spiro Agnew to resign October 10th, 1973, and then immediately on October 30th, 1973, they started impeachment proceedings against Nixon.
Oh, okay. No. Doesn't sound like a plan at all, does it?
Yeah. Not just cleaning house,
and advisors were formally charged on different accounts of perjury, obstruction of justice, and conspiracy. In a last-ditch effort, the administration agreed to release an edited version of the transcripts made from the White House tapes. While the contents of the transcripts effectively swept away the last remnants of support for Nixon, investigators nevertheless pushed the issue further, seeking the complete release of the audio tapes. In July, Nixon was defeated in a Supreme Court ruling, and the White House tapes were released to the public. The unedited...
I would love to know that fucking ruling. Like, are they saying it's free?
Well, it was the same. No, it was the same court that did Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, I would love to hear the reasoning for him. Yeah, imagine the Supreme Court tells the FBI, release all your fucking tapes. J. Edgar Hoover had shit on the fucking Supreme Court people. They would have never fucking made it happen. But they make the president do it. Oh my God. It's crazy. Crazy.
edited tapes conclusively tied President Nixon to the Watergate break-in and the further operations of espionage that surrounded the 1972 election campaign. Finally, with the Republican Party washing their hands of the situation on August 9th, 1974,
so the Republicans did abandon him. All right.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, at that point, he's gotten, don't get impeached, just fucking resign. I mean, however, man, like you were saying, well, modern day presidents have done so much worse. I mean, they're starting wars without, approval from the other houses, but they don't call them wars. They call them conflicts or, whatever.
It's a policing action.
Oh my God. It's so horrible. Man,
that's not even talking about proxy wars.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Totally not testing military technology in a risk-averse way.
Oh no, and if it kills a bunch of poor people in the middle of the desert, who the fuck cares, right? Like, it's not a big deal. They're not doing it on their own citizens, so it's okay. Whatever, they're doing it to us too, like putting us on the front line to fight their stupid proxy wars.
And we're paying
for the presidency.
What's that?
And we're paying for all of it.
Yeah. I remember when my son went to Afghanistan. When he got back, he goes, "Dad, I don't even know why the fuck we're there. I don't even know why we're there."
I was actually scheduled to go to, I was volunteering to go on a deployment to Afghanistan to teach their folks how to run their calibration program.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody else got the slot. I didn't get to go, but then I talked to the gentleman when he got back. I'm like, "Hey man, how was it?" I'm thinking I'm going to see if I can get in the next one. He's like, "We're not teaching him anything. They don't want to know anything." They stuck him on convoys. He didn't do anything that he was slotted there to do because they showed no interest in the actual program they sent him over there for.
No, dude, they want to stay dumb, or not dumb, but they have their own culture, dude. They're not looking to be westernized.
Well, it's like you can't force people into democracy, right?
Yeah, my son's like, he's over there, he's in these villages and whatever, and he's like, they don't even appreciate the fact that we're here supposedly trying to bring democracy, Dad. And then he went, my dad's a, ex-veteran, 27 years in the Navy. And he's talking to my dad about it. My dad fucking got so pissed off, like, "You better fucking respect America. You were over there fighting for this country." My son said, "But we're not. We're just there."
Yeah.
And they're
like the poppy fields.
Yeah, they're throwing landmines in the fucking roads and killing American soldiers driving back to the base because they're driving around the desert for reasons, and my son was a medic and he had to deal with all that shit. And I heard an interesting thing about the poppy fields and why they fucking let them stay open.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff about that.
Because during wartime, America will not let you sell products that fucking compete with the American market because it's a big cotton place over there and they grow cotton all the time. We don't grow poppy seeds here like they do. So it's not a competition. So they said, well, fuck it. We got to make some money. So they grew poppy seeds.
Those aren't the kind of poppies I'm talking about, Dave.
I know what you're talking about, but that's why they did it.
Yeah.
That's why they grew it. And that's why they never burn them down, the U.S. government. Those fields, they never burn them down because they didn't have the right to, because we told them they had to grow something other than cotton or rice. Fucking nuts, right?
Yeah.
Let's just put a bunch of shit in the world that can kill people.
Rather than be removed from office. Nixon then retired from politics in disgrace, his reputation in ruins. Before criminal charges could be brought against him, however, Nixon was controversially granted a full pardon by the incoming president, Gerald Ford. Nixon was to never hold another political office again. Instead, he devoted the rest of his life to writing and the calling of international affairs. In this period, he undertook many trips abroad to visit various national governments. Famously, in 1977, Nixon conducted a revealing interview with British journalist David Frost, in which the former president attempted to explain his case to the American people. The interview was received with mixed emotions in the United States, where some criticized Nixon for trying to save his reputation.
Because he didn't do anything fucking wrong. Jesus Christ. I mean, it's clearly a setup, Jim. Clearly. Jim is ignoring.
Yeah, no, it is. It was a total setup. It was a coup.
Jim's got that 3-second radio delay.
I don't have a radio delay. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
I like the dudes. I like this presenter's voice too. He's got a pretty good voice at what he's doing.
Remember when Clinton had I think they had like 96 people killed.
Some guy past the 96 that are dead.
It's totally normal to have that many friends commit suicide.
Yeah, that are all involved in some weird whitewater thing. They're all these people. It's like Kevin Spacey and all the people that are accused him of molestation, and they die before they get to court.
It's almost like you have this personal chef who's a Olympic quality swimmer, professional swimmer that can swim so great, and somehow he dies in waist deep water naked.
Yeah. Weird.
Or the Jack dude that accidentally kills himself lifting weights in the garage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was. Look, man, Kennedy is a fucking Republican based on these fucking Democrats today. I mean, Kennedy actually talked about lowering taxes as a Democrat, man. What the fuck? Like, I've seen those speeches where he's talking about we got to lower taxes to get our economy rolling. Yeah. Now you're dead.
Yeah, don't mess with the money.
Don't mess with the, there was social programs out there, right? Already. And if you cut people's taxes, they won't get as much money to their constituency that they've kept there for 70 fucking years now, kept them poor and fucking isolated without any hope. Now that's not a conspiracy. That's fucking fact. Our government ruins poor white, Hispanic, and black people so they can keep them on the till, so they can get that vote every 4 years. That's a fact, dude. They talk about free college and bullshit like that. They don't want these people going to college. They don't want these people with any hope. They want them to live in their trailer or their fucking HUD house and drive their fucking $60,000 car so they feel like they got something going on, and have, as many kids as possible so they could have, a cell phone for each kid with their Obama phones and their minutes per fucking kid. And oh my God, the welfare they get. So goddamn stupid.
Hey, Dave, I'll be right back.
Yo, go ahead, bud.
While others saw it as a genuine, heartfelt apology. In the end, Nixon's more positive accomplishments on the world stage were allowed to shine through. And when he died, a respected statesman in 1994, President Bill Clinton, alongside former U.S. Presidents George Bush Sr., Ronald Reagan, Jimmy Carter, and Gerald Ford were all in attendance. As for the mysterious informant Deep Throat, it was not until 2005, over 30 years later, that it was finally revealed that it was none other than the former Associate Director of the FBI, William Mark Feld.
Is that who you said earlier, Jim?
No, I thought it was Haig, because there's this whole thing with Alexander Haig.
But he just said it was Feld.
Well, they think it was Feld. Maybe it was Feld, or maybe something, because there was something with Haig, because Woodward denied ever knowing, both Woodward and Haig denied ever meeting each other, denied ever knowing each other. And yet there's records that they knew each other, they worked together. Woodward used to give Haig his briefings.
Right. Well, either way, they're saying this guy did it and he was an assistant FBI director. So it's just as fucking bad.
Yeah.
I mean, when you find out it's another government agency tipping off the fucking press, why are you telling the press anything, dude? I know where you're doing it, but so it's a conspiracy at this point. I think at this point, if Kennedy was looking at both parties, he might run independent because they're both disgusting, Jim. Both the parties are terrible. The right is so bad. Crazy Cat, that's a pretty good theory about American graffiti. I heard the movie takes place in 1962 because Kennedy was killed in 63. So 62 was the last year of American innocence. That's a pretty good theory. I mean, you know, there were other presidents assassinated in the past, but it wasn't as much of a, I mean, it was in its own right, but it wasn't like on TV, Jim. That shit was captured on fucking TV. There's film footage of it, and everybody had a TV at that point, or a lot of people did. And, you know, radio broadcasts were talking about it for days and days and days. But and when those other presidents were assassinated, you just heard it in the paper like the next day or two, right? It wasn't, it's like, oh, poor Lincoln got killed. And I don't know how much crying there was for Lincoln getting killed, by the way, after all the Americans got slaughtered for what the fuck ever was going on back then. The press is the government. Yeah, deny. Yes. Deny. So Last Son says Mark Felt said he was Deep Throat, but Felt didn't know enough to have actually been Deep Throat. Oh, so that's a conspiracy now too. So
yeah, that's
Haig
why I'm pretty sure it was Haig.
Okay. Voting for Cecil.
Or it could have been more than one person. Like, you know, and Woodward, they just said this one, you know, they just kind of conglomerated it to one person.
Why did it take them 3 times to get caught? That's what's weird to me.
I don't know, because their security wasn't that good.
Well, why don't you tip off the security? Like, hey, dude, go upstairs real quick. There's some people walking around with flashlights. I mean, it's not that hard of a fucking phone call to make. They have a security desk at this hotel.
If I'm not mistaken, only one of the burglars was in on the whole plan, and it was the guy who walked in and said, yeah, I work for the CIA.
But they were all CIA.
Right, but they all had covers that they stuck with, you know what I mean?
But they all knew they were fucking the president over because the president didn't send them there. Well, maybe their CIA director told them, hey, this is what the president wants.
No, they said they were going to get this document to prove there was traitors or treason, you know, going on.
Right. But one guy knew it was false.
Right.
Right. That makes sense. All right, let's see.
He said he had leaked the information at the time, as it was his moral duty to highlight
Liddy was
the
not
shady
one of the
goings-on
burglars,
in the
though.
Nixon administration.
T.O. White. Liddy was not one of the 5 burglars.
All right. Well, they just ended because whatever. So I have the deathbed confession of E. Howard Hunt. You want to hear that?
Sure.
Yeah, let's try this out. Somebody said to pull this up. It's on YouTube. So the deathbed, this is from 15 years ago.
We're going to sort through this a couple of times, so let's just go ahead and roll it now so that people can hear it. And thank you, St. John Hunt, for all of that background so far.
Sure.
Here you go, the first national airing of the testimony of E. Howard Hunt from January of 2004 about the JFK assassination on Coast to Coast Live.
Wow.
I heard from Frank that LBJ had designated Cord Meyer Jr. to undertake a larger organization while keeping it totally secret. Cord Meyer himself was a rather favored member of the Eastern aristocracy.
So Cord, I never heard that name before. Have you, Jim?
Yeah, I think the Frank he was talking about was Frank Sturgis.
Right, but have you ever heard of Cord Meyer?
No.
And I'm guessing the Eastern aristocracy is Northeast United States, like the rich
Maybe.
people up there. Because Nixon's a Californian, right? He's West Coast. All
Well,
day,
this is JFK.
This is I thought.
He was a CFI. He was a Cord Meyer IV was a war veteran, a World Federalist, a CIA official and writer. After serving in World War II as a Marine, he led the United World Federalists in the years after the war.
Okay.
He was married to somebody whose name was Mary Pinochet Meyer.
Oh.
Ooh.
I wonder if she owned a helicopter company.
Yeah.
I wonder if she had a nice fucking winery out in California. Pinochet.
Was a graduate of Yale University and had joined the Marine Corps during the war and lost an eye in the Pacific fighting. I think that LBJ settled on Meyer as an opportunist, Perrin like himself, Perrin, and a man who had very little left to him in life ever since JFK had taken Cord's wife as one of his mistresses.
It's got to be allegedly, right, Chip? Allegedly, JFK slept with another woman other than Jackie? That can't be true. That's false. I mean, that can't have happened.
I would suggest that Cord Meyer welcomed the approach from LBJ, who was, after all, only the vice president at that time, and of course could not number Cord Meyer among JFK's admirers. Quite the contrary. As for Dave Phillips, I knew him pretty well at one time. He worked for me during the Guatemala project. He had made himself useful to the
Guatemala project, dude. Remember all these wars these proxy wars in the 60s that we were funding, guys? Like
United Fruit Company America. Or whatever it was.
Holy shit.
So
we killed so many South Americans with our arms, dude. So just giving each side fucking weapons for a long time. It's goddamn crazy.
So you said the name's Pinochet, right?
Yeah.
So where was Pinochet at?
I don't know.
He was in Chile.
Oh.
So he was the one that was throwing people out of helicopters.
Right. Yeah.
So that's interesting. When I saw Santiago Chile pop up, I'm like, hey, wait a minute. You mentioned that name just a second ago.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
But just a conspiracy theory. It can't be true. Our government wouldn't do this to us. And they definitely wouldn't do this to fucking free citizens of another country. They wouldn't go in there and try to force governments all over the world, kill leaders of countries. And, I was watching that movie with, I was telling you last week about Iraq or whatever. And America, the Iraqis had their vote. They voted it. And then they made them do a revote because the Americans didn't like the fucking outcome of the vote of the Iraqi people. It's like, what the hell, dude?
Okay, Sean, I see that. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Was it?
I thought he said Pinochet. I thought I'll pull it back. Let's see how far back it is.
And had joined the Marine Corps during the war and lost an eye in the Pacific fighting. I think that LBJ settled on Meyer as an opportunist, Perrin like himself, Perrin, and a man who had very little left to him in life ever since JFK had taken Cord's wife as one of his mistresses.
Sorry.
I would suggest that Cord Meyer welcomed the approach from LBJ, who was, after all, only the vice president at that time, and of course could not number.
Pinchot, not Pinochet. Okay. Pinchot.
That would have fit in too nicely when they started talking about Chile.
Right. That would have been crazy, right?
Yeah. But it's like you start looking for patterns whenever you look at this stuff, right? You try and figure out how to connect the dots, because when you peel back the onion on a lot of these things, you find it's like we were talking before, how this person knows this person and this person's connected to this person, and this global community seems like it's much, much smaller than it appears to the outside, because there's all these inner workings and machinations that we have no idea about.
Okay. Sean says he looked it up. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's okay, so I'll get past it then. Since it's not
Yeah, crazy cat.
where he was an American businessman. In any case, his actions, whatever they were, came to the attention of the Santiago station chief. And when his resume became known to people in the Western Hemisphere Division, he was brought in to work on Guatemalan operations. Sturgis and Morales.
Sturgis, there's your name, Jim.
People of that ilk stayed in apartment houses during preparations for the big event. Their addresses were very subject to change, so that where a fellow like Morales had been one day, you're not necessarily associated with that same address the following day. In short, it was a very mobile experience. Let me point out at this point that if I had wanted to fictionalize what went on in Miami and elsewhere during the run-up for the big event, I would have done so. But I don't want any unreality to tinge this particular story, or the information, I should say. I was a bench warmer on it, and I had a reputation for honesty. I think it's essential to refocus on what this information that I've been providing you, and you alone, by the way, consists of. What is important in the story is that we've backtracked the chain of command up through Cordmeyer and laying the doings at the doorstep of LBJ.
Whoa. So he's saying LBJ had everything to do with it, Jim.
Well, I mean, it was LBJ that decided who sat where they were going to sit. It was the only person that could change the parade route was LBJ or the governor of
Texas.
Texas.
Who wanted the open car? Was that JFK?
I'm not 100% sure.
Like isn't that what they isn't that in the Oliver Stone movie? Like he's the one who said he wanted an open roof for that, which.
Well, what was it he allegedly said after it happened? LBJ after JFK got smoked. Didn't they pick him up somewhere on some sort of tape saying something, finally I can be in charge?
Probably. I mean, yeah, maybe. I would like to see that.
He, in my opinion, had an almost maniacal urge.
There you go.
To become president. He regarded JFK as he was, in fact, an obstacle to achieving that. He could have waited for JFK to finish out his term and then undoubtedly a second term. So that would have put the LBJ at the head of a long list of people who were waiting for some change in the executive branch.
Damn.
That's crazy.
I believe every second of that shit, though.
Yeah, I mean, the dude's about to die. What's he got to lie about?
Well, yeah, for sure. What does he got to lie about? And man, You got anything else, Jim? You want to go over?
Yeah, here. Hold on. Let's see. Screen.
You've been very busy over there. Very quiet.
Let's see here. So these are a bunch of shorts. Let's see. The man who rearranged.
Why is the real Ross band putting everything in caps?
I don't know.
We'll read your tweets or your messages, dude. You don't have to be in caps. We pay attention. So what is
I
this
told
now?
you this was a good story. Okay, so dig. So the guy Putterbow in 1963 in November by LBJ to rearrange the vehicles in the motorcade in Dallas for November 22nd's visit by JFK. Jack Putterbow will put himself in the pilot lead car, and he was the one that moved all the vehicles around, Eric, moving the media back instead of being in front of JFK, 3 loads back, moving all of the cars in different directions. That was Jack Putterbow. And he himself was in the lead car with the chief of police, making sure that the tempo of the vehicles was such, the drivability was such, nobody could get around his pilot car, and completely involved in the assassination on November 22nd.
It's like layers upon layers.
Yeah.
The real Rossman said he's going to send you a picture, Jim.
Okay. Let's see.
You know the real Rossman?
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Let's see. I'm looking for. There was one I saw too.
Shit.
I have seen the FBI reports of employees in these various places at the same time he's supposed to be in Mexico City in September and October of 1963. The reason this is important is it is the Achilles heel of their entire assassination myth. If he's not there and they have created a phony Oswald, that means in September and October of 1963, 2 months before a random shooting of a government official, this man was being cut out in Mexico City to go to Havana and to get a visa at the embassy in Mexico City to go to Havana and then on to Moscow. Now, if that did not occur, if Oswald was not there, then these guys in September and October were laying the groundwork for that to occur as a myth, as a propaganda storyline. And that's why these documents are so important. I have seen the
So yeah, like the whole thing about that Oswald was in Mexico City trying to get to get a passport to go to Soviet Union through Havana after the shooting. Well, that was all a lie. But this was all put in place to frame Oswald before the shooting. So that makes it a conspiracy.
He was a patsy from the beginning.
Yeah, you got to do your homework before you you start the test, right?
They say he spent time in Russia, right? That's where he found his wife and all that stuff. Like he got out of the army or whatever and then went to Russia.
He was a Marine.
Right. Or Marine, yeah. And then went to Russia. And then why? I know he did. And then
This is the JFK assassin caught on camera. Do you know who that is in the picture?
George Bush Sr.?
Yeah.
That's
what Mossman's. I only knew because get ready for this one. The gunman on the grassy knoll was George Bush Sr. You know what? I could believe it, dude. Because he was CIA, right?
Yeah, here's the
CIA.
Yeah. Here's the thing about it. Like the pictures, like there's pictures of the gun. You could get, I don't know if I could find him. The picture of the gun that they have with Oswald holding the gun with the newspaper or whatever.
Yeah.
And then the picture of the guy holding up the gun saying, "Here's the gun." The sling is different. The mount on the back of the sling is different in the two pictures. You know, one of them is a side mount, one of them is a bottom mount. So it's like, wait, you didn't notice that?
Well, yeah. It's even like the people in the book depository have different stories about what happened the same day too. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? What's going on here? Oswald. Oh my God.
Oh, here's another good one.
Like Oswald was so smart to figure all this out. Now, apparently, you can shoot that many bullets that fast with that type of gun, right? If you're an expert.
In Operation Midnight, An operation.
I mean, that's what they say, right? I mean, I'm not a marksman, so I don't know, Wode. So I have no idea. But
well, yeah, I mean, you could crank the bolt and do it, but I mean, with iron sights and hitting those thing and like
it's a moving target too.
It's a moving target. There had to have been multiple shooters. It
wasn't even a close shot.
Yeah, there was more. Like if they could hear the shots, and it's more than the amount of. There's more shots fired than the amounts they claim. First of all,
right.
You know, there's
the magic bullet.
The audio proves it. The magic bullet is bullshit. The bullet doesn't go through somebody, change direction, and go in another thing. No. Yeah. No.
Yeah. I thought his marksmanship in the Marines were bad. He wasn't even like a good marksman in the Marines.
No, and his whole thing, too, Oswald's whole career was really fucking weird because he was sent to the base that was doing the U-2 spy missions, and then he was allowed to, he defected to Russia, the Soviet Union, and gave up some information, which possibly he gave up Gary Powers, possibly that flight or whatever, or gave him some information, or maybe they just got lucky. But then he was allowed to come back into the country, no problem. So he was more than likely with his wife. So he was right with no problem whatsoever, like nothing happened. So he was obviously like a double agent, or he was there pretending, and he was actually working with the government somehow. So he was involved in intelligence.
Or he never went to Russia. All that's bullshit. They killed him before he could tell his story.
That's pretty true because he came back with the Russian wife. But his whole family
be a plant.
But I'm pretty sure Oswald's family, like his aunts and uncles, are all involved in the CIA. Like I think they're something to do with the Paynes. I think Ruth Payne maybe, or some of the Paynes. They're connected. You know, so it's like weird.
But the point is, like, his wife could have been a plant too, just to make everybody believe the story. I mean, they got fucking the president of the United States to resign because some fucking assholes were in a building, you know, looking for information from the DNC, and that's enough to give up your presidency of a fucking country. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Here's another quick conspiracy.
Operation Midnight was run by a former, I think, San Francisco detective hired by the CIA to create and film a bordello in an apartment building in San Francisco with see-through mirrors, right, Eric? And they can film them having sex after being dosed with acid by the prostitutes in Operation Midnight. So this other project, the one that Jolly West is running, has echoes of that project. An Operation
What the fuck? Go back. No. Let's see here. Here we go. This one.
Well, Mary Bancroft was involved with Alan Dulles. You know that. I don't know if her sister was. The sister worked for the CIA in the psychological division. She was listed in the CIA phone book as a CIA psychologist. The father, obviously, USAID out of going into Central America. If Ruth Payne is not CIA, she's the only one in her entire family who's not. Let me just put it that way, just by the process of elimination. If my brother was in the CIA, I think I know a little bit about my brother being in the CIA. She denies knowing much about her sister being in the CIA. But Thanksgiving dinner, you could talk about anything, you know.
Oh, there you go.
Ruth Payne will become a therapist later, by the way. I think she becomes a guidance counselor in a school in either Louisiana or in Dallas. She becomes a school guidance counselor and then a therapist, scarily enough.
I'm pretty sure Ruth Payne was the people. The Paynes were the people that Oswald was living with when he was younger.
Huh. Fucking crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But you know, it's I guess it's, like we sit here and we say it was the 60s. This stuff was easier to hide back in the day, but they still do a really good job of hiding stuff in 2022 and 2024, Jim. Like,
Yeah.
they're still very capable. They're very good at disinformation bullshit and getting a lot of.
Oh, here's a good one.
Right? They don't question shit. They just do what they're fucking told.
Their technology outpaces us by like leaps and bounds as far as what kind of resources they have available and what they can do. So, I mean, yeah, it's nuts. I mean, the stuff we're seeing now with the deep fakes and everything, how long do you think those things have actually been around and just not available to us?
Yeah, well, like the Pfizer docs are locked for 75 fucking years. So anybody that could be affected will be gone. So there's nobody, and it's an unsuable company anyway over that product that they, force people to take. I mean, they're protected, which is crazy. I mean, why was that a Trump thing? Did he do that? Did he give them full immunity for this?
No,
shit?
the Congress did that.
But it was Trump's Congress, right?
Well, not really.
Oh, it was his presidency. I mean,
that was the Democrat Congress and Democrat Senate. No, wait. I think it was Republican Senate at that time. I think.
But either way, I mean, why? How much did these fucking Congress people make from Pfizer to pass that law? That's what's so fucked up about this shit. We're their fucking lab rats.
So this is about the shifting narratives on the JFK magic bullet.
But there was another guy who claimed he was at Parkland, but the Warren Commission weren't interested. Paul Landis.
Was he? Yeah, apparently they didn't care about him then, but now they care about him.
Well, he was busy dropping the magic bullet, right? Remember?
Right. Well, that's if you think he was racing against Sam Kinney, who claims he dropped the magic bullet onto the stretcher, or Jack Ruby dropped the magic bullet on the stretcher, or my mother, Judith Bloom, may have dropped the magic bullet on the stretcher.
But it definitely wasn't Judith Ferry Baker dropping the magic bullet.
No, although in her new book, that might be the next volume, because as each book comes out, so does the expansion of her intimate relationships to more players. Ruby, Marcello, each book, she now remembers under sodium pentothal or something.
Oh my God, one of these people, and she's selling books.
Yeah.
Obviously, they don't take her very serious. We're getting awfully close to ancient Mayans given the heart issues. Yeah, no shit. It's bad, man. I mean, there's still people dropping, dude. Like young people, not old people, young people. I listened to this one podcast, and he's very smug about shit like that. And he's like, yeah, he's all in. He's a European dude, so he's all into believing your government, and he's all into like, yeah, don't get that shot, stupid. We'll see how you live.
Here's a short video explaining how the Oswald sniper nest was staged.
Oh, I've seen that fucking shit, and I believe it 1,000%.
Okay, so what happens? Dallas police goes up there, and they begin to create a sniper's nest. Well, how do you do that? All right, let's take a look, boys. Put the box over there. How does that look? Nah, that doesn't work. Okay, put the box.
Not quite right.
Right. So no. They move them around because you got to like put the box on the ledge and put an imaginary rifle or the rifle out the window. Well, how would you know that, Mark? What are you, a brainiac? Well, luckily for us, the Dallas police took photos of the different configurations of the sniper's nest. That's how we know it. This is not rocket science, people. They took photos of their own configuration.
Well, my favorite part of it was, and I don't know if Mark knows, I pointed it out while I was there. They had photos of the day, and then they had a configuration in the museum right next to each other. So you could stand there, you could look at the photo, you look at the configuration. They don't match.
Okay. So what happens? Dallas police.
Insanity, dude.
Yeah.
But hey, your government loves you. Your government has your best interests at heart. Vote Biden. He's gonna, lead the way. Oh my God. How many millions of babies have been sacrificed to Moloch via abortion? God, it's so gross.
Yeah, there was also that I want to say there was a previous attempt in Chicago prior to Dallas, and something happened and they had to call it off.
Well, then who killed his brother? The CIA also?
Well, yeah, but see, they think it was like some kind of MK Ultra type of thing. But the person who they actually think shot RFK was one of his bodyguards actually shot him. Because the way it was explained to me, where the people were standing and the guy and what's his face, Sirhan was, and they found bullets in the walls across the way in the way that Bobby was shot. It just doesn't make sense. It was somebody standing like right behind him, which was one of his bodyguards. It wasn't Sirhan. Sirhan came from the other direction.
So they're saying Robert got shot in the back?
I thought they got shot like right in the back of the head.
Oh, that wouldn't make sense then, because Spiro walked right up to his face.
Yeah. So it was like an MK Ultra thing where they, gave him the code words and he went, red rum, red rum.
Yeah, it seems to be the police officer who was escorting him. Yeah, I know. We spent millions, billions over decades studying mind control techniques. And yeah, none of it worked. It all fucking worked. They got that shit down.
They talk about like the area denial type weapons and stuff, you know, where they can disperse crowds and everything. And they talk, more conspiracy theory stuff. They think there may be certain frequencies or whatever they can use to actually incite violence in crowds with these, crowd control type devices.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay. Now this ties back into the Watergate thing, because here's Gerald Ford.
Think about when Ted Turner created CNN. Why would you do that? Why would Ted Turner give shits about 24-hour news? You think that's a mind control op? And they said, hey, Ted, we'll fund this shit. Just make this channel. You're already rich. It makes it look like you're a rich guy doing good for America, 24-hour news. And it's just bullshit pumped into people's brains for years and years and years and years. And then, there's a bombing of some Twin Towers. And these people did it. Let's go fight a war. And let's take away American rights. Let's make Americans take off their shoes and fucking put Granny through a body scan and all this shit. All this stuff happens. And then 20 years later, some magic fucking weird virus comes out and everybody has to stay home for 2 years because, man, all these news networks, they all have this mind control over who, like, yeah, you got to do it, man. For every Fox fucking person that said, you don't need to do what you do, you don't need to get the shot, there were 3 saying get the shot. It's fucking weird. Like, it's all mind control shit. And that's exactly what the chat's talking about. We've been, simply saying they spent tons of money to figure out how to get people to comply. Whether you're free or not, they're going to make you comply some way or another.
It's like you're not forced to take the shot. It's just you're going to get fired,
lose your job,
and lose your house.
Yeah, you can't get into fucking Home Depot with that. Remember when they were making the Europeans have a fucking shot fucking app on their phone to prove they had a shot?
Oh, well, like in China, didn't they have the freaking the color-coded passport on their phones, and they couldn't access certain areas depending on the color that was presented in their phone?
Do you remember when COVID first came out? I remember I was watching Tucker Carlson one night, and they're showing videos in China, Jim, of people flailing in the streets and falling down like they're dropping dead. I remember.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. And that was when the Democrats were saying there was nothing to worry about COVID. Let's celebrate, whatever it was, Asian New Year, Chinese Lunar New Year, or whatever.
But they showed these videos of these people like just
they'd like look up in the
and
sky, and their arm would go up, and they'd spin around, and they'd drop dead.
Yeah, and then guess we know what that was, right? It was a fucking op from the beginning from China. That's exactly what it was. And Tucker's the first one that we said that we should take this shit serious. That lasted about a month, and he goes, "What the fuck is going on here? This is bullshit. Nobody's spinning around and flailing on the ground and dying instantly from this bullshit." I was freaked out. Never. I was so pissed off when Trump said 2 weeks to stop the spread, because I believed in Americans, and I thought we'd do it for about 3 days, and we'd say, "Fuck this shit. I'm gonna go out and live my life." Was I fucking wrong, dude? I was so wrong. Oh my God, so wrong.
Try being out in Portland.
Well, yeah, I live in rural Illinois, so it's not nearly as bad as like Cook County or some shit like that. But my God,
so this kind of ties back into the Watergate thing, because this is why Gerald Ford was made to become president.
I recall Mark saying at one point that you could see notes written by Jay Ford on the autopsy report changing a wound description. Can you tell me where I can get my hands?
Who's Jay Ford? Yeah, it's in the Warren Commission report. You could just look at the autopsy report yourself. You could see the pencil marks crossed out by him. It's in the report. Yeah, it's not an obscure document. He admitted doing it in public. He said it was for the good of the American people. He altered it himself.
Yes,
it's not a big reveal. I mean, everybody's known this for decades and decades. I mean, the researchers have known this for decades and decades. So that's what got him the presidency, was that move to alter wound from JFK's right shoulder up to the back of his neck to make it line up with the entrance wound to the throat. I mean, a bold move physically. On an autopsy report, a bold move.
Yeah, and they never let anybody else do an autopsy, right, Jim? And they did that autopsy like in 8 hours. Like, he was in fucking Bethesda, Maryland.
And if I'm not mistaken, the brain that they claim they have of JFK's is not JFK's brain.
There's no brain left, dude.
Yeah, it was like chunks and
fucking
pieces.
Head got fucking blown off. But that autopsy report came out super fast, and he was buried really quick as well. So they never let anybody do another autopsy. Yeah, it was missing. Yeah.
Let me read you a couple titles, and you tell me which one of these you'd rather listen to. All right. Where are we at here? Did an ancient god manifest the pyramids? Does the Bible hold the keys to unlocking ancient advanced technologies?
That's cool.
Billy Carson shares traumatic alien confrontation story. So I guess that got Billy Carson guy. He was confronted by an alien at some time, and that, or my favorite that we have never done yet. Did ancient aliens create different races?
That's the one you really want to play.
Any one of those we could play. Actually, the one about the pyramids sounds really cool.
I want to put up something real quick. I sent this earlier to Jim. The 20 of the best conspiracy theories in live science. It's a website, right? And we're just going to go through the list real quick. And so 20 of the best. So number 1 is the 9/11 conspiracies, saying it wasn't truly a terrorist attack, blah, 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 right? So that's on the list. Princess Diana's murder. I don't know about that. I mean, that was a weird way to fucking go. I mean, that was weird.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's believable that she was getting chased by paparazzis. I mean, the more conspiracy theory is that her writing coach looks an awful lot like Prince Harry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that doesn't. Prince Harry doesn't look anything like
his dad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're saying that some of the conspiracy theories for 9/11 are anti-Semitic tropes such as the attacks being orchestrated by Israel. Many claim that because jet fuel can't melt steel beams. Why would that be Israelis?
I don't know. See, people keep talking about the jet fuel, but there was a bunch of other shit in those buildings that burned. There was tons of paper and tons of equipment, and computers and things that once they lit on fire, that's fuel, furniture.
And if you get that insulation hot enough, it'll catch on fire too. All these buildings have.
Plus, they had that new paint job they put everywhere, that thermite paint they put on everything. That could have caused it.
The fancy paint.
Fancy paint.
And they some of the beams definitely weren't, like found burned at strange angles.
This is not a fucking conspiracy theory, dude. Subliminal advertising is a fucking
that's
thing.
real.
Yeah, it's real.
They were doing that in movie theaters when they were.
Yeah, how do we even know?
Into the theaters
Going back a second though, how do we even know that the steel they used in those buildings was actually up to standard? Maybe it was cheap imported steel that wasn't what it was supposed to be.
It was Chinesium.
Like
Chinesium,
like they did with that bridge in New York that fucking collapsed.
Yeah,
Yeah. But this is not a conspiracy theory, guys. Subliminal advertising?
That's real.
They outlawed it. It's a fucking law.
Yeah.
I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? This is real. It's a hoax. Paul McCartney's death? What?
That's supposed to be some sort of Mandela effect type conspiracy.
Oh, that's right. On November 9th, 1966, Paul McCartney got into an argument with other Beatles, stormed out of the studio, and was promptly decapitated in a car accident. They hired a look-alike and sound-alike. That'd be almost impossible if they could find that guy. But I've heard that before, that Paul McCartney died in the 60s.
I hadn't heard that one.
I have. I've heard that. So JFK's assassination. Oh, really? You're going to tell us that's not a conspiracy theory?
Come on. He's still alive? Is that what they're trying to say?
No, I think they're trying to say that it wasn't.
I'm kidding.
Lee Harvey Oswald.
I'm kidding. I think pretty much anybody with half a brain knows it wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald.
Right. The Roswell crash and cover up.
Well, I mean,
it got into the paper,
and then it went away.
Yeah, I mean, it got into the paper, and the next day it's a fucking weather balloon.
The better story is out of the UK.
Oh, they had one in the UK?
Yeah, they had another incident in the UK where something crashed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that went away too. I can't remember when that was, but
I mean, look, there was tons of stories and papers about giants that went away too. I don't know.
Yeah,
sure.
Going back.
Protocols of the Elders of Zion? I have no idea what this is. This is a hoaxed anti-Semitic book that perpetuated to reveal a Jewish conspiracy to achieve world domination. It first appeared in Russia in 1905 and described how Christians' morality, finances, and health would be targeted by a small group of powerful Jews. Oh, so they're saying this is...
Well, see here, hold on. I'm not going to say that this is real, but wasn't the whole, 1905, when was the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia?
Late 1800s, right?
No, it was during... It was 1900s. It was during World War I.
Yeah.
Oh, like 19.
That had started that was
the death of the Tsar was involved in that whole thing. So
yeah, but I mean, wasn't the people behind that, most of the people behind that revolution, all of a certain religious background?
Allegedly.
Yeah. I mean, allegedly, that's what I heard. That's the story I heard. So I mean, it's kind of
Crazy Cat. You're right.
I mean, they keep saying this book was written in 1905. So what they're saying is somebody came up with this wackadoodle idea to come up with this phony book to write and send around, and it was just to cause what?
Havoc.
The Holocaust?
Yeah.
They say that.
No, I mean, how do they know who wrote the book? Henry Ford had a book called The International something or other that he stuck in every Model T Ford back in the early 1900s.
Henry Ford had to have 500,000 copies of the protocols he published them in the 1930s. 500,000 copies.
Yeah, but he had put up. I thought his book was called The International something.
But he supported this one too.
Right, but I'm saying, like, so they were all. It was all a psyop. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah,
who was behind it?
I guess they're saying some Russian.
But
this
who?
Book came out of Russia. This book came out of Russia in 1905. So I'm guessing, but there were Jews in Russia.
Well, they were the Cossacks. I think were chasing them out. Yeah. We're chasing them out for a long time.
But they were.
But I don't know. I mean, maybe this is why they were chasing them out. I don't know. I don't know enough about it to comment on it.
I'd never heard of the book until now, but Hitler even referred to this book in his book Mein Kampf. Holy shit! So, and it's still being published today, even though it's been discredited and a complete hoax.
How could it be? But see, they keep saying a complete hoax and forgery.
I don't know. That doesn't make sense. What makes it a forgery? It's a printed book.
Somebody wrote the fucking book. Who wrote the book then? If you could say this, I don't understand. I don't get it. I mean,
that's why when they say they're conspiracies, it's weird because the book is a real thing. It exists, just like the fucking Bible exists. Just like Mein Kampf exists. It's not. It's somebody's thoughts and ideas. Whether they're wrong or right is your interpretation, but the fucking book exists. They Satanic Panic. I remember that, guys.
Yeah, that was goofy.
That was very goofy. But it happened. Like people panicked over this shit. I remember parents going.
But there's a lot of people that think that this was a government thing too for control. Kind of, like it was the government pushing most of this, like trying to make people afraid.
Kids.
Yeah, control kids and make people afraid, and they didn't want people listening to the evil music,
and then moved on later into video games.
And,
yeah.
It could have been Al Gore's first attempt to control people before he came up with Man Bear Pig.
Chemtrails?
Yeah.
Chemtrails are, what the fuck are they talking about? That's real? Chemtrails are real?
They're just talking about the possibility of there being chemicals in the chemtrails other than like water vapor.
There are chemicals in some chemtrails.
Yeah.
They do put chemicals in some fucking chemtrails.
It's exhaust from fucking airline fuel, man. Or jet fuel. There's gonna be some shit in it. It's not just fucking water.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Oh, Barack Obama birther is but didn't his grandma say he was born in Kenya? I don't know. Did they ever actually come up with the actual birth certificate? Did they ever show the actual birth certificate? I mean, I don't know where he was born. I don't think it really matters, to tell you the truth, because his mother, I mean, it might matter because of where he lived for his younger years, because there's a certain amount of time, like you have to live in the U.S., you can't go live abroad, but his mother was an American citizen, so he is a natural-born American citizen, right? So this whole thing was just a big fuck about nothing.
Yeah. So apparently he released his birth certificate in 2008, and he had to follow up in 2011 with a long-form version.
No.
Which
the real Rossman says that it's barium and aluminum, ball, B-A-A-L. So it's Satan stuff, man. Wow.
Yeah.
COVID and 5G.
Because the 5G
probably no event since 9/11 has spawned more conspiratorial thinking than the COVID pandemic. There are conspiracies about the origin of the virus, as well as basically every government's reactions. Many people even believe doctors are lying about COVID-related deaths.
Yes, they were.
Yes, 1 million.
They fucking did. We know they did, because the motherfuckers were counting people that they were counting everybody that died as a COVID. Oh, you tested positive for COVID, you died in a car accident, that's a COVID death.
Yeah, blaming the virus. Yeah, they got paid. They got paid to say the words. Blaming the virus for deaths with other causes. Yes, they fucking did.
I mean, they got caught.
I have a a heart condition that's gonna kill me like in 2 seconds any second now. But I also tested positive for COVID. I had a massive heart attack, but you died from COVID. Fuck off. A distrust of big pharma fermented for years by alternative medicine advocates like Kevin Trudeau.
Alternative medicine. Oh, you mean like how the fucking AMA subverted everything in the early 1900s,
make it all
and got rid of all the stuff so they could control everything because it's all about money. The whole fucking medical industry is about money. All the grants, all the research is just money. Who gets the money? You have to say what they want to get the money.
Why cure things when you can treat it? That's long-term money.
Yeah, I mean, with all like. The one that kills me the most, Wode, is the common cold. What the fuck?
Isn't the common cold a coronavirus in itself?
Yes, but I mean, we haven't figured out how to cure the. Oh yeah, as soon as I get that little itch in my throat, I take about 10 vitamin C tablets, and it's fucking gone.
Pound some water and go to bed.
Yeah, take your vitamin C, go to bed, and you're okay. Or drink a lot of alcohol because alcohol kills anything.
Oh, I gotta respond to some crazy cat. I'm not playing dumb. I am dumb. I are dumb.
One of the odder conspiracies mixes along standing fears of 5G wireless technology with fears about the virus. According to the COVID 5G conspiracy, electromagnetic frequencies from cell phone towers undermine the immune system, making people sick. I never heard of that, but
you never heard of that one, Jim? Or Dave?
What?
No, I never heard that the 5G makes people sick with COVID.
Was supposed to activate the nanobots in the vaccine.
That's possible. I don't know. But 5G is, I mean, we are fucking ourselves up with radio waves. That's why there's this massive increase in cancer and all this stuff. We're holding fucking radio transmitters next to our head, which is our frequency. 5G, but isn't 5G this? I mean, I don't know enough about it to really talk about it. I wouldn't doubt anything though. But isn't 5G basically the same as Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, the same kind of frequencies?
I don't know enough about it to really speak on it.
I don't know what they've done to it to make it 4G to 5G. I don't know any.
I mean, I know more about ELF from that the Navy was fucking up all the whales dolphins, and all the marine life, dolphins and shit from trying to communicate with submarines, making them crash into shit, driving them crazy.
Yeah, sonar will fuck you up, man.
Yeah, but the ELF to transmit to the submarines when they're way low, it's called ELF frequencies, extremely low frequency. That fucks with all the fish and all the everything. So yeah, but yeah, electromagnetic radiation. I mean, that's real. I mean, there's clusters of cancer around high power lines, and electricity creates fucking magnetic fields.
Remember in the 80s, all those like date lines or whatever about the poor people that live under high tension power lines. Yeah. And how it was unfair that they were all getting cancer and all that stuff. All right. So anyway, making people sick with COVID. Researchers reported in 2020 in the journal Media International Australia. Kevin, you Australians are putting out these conspiracy theories out there.
Well, I mean, they were putting people in camps in Australia. I saw it. It was on the fucking internet. It's got to be true.
You could leave your house and go like 5 kilometers. It's not a big deal.
I mean, they're bragging about these 5-10 minute cities or 15 minutes, whatever the fuck. Cities, Never leave your house cities. I mean, fuck. Uncontaminated sperm is worth $1,000 an ounce now on the black market.
Dude, I watched a fucking video about that one they're trying to build in Dubai or whatever, and it's going nowhere fast. Like it's a fucking money pit. Let's see. Another conspiracy claims that the COVID-19 vaccines contain tracking chips that connect to 5G networks, so the government or possibly billionaire and vaccine philanthropist Bill Gates can surveil everyone's movements. Look, guys, why are they one of these? Yeah, why is a state government mandating you get a fucking vaccine to work for the state? Why? That's not their business to tell you what to put in your body.
Wasn't there some weird shit they found in those vaccines that they had patents?
Well, they had like that weird magnetic thing, and like people like there was some weird.
No, I mean there was like a patent for nanobots or something. I'm not saying there was nanobots in these vaccines, but there was some kind of patent that they had just gotten for putting nanobots in a fucking vaccine, though, wasn't there?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Birds aren't real.
Birds aren't real, man.
I just saw a video of some bird talking. Like, not a parrot either. Some little bird going, what are you doing? Come here. He's over there. Get him.
The birds aren't real one. That one made me stop. And go,
Elon Musk has been tweeting out a lot of stuff about the birds aren't real.
Yeah.
They're drones. That's fucking funny. The earth is flat. Oh shit, here we go.
Flat earthers.
The earth is flat. Oh my god. These are from the 50s. COVID.
I mean, they're also, not to go off.
What the fuck?
Topic.
This is not another falsity, dude. The goddamn
yeah, this ain't a conspiracy theory. This is true. They know for a fact. It's been studied. The fucking Germans just did a massive study saying that the more vaccinated the fucking population was, the higher the fucking excess death rate.
And they're saying, I remember when they wanted those breathing machines in New York so bad, and then they found out those machines were killing them. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, they're like all the people that were getting intubated at a higher rate of death. I mean, granted, if somebody's
you don't agree reptilians run the U.S. government, just look at Joe Biden. What the fuck? Of course they do. I mean, if it's not the reptilians, it's not the human race. I mean, the human race isn't putting Biden.
Okay, no one said that fucking stupid little reptile. We're saying they're reptile aliens, skin changers, and then like there was a whole thing. Remember with solar eclipse where they're telling people that if you see something weird, it's your mind. It's not what you're seeing isn't fucked up.
Did you guys ever hear about it's like a recent thing, I guess, and at least recently reported. It may have been happening throughout whenever, but they were telling there was people that were seeing people's faces like distort in weird ways.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying about with the solar eclipse that it's going to cause. How can a fucking solar eclipse cause you to see weird shit unless it's something to do with their cloaking devices or whatever they got going on, fucking it up? They're powered by the sun or something.
It's like Hecklefish says, lizard people.
Hmm.
I didn't know that some dude detonated a bomb in fucking Nashville in 2020.
I never heard of that.
Damaged 41 buildings.
No, I never heard that.
And he written a friend about his belief that lizard people walk the planet disguised as
humans.
I
don't believe. That would have been on the news, maybe.
I mean, this is only fucking
4 years ago.
Yeah.
I kind of am on the internet every day. I think I would have remembered seeing a story about a guy blowing up 40 buildings in Nashville
on fucking Christmas Day.
Yeah.
I remember hearing something about that story where the guy parked it on the street, and then it's not like it destroyed all the buildings. It just
damaged them.
Yeah, exactly.
Broken window or whatever.
Oh, okay.
But he killed himself and injured 3 other people. Good thing he did it on Christmas Day because everybody was fucking home, right?
Yeah.
Why didn't he go down there New Year's Eve and do it? Do some real damage to kill all the fucking lizard people. Health authorities are hiding natural cures. Well, what the fuck? Of course they are, dude. They all get paid. Like, how much money did Fauci make from Pfizer and Moderna? Didn't he make a ton of money off it? A lot of fucking money, dude. That guy needs to be in jail. If there's a motherfucker that needs to go to jail for all this shit from the last 4 years, it's that piece of shit.
Well, the real Rossman is saying the guy parked directly over the fiber optic network and detonated it and severed it and knocked the internet out for weeks in Nashville. So maybe
I don't remember it though.
I don't remember hearing about
it. I remember reading something about it.
I remember hearing a story about the FBI blowing up the ATF in Oklahoma City and blaming it on a guy who was a special forces guy working undercover for the government.
That McVeigh guy?
Yeah. I remember that story. I remember a story about the ATF killing a bunch of kids in Texas.
Oh, the Koresh household?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I remember a story about the FBI and the Marshals and ATF killing a poor family's wife and a baby and his kid in Idaho.
Because somebody had a shotgun,
right? This place called Ruby Ridge.
Yeah, because they asked him to saw off a shotgun, and he said, "I can't cut it any shorter than this, or it's a crime." they said, okay. And then they went and cut it shorter and said he did it.
Yes, you can. If you pay the $85, Jimmy the Lumberjack, I'll read them all for you, buddy.
I think actually there's a sale starting at midnight tonight on the 11th that you get 30%
cards.
Not on the document cards, 30%. What the fuck, man? What is on sale, Eric?
Well, $85 is 30% off for me to read them. That's the point, Jim. He's asking, can we get $85? So this alternative medicine cure, it's true. Why do you think people go to other countries to get cures and they come back healthy? Well, it's not fake. I mean, these people aren't going down to South America and coming back sicker. Some do, but some get cured. It's not perfect.
That's silly, Dave. That's just horse paste.
Oh no, that horse paste was awful. Oh my God, it was a terrible thing. Fan theories gone wild. What the fuck is that?
That the Jonas Brothers are gay or something? Yeah, I don't know.
Richard
they want you to eat bugs. This is a conspiracy that they want us to eat bugs, even though they've been fucking saying they want us to eat bugs. What's the next? Wait, the next one's going to be, it's a conspiracy. They say you'll own nothing and be happy.
Yeah, they want you to eat bugs. I think AOC says about every other week, doesn't she? Like, oh man, those bugs are good for you. As she's eating her fucking T-bone.
Yeah.
It's a claim made by conservative media personalities like Mike Knowles and Tucker Carlson. That's bullshit, dude. It's a fucking fact said by liberal idiots. And not just in America. It's in Europe too. The bug thing's in Europe too.
They're already putting bugs in shit, you fucks.
Denver International
They're selling chips with fucking cricket protein in it.
Have you guys ever seen the movie Snowpiercer?
Yes.
Yeah. So when the folks in the back are forced to eat the reconstituted freaking, I guess, roaches as a protein source, and all the people up in the front are eating all the good food.
Oh, that's what it was. Peter Watts says if the Rockefeller Foundation set up the curriculum for all the medical schools, and also, if I'm not mistaken, for most of the Department of Education stuff, and that circles back into Nelson Rockefeller being named vice president for Gerald Ford. It's all connected.
Jimmy the Lumberjack, Magic Johnson cured his AIDS by sleeping on all his money. I saw that South Park episode. That was the funniest shit ever.
Oh.
Yeah. And yeah, like the patriarch of the Rockefeller Foundation was a snake oil salesman. He was a fucking asshole. Like Rockefeller was nothing but a goddamn monopolizing piece of shit. But like the Arkansas had a governor, Rockefeller, right? You know how he won all the votes? He went around to all these poor families and gave their fucking kids bicycles. That's a fact. They woke up one day and everybody had a bicycle on their porch. Thank you, fucking Rockefeller, our hero. Yeah, Denver International Airport is a hub for the Illuminati. I've heard that for a long time. I didn't know it was necessarily the Illuminati, but just like a secret base is underneath. Well,
the thing about Denver Airport is it's way bigger than it needs to be for the amount of traffic that it gets.
Yeah, I've been there a couple times.
It's odd.
Was this the theory that there's tunnels underneath it or something like that?
Dude,
there's a theory there's something underneath it.
They built like
maybe there is. There's tunnels underneath all types of shit that they don't tell us about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily associate it with Illuminati. I just associate it with like some weird place under the airport because it took them like the foundation is so much bigger than the above ground thing.
Newsflash, guys! There's tunnels all over the U.S. that they built during World War II that connected everything together just in case we got bombed, so that they could still move stuff. There's tunnels in Chicago going from O'Hare all the way to Ford City where they used to build all the shit.
There's
for the
tunnels
planes
under Seattle, Washington. Go to Seattle. There's a whole fucking tunnel goddamn tour. It's crazy.
Dave, you're a big Fallout fan, right?
Yeah.
So Raven Rock, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the DUMBs, the deep underground military bases, that old conspiracy theory?
No.
That's one you should look up for maybe a future stream, because that's a whole interesting
Woo-woo Friday. Woo-woo
yeah,
Friday.
that's some woo-woo Friday for you.
Okay. Yeah, but Seattle's, got like it's got like another city underneath it too. Seattle's built on another city, and it's not even that old. It's crazy. I guess that's it. So that's enough anyway. So what were you going to pull up, Jim?
No, okay. Well, let's the things we were looking for here.
Whole channel is woo woo. Yes, it is.
Let's do this one. Let's all right.
Julio Scissors is a fad, guys. Just so you know.
He's wearing khakis and a red polo right now.
Yeah, at the grunge concert.
Nice. And then he gives you $10.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Julio. Thank you so much for the $10. Our first super chat of the night. Thank you, Julio Scissors. So generous.
All right, let's do this. Let's get a little woo woo going. All right. Did an ancient god manifest the pyramids?
Manifest them. Holy
manifest shit. The pyramids. All right.
Oh, we got Billy again. Okay.
We'll save the one. We're gonna wait in a little while. We'll cover Billy's confrontation with an alien.
Let's talk about Albert Pike's prediction for 3 world wars. I don't know what that is.
Is that Albert Pike, the guy from the Civil War? That Pike?
It's not Bishop Pike that shows up in our chat every once in a while, is it?
No, I know there was Pikes involved in the Civil War. But here we go.
What are pyramids? Why do they show up in every culture? And what is the function of them? And can I just say one thing?
Go ahead.
Because some people would say the pyramid is just the easiest.
Well, this is the same
physical.
This is the same.
It's the same. It's just
it's that clip channel, different clip. There's a bunch of different clips, but since these guys were nice enough not to fuck with us the last time we played their clip from their channel, I figured, let's go again.
The Satanist and creator of 33rd Scottish level.
Oh,
Scottish rites in the Masonic temple or whatever.
Yeah, I think the Masonics had a big part of building our country. The Masons.
Oh, they definitely.
Well, yeah, they were. I mean, isn't like I think every president except for 2 were Masons, right?
I think so.
No, but
Obama wasn't one, right?
No, he wasn't one I was counting.
I'm just saying he wasn't one.
No, I was saying Kennedy and Trump.
Isn't Washington
Kennedy
D.C.
wasn't
laid
a
out in
Mason?
some sort of strange way that kind of coincides with something to do with the Masons? Like the grid and street layout? I can't remember. I remember hearing a little bit of something about it, but
he's saying Clinton was the only one. I don't think Trump is. Maybe Trump is. Who knows? Trump talks too much. He would just spill all the beans about it all.
No, I don't think so. I think he talks about what he wants to talk about, but he knows what to keep secret. I mean, I don't think he's that much of an idiot. He's got some big ass businesses going on, and he's not telling people what land.
Well, he does build buildings all over the place, so maybe he's amazing.
Right.
Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, so let's see.
Structure to create at that size, right? Because if you create a building that just goes straight up, wind can rock it side by side, and it goes. Right. Whereas a pyramid is just the most stable structure. So that would be like the what do you call like the mainstream thought? What is that? What do you refer to?
They're saying that it's no.
No.
What pharaohs are buried in there.
What do you call mainstream thinking in your discipline? Do you call it what is that?
You talking about
what is the term? No, the term that you would use for like what they teach in school. Well,
mainstream.
Okay, mainstream. So the mainstream thinking would be the boring one, the one that we didn't ask you to come on this show to talk about at all. So please do not say, "Oh, the physics works best for a pyramid." Yeah. But they would just.
Does anyone else think that he looks like the guy that killed the fucking Archduke Ferdinand?
Maybe his haircut did.
I think it was him.
Hey. When kids are building with blocks, they eventually realize if they build it too tall, it falls down. So let's build in this way, and then that creates a pyramid. Yeah. But I'm sure you have something way more interesting.
So I'll go into the structure of the pyramid and construction, and I'll go into why. So what's interesting is the pyramids.
Is there any time where you're reading this and like you see an explanation that makes a little bit more sense, and you're just like, oh, that shit sucks?
No, I look into everything. See, what I do is I research everything, and sometimes over time, some of my theories evolve.
Good.
And I think that's a true sign of someone who's really seeking real knowledge.
Yeah, but don't involve them too boring.
Versus somebody who who's just into dogma. Because once I get so hard set into my own theories and I'm not willing to take any new input, now I'm just a preacher at a church.
Facts.
Literally. I'm just pitching dogma at that point.
Yeah. So today, it's church. I just want to let you know. This is church, and you can preach all you want. Yeah.
So, well,
really getting loose. We might need some tequila.
Yeah. Reverend Carson.
Do you drink at all?
I don't drink. No.
Okay, nothing. Weed?
I don't smoke either.
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah.
Really? What about DMT?
Just water.
Or mushrooms?
I just do water.
Water.
So because
he's trying to find out, like, what are you doing that you come up with all this stuff? Like,
oh yeah,
nothing. You don't drink. You don't smoke. You don't do DMT. You don't do mushrooms. What about acid? No. All right, keep going.
I'm sure you've heard of the profound effects of
a lot of great effects.
Psychedelics.
A lot of people have helped a lot of people. I have nothing against it.
I'm talking on the ancients.
Oh yeah, listen, I talk about it in my podcast. But it's real ancient stuff, but it will rewire your brain. And so once I read that, because I research everything before I do anything, I realized, well, I like the way my brain is structured right now.
So you don't want to rewire.
If there's any slight risk that I could lose my memory system, it scares me.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Because my memory system is really good. Like my ability, my recall.
What does he mean by that? That almost sounds like he says I'm not trying to attack him, but it almost sounds like he's saying he doesn't want to learn anything that's going to make him change his mind.
Oh, that's not open-mindedness then.
Right. I don't want to do anything that's going to rewire the way my brain thinks. And
well,
I don't
because
know.
he doesn't want to do alcohol or DMT. That's what he said.
I thought he was talking about researching.
No, he was talking about do you use substances, and he says no.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
DMT. They say DMT is pretty risky for rewiring some of your brain functions.
Yeah,
or your memory processes.
Yeah, and I get it. Like, you know, I mean,
all right, I understand now.
You've heard Joe Rogan talk 1,000 times about using DMT and how it's giving this whole different outlook on life and blah.
Well, there's this whole theory, and I hate to derail things again, but that's kind of my whole job here. That the reason humans have evolved or whatever and did the things and our brains expanded and all this stuff was because someone ate some mushrooms.
Sure. I mean,
a million years ago or something.
I think real Rossman has a good point here. There's a reason DMT is so demonized. There is, because, you know, like when they tell me that American soldiers with PTSD go do DMT and they come back and they don't have it anymore.
Yeah.
Because it's
I thought that was MDMA or ketamine or something.
Same thing. It's all the same. It's all psychedelic stuff, right? It's all something to make your brain think differently. Either way, so I think there's a reason that they demonize this stuff, because they want you on the fucking barbiturates. They want you on the goddamn antidepressant bullshit that, you know, when my daughter told me she was going on, I go, God damn it, stop that bullshit. Get over your ass. You're not depressed. You're fucking young and single. There's a difference. You know what I'm saying? You're not depressed. Just move on with your fucking life. And she'll be on that, and you know, oh, this one gives me a weird side effect. So she goes and gets a different version, I don't know how many fucking versions of this stuff are, but she's tried them all. I said, well, obviously you're not depressed. You're just fucking bored. You're bored with your life. That's not being depressed. Get a fucking hobby. Jesus
hey, well, you know,
Christ.
that's how you generate a lifetime customer, right?
Yeah, of course. It's crazy.
Hey, take this, you'll feel great.
Oh, hey, you got diabetes? Just take the fucking medicine, but you can still eat the same way you eat, because you can take this medicine. You'll be just fine. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here's not a fucking diet plan. Here, try this diet plan for 60 days and then come back and see me, and let's check your blood sugar level then. No, we're not going to do that.
Get on the treadmill. Watch what you eat.
Yeah.
My dog wants to go out.
Well, tell your son to take him out. You don't do nothing else.
Want to go outside? Want to go out?
I said that's yes.
So
whenever I say that word in front of my dogs, they all wake up and fucking they run to the door. So I had to spell it.
You want me to play this, or you want me to wait till I get back?
No, you're fine. Go ahead and play it. But you know what?
Capability?
Yeah, you're.
He might say, "Yeah, go ahead." He's not going to say anything that smart.
You sure? I mean, look at him. He's smart.
He's making money.
No, he's got a good channel, but I don't think he's going to make me want to stop anything.
Well, you can always just click out of it if it's a.
Yeah, we can pause it or hit stops. Well, if I remove it, I can't.
Yeah, but you tell me, it wouldn't matter.
That's fine.
Go
ahead.
I'm only gonna be gone 2 minutes.
Okay.
Retention is on point. Yeah.
So I'm like, what if I do this and I lose that because it rewires?
That's the thing too, Peter.
Not that I'm afraid to do it.
I don't want to
lose my file cabinet. That's really all it is.
Okay, have you always been like that? I'm just curious.
Yeah,
like since you were a child.
Since I was a child. Yeah, I started reading at 1 year. I was reading at 10 months child books, but by 1 I was reading real books.
The government shouldn't tell us what we should.
I read my first as a toddler. I read my first novel.
Yeah, I mean,
which was The
should
Sea
be
Wolf by Jack
body
London.
autonomy, right?
Yeah. Not that big of a novel, but I read it. So anyway, the pyramids. Now let's take a look at the structure.
How do you even understand the things in the book? Like
I don't know. I always knew stuff. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I had a brother who was only 1 year younger than me, and my sister was 6 years younger than me.
He doesn't drink,
and I would
and
look
he knows
at them and I'd
things.
say, these are real kids. They're like babies, but nobody could see what I could see.
Wow.
I told my mom.
Did you think that your siblings were stupid?
No, I just thought that they were babies.
So you knew that you were operating as an adult.
Yeah, something was a little different.
Got it. But you thought that the expectation for them was normal, and you were different.
Yeah, because I tried to talk to them about my stuff, and they just couldn't. They couldn't rap. They couldn't even, understand what I was trying to tell them. So I gave up.
Okay.
I've been walking around for decades with all this stuff in my head, just kind of like wandering through the wastelands of life.
He thinks he's so much
Who do you
better
think read
than
more, you or Cat Williams?
What, he's 6 years older than the youngest one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You don't think you got
I'm not
Cat?
going to compete with him.
You don't think you got Cat?
The one that's 6 years younger is
I
a
read
dummy
over
compared to
1,000
you,
scripts.
dummy.
It's interesting too because if I remember right, I think he says he remembers. I think that was Terrence Howard. No, that was Terrence Howard. That was Terrence Howard when he was on Joe Rogan talking about his earliest memories being in the womb.
What?
Yeah, that was Terrence Howard. Yeah.
Did he say anything good while I was gone?
He said that since he was a kid, his younger brother and his younger sister always seemed like children while he felt like an adult. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Well, maybe he's 20 years older than them.
No, 6 years and like 4 years older. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like but either way, 6 years older than your sibling is a lot. When you're 12 and you're dealing with a 6-year-old, it's like, yeah, that's a fucking child. Of course it is compared to the 12-year-old.
A marked difference in development.
I mean, what an asshole. Did you know the Europeans stole African knowledge? No, not the Europeans. They didn't colonize anybody. Those damn Brits, they didn't steal stuff from other cultures and sell it around the world and get rich as fuck.
It's possible, I guess. I'd like to know what knowledge it was,
Maybe how to mine gold in Africa.
It's possible.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. And even if they didn't steal knowledge, they stole their resources. Or they claimed it as their own after they conquered them in a war.
Maybe probably the wheel.
The sun never sets on British soil, and now they've got an empire the size of what, Michigan?
Yeah, I know. It all comes back around. Like they keep giving up territory.
My door's open.
Yeah, we saw that.
All right, well, press play. Let's see.
Cylinders. I have 1,500 books in my house that I've read. That's one, but I've read over 1,000 scriptures, cylinder scrolls, papyruses, ancient text tablets, you name it, from all around the world.
Take that, Cat.
So, but I'm not going to take anything away from him. Whatever he said he read. So yeah.
Okay, pyramid.
Okay, pyramid.
1,500 books.
Wait. Okay, so he's talking about reading papyruses.
Yeah,
and
scrolls.
He's talking about scrolls, but those are written in like dead languages, like Assyrian and stuff from right. And
yeah,
Like, how the fuck does he know that language?
Well, dude, how do you read 1,500 books and still live your life? I mean,
I think you could do it. My dad was an avid reader. He was reading several books a week.
Really? He reads that fast?
Some people can, man. Some people
Dude,
can
I get 2 pages in, I'm fucking lights out.
Yeah, some people love reading, man. And
my wife does. She reads all
I
the
mean,
time.
shit. I mean, I understand, like, he probably is talking about your translations, like the guy's saying in the chat, but when you're reading a translation that somebody else translated, how do you actually know that it's what it says? You know?
I think Billy he's younger than he looks. I think he is older than he looks. I think he's in his 50s, I think.
Oh, well, really?
You know, yeah. Black don't crack.
Don't quote me, but I believe that he's older. He's older. He's younger than he looks. So.
Okay. Don't read in bed. What does that mean?
So let's look at first thing, the structure. Okay, these blocks are all different. They're not the same exact size.
Right.
They're all custom made and custom fit. So the
52 years
Lego
old.
theory would work
if it was all.
If the blocks were all the same. In other words, I know these blocks go for this particular. These blocks are going to be the same size. No matter what, I can stack them over here or intermingle them. Every block is individually custom made to fit right where it is. So that becomes very, very difficult. It's like the Great Pyramid, over 2 million blocks of stone, and nobody realized that they're all different 2 million blocks. They're each individual stone is totally different from the other one.
Well, maybe that's just because they couldn't get them all. Never
Dig
mind.
up the whole fucking pyramid at once?
No, but maybe because like they were just taking stones and cutting them, and they didn't have exact. I don't know. Like why it's like a puzzle, yeah. But why? If they had this great technology, because I've seen some stuff where it's super tight, everything's super smooth. It's like, how did they do that? But then why wouldn't they just make them all the same size?
Yeah, why? Here's the blueprint, guys. Give us a fucking 4x4, brick or stone and cut it, and then the next one will meet up. But you have to take in all the angles as the pyramid's going up. That's the hard part, right? Like the degree of angle, you have to make sure that cut matches every level going up and up. It's unbelievable how they did it, dude. I mean,
well, it's like how
those poor fucking slaves,
wasn't it supposedly
that across the desert and then putting it up a fucking ramp that goes, 300 feet into the air? That was fucking unbelievable. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm kidding. Go ahead, Jim.
But I mean, isn't it that the outside was supposedly clad with a different type of stone? Like it was supposed to be like really smooth, limestone or something.
It had
quartz.
It had a coating that made it really shiny.
Yeah,
but
and it's gone now, right?
Some pyramids have a little bit of it left.
And that was to conduct the electricity because it was a giant generator.
Probably.
And it had like a quartz piece on the top.
It was probably the insulator to keep it within the fucking seams in the blocks, right? So it doesn't have stray current. Like current's a problem. If you know electric, you don't want stray current coming out of your fucking box.
I've heard
it'll
that
kill
before.
somebody.
You have a fucked up day.
Yeah, I mean, like I deal with like gas and power companies all the time, and gas pipelines are always worried about stray current coming off of electric lines buried. And when that stray current jumps onto the gas pipeline, it causes corrosion, which eats away their coating on their pipe, which causes rust, which causes holes in the pipe, which causes explosions. So there's all these tools out there to stop it. But goddamn, it's endless. The money these goddamn utilities put into keeping their shit even up to code. Not even advancing technology, just keeping it working. It's crazy. No. Most new gas lines are plastic, but there's still a ton of fucking steel gas main and copper or steel services going to houses across the United States. There's way more steel than plastic, but all the new stuff's plastic with shitty tracer wire that gets cut and you can't locate it, and then the motherfuckers have to dig blind all day long, and then boom, there's a damage.
Yeah, I think I mean anything that was installed prior to like the year 2000 or somewhere around there, or maybe a little later, was all steel.
For
gas,
gas. Yeah. I mean, 90s they had some plastic too. I mean, there was plastic in the 90s, but it wasn't as prevalent. It was very experimental back then. Same thing with water. They started putting in plastic in the 80s and 90s, but they didn't even know what tracer wire was for water lines back in the 80s. So none of that shit you can locate. But gas knew, even back when they started with plastic, they had to have a way to locate this stuff. So they've always ran tracer wire with their stuff. And like I deal with these towns and they're putting in new water and it's plastic. And I go, hey, Dave, we're hiring this contractor to put in our water. How do you recommend putting in the tracer wire? I said, well, don't hire the guy you're hiring. Hire the guy that puts in gas for gas utilities and tell him you want to use the same code that gas uses for your tracer, because they have specific codes they have to use to make the tracer run properly throughout the whole system. And they're like, fuck, I never thought about that. And guess what they do? They go find the gas contractor to put in their water lines. Because the tracer is the most important thing for long-term, being able to go out there and find this stuff when people are digging in their front yard or they're putting in the cable. Like every town in America right now has got a cable TV company digging through it. It's fucking unbelievable. Like every town's got at least 3 fiber options in their town, whether you got 800 people there or 4,000 people there or 50,000 or a million or whatever it is. There's a gazillion options for this shit. You know why, Wode? Because the federal government gave out about $3 billion this year for fiber for everybody.
So I live high-speed internet stuff.
Yeah, I live 4 miles from town. I live 4 miles from the town. Guess what's not coming down my road?
Fiber optic.
Nothing.
Nope.
Well, they spent like 60 billion or 70 billion or something like that for high-speed internet, and not a single person has high-speed internet yet from that. They spent like 70 or 80 billion on electric charging stations, and they've only built like 7.
Oh, remember they were going to have a whole grid of fucking these stations across America, so you could go from point to point to point to point, and you'd get there in no time. Yeah, there's no high speed out here. Oh my God, you disagree with us, Peter? Okay, you're on the right channel. Please, if you ever want to come on and disagree, please hit me up.
All right, let's see. So.
Which means you can't make a cookie cutter and say, okay, we got these blocks ready, let's stack them up. Didn't quite work that way because they're all different.
If the federal government really wanted to give more people high-speed internet, they would give subsidies to people that want to buy Starlink legitimately, because it pretty much works everywhere and it's high-speed satellite internet. Because Elon's not working off of one satellite in space. He's working off of thousands of satellites in space. So my internet's super fast to be, just a wireless satellite dish. And the cost for Elon is up front. You own your dish. Unlike DirecTV, where you're paying like $12 a month for the fucking glory of having a dish in your house. Elon, it's like $500 to start, and you get your dish and you get your modem. You set it up, and it's over. You just own it, and then it's $100 a month for unlimited, internet. So, and it's super fucking fast. So, it's crazy. I mean, don't be paying fucking, every goddamn contractor in the country millions and millions of dollars to run.
Then wouldn't that be a monopoly if everyone had to use Elon?
Well, there's already enough competition. I'm talking about the rural people now, because they're trying to bring rural fiber to everybody, right? You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. There's already a system out there that works. Because I guarantee you, after they finish in town, because they're putting fiber in the town I live in right now, they've already got 2 other fibers. They're putting in a new one right now. They're not coming down my fucking road. So you accomplish nothing. You're already giving people with options just another option, but not the people that don't have an option, any option. So it's all a fucking fraud. It's crazy. Undersea cables are fiber.
Not all of them.
No, there's
still a bunch of old ones that are,
but they're not really
copper.
in use anymore. They transitioned most of that stuff to those giant fibers. It's who said something about college? Crazy Cat said something about college.
How could the undersea cables be fiber? Because you have to have a repeater every so many miles.
It's just carrying the light.
But the light you have to convert it, and then you have to it has to go through, get converted to electric, then convert it back to light again every 3 or 5 miles or something like that. It can only go.
I think it depends on the size of the strand too. These are transcontinental fibers, so it's not like it's this size strand. It's not like tiny. They're probably giant light strands that can carry a bunch of light at the same time. I'm sure that's how they fit. Like when I go to a big fiber, let's say it's a 432 strand fiber. That cable's like this big. Okay, that's nothing. Now back in the day when it was late 90s, early 2000s, and that 432 strand fiber got hit, it was a fucking disaster, dude. Like they have this truck that they'd pull out to the damage site, and then they'd pull one end of the fiber into the truck, the other end of the other truck, and they lined up it, and then they would seal it. And they did it because it had to be perfectly clean. There could be nothing.
Yeah.
Nowadays, they sit in the fucking ditch like they're fixing copper, and they just sit in the ditch and fix that fiber. But that transcontinental shit, there's probably one strand as big as that 432 strand carrying light. That's how big those have to be for it to work. And if you've noticed too, in modern fiber, unlike the early days with AT&T, you're talking about, Jim, they had those repeaters everywhere. I don't see as many repeaters, but I do know it's still a thing, because if you're more than 3 miles from a repeater, they won't even offer you service because it's not high speed at that point anymore. It's just diluted fucking light going down the line, so it's not going to be high speed.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know there's a limit on how far, and then basically they just it's like they convert it to electricity. You know what I mean? They could convert it from light to from photons to electrons, and then convert it back again to light. They just go boop boop. They amplify it. You know what I mean? Like because the light can only go so far until it's like any type of light, it can only travel so far.
Right. But I think the bigger the strand, the more light can make it through. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And who knows, man? Who knows if they, on these underwater fibers, if they don't have some sort of repeater network that works, that's completely encapsulated so it can run electric, and they have to go down there and change batteries every fucking 2 or 3 years. I don't know. I mean, I have no idea.
No, maybe they have a solar panel or something powering it. I don't know.
With the expanding Earth, that fiber is going to get stretched to the limit.
Yeah.
And they got to find the water, right?
It's possible.
Yeah.
Dave, I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, I like Lemino stuff, man. That one he did on the JFK assassination was fucking great. Do you watch him, Jim?
No.
Check out Lemino. He's good. I will not play his videos here though, because he's a super big channel. I don't know if he would strike me. But he might. But he's a really good presenter. And I think he's a European guy, or maybe Eastern European guy, but he takes his time to make his videos. They're really good. Really good.
Well, Tim Smith, that's a good question. How did we come up with any of this, aliens? How did we go from vacuum tubes and diodes and triodes and triarcs?
Because you talked about the coating over the pyramids with the electric. And
no, he was asking how did we come up with any of this aliens, the electric stuff. It's a good question. Like I personally, my personal opinion, I'm probably a goofball, but I think computers, microchips, the whole integrated circuits
years is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. I think it's all been reverse engineered, and that's why, if you notice, they're constantly doing updates on the computers. It's like they're trying. It's basically like to trial and error, figure it out, just get it to work until something pops up, and then they go, okay, find a workaround to get it.
Yeah.
Real Rossman, you're the only one on X. If you want to talk to everyone else, you're going to have to come over to YouTube.
How's he on X?
He's on X.
Are you streaming on X?
I'm streaming on X.
I don't even know how to stream on X.
I told you it's real easy. You just click the thing that says X.
Well, why would you tell me to do that, dude?
I did.
You're the worst producer ever. You take 4 seconds to answer my question.
All right. You know what? Cut my pay in half.
I will double it. I'm kind of excited about the message you sent me earlier today with the other two people.
I am too. I've been thinking about it. That's why I'm all in a kerfuffle. I was waiting to see him pop in.
Yeah. You send him a link every night, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I get the other guy needing a schedule because he pulls the same shit with Nick all the time. But he can jump in on the road on his phone. I don't care. It'd just be funny. Just hey, pop in and have some fun. The Roswell crash was real. Yeah, I think there were other crashes before Roswell. I do. I think there were other crashes. I mean, wasn't there one in Missouri or something like that they had in the late 1800s that I've heard about?
I mean, there was probably some crashes that came. That's where they got certain metals that they made stuff out of. They didn't know what else to do, so they melted it. They didn't know what anything was. So they just melted it and created some weapons. But now they knew. They go, oh, this is some kind of circuitry. Look at this. We can make this work. Or
think about our first computer ever. This is 10,000 times, probably 100,000 times more powerful than the first computer ever made. But
the first computer ever made was the golden. What were they called? The golden something or others that was made by Turing during World War II, and they were all mechanical.
Right, and that's how they figured out the code, right?
Right. That's how they broke the Enigma code.
Yeah, that was a cool movie.
Or the Bronze Goddesses or something, or I can't recall. They were.
That was a good movie with what's his name? The Greys invented DOS 5.0. Those bastards.
Now you have to take into consideration also the subterranean part of the Great Pyramid.
The game, yeah.
The subterranean, like the subterranean
imitation
shaft, which
game
cuts through solid stone and goes down 65 meters, then another 30 meters down beneath that, which I've been down there. How in the world did they cut that through solid stones that were already stacked? Some type of a laser cutting tool. And if you look at the mud ramp theory, the floating theory is a farce. You can't float these stones. The second thing we look at would be the mud ramp theory.
Again,
the floating theory, really quick, is the idea was that the Nile ran right up against.
To make that statement, Jim, you don't know if they had enough technology to make something float that big. You can't say that undeniably.
Well, if they had some kind of way to laser cut, maybe. I mean, they had some kind of cutting technology that we're not aware of. They having. It's possible they had some kind of sound wave technology that were able to vibrate things. There's all types of things that are being done with sound. We're figuring out now that sound waves to blow up tumors and
yeah.
I mentioned before, I think on a previous stream about the Sean Ryan show, and he had a guy. He was a Army paratrooper. I think he was a Ranger, but after he got out, he went into contracting with his dad for construction, and he's got a story on one of the Sean Ryan shows of going underground, and they were going to build a shoot house for training, right? So the guys would go in there and they would do, their tactical operations inside a shoot house underground so they could practice. And he claims to have seen floating stones in the underground area. And then when he came back out, everything was moved out. So just some more woo-woo stuff. He actually saw some like levitating high mass stones.
Really?
Yeah. Sean Ryan's a good one to check out. He's got some good stuff on.
That's cool.
Some stuff's pretty fun. One of his more recent ones, he's got Annie Jacobson on. If you've heard of her, she's the one that's done a bunch of books. One of the recent ones talks about how the world will end in a couple hours if there's a world war with nukes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if they cut the power lines across America, we're fucked.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I really think, if there's a grid, that's why they got to get this shit all, what they call it, backed up, right? I mean, that's what happened out there in
Well, it's so like the big
Cleveland.
transformers they use for the power stations, they take a long time to build and they're custom one-offs pretty much. So you take out a big you take out those like a big substation, you're talking a long time to repair that grid.
Yeah, right. Agreed. It just makes me sick when I see these goddamn solar farms going up. Ugh. Terrible stuff. All right, go ahead, Jim.
There we go.
I think the pier. So they were taking the stones from the Aswan Valley. I'm pretty sure.
Some of the granite from Aswan, and then some of the stones from not too far away.
But the idea is that you could float them up the Nile,
Right.
so they
Are there
weren't
really 100,000
because the original
Chinese
theory, I
soldiers in
think,
our
was that they were
country?
rolling them across the sand, and people were like,
Rolling
"How
them.
could you possibly do
Right.
that?"
Rolling
But the floating theory, I guess, makes sense in terms of a human's capability to move a heavy object.
Yeah, but you have to displace the mass.
Right.
What are you displacing mass
Oh, look
with
at this,
for
Jim.
that level of mass in
World-renowned,
water?
geohound.
Highly unlikely that they would be able to displace that much mass to keep them floating. Otherwise, they'd sink. I mean, look at all the mafia
That's
movies. They
awesome.
just throw you in. You don't come back up, and you have a lot of air in your lungs too.
Yeah. What were they using? Oh, fuck. There's like a video of this. What were they using to keep them afloat?
I forget, palm leaves or something. It was something ridiculous. It wasn't too bright.
It was on logs or something like that, maybe. Anyway, go on.
Yeah. Anyway, so you have that, but then also you have to take a look at the mud ramp theory, which is you need more mass than the Great Pyramid in mud to actually have the mud ramps. So now you have to move more mass than the 2 billion blocks to make the ramp. Again,
And
didn't make
ideally,
any sense.
the ramp is how they were building the pyramid up in that way. So you need a ramp to bring the blocks up.
Right.
And then when you get on top, do they just slide down? Like I'm so confused about how you finish that final stone.
It's a bad theory. It's a bad theory.
Oh, I guess you could.
So once you start really analyzing the stones, the structures, the way that they're interlocked, you see there's an interlocking design system.
Yeah.
And each stone is custom made to be put in place, which
Every
means it
level's
needs
a
to
different
be
angle.
created at the moment that it's needed. How do you do that? You're going to get this stone up this mud ramp or float it up into this area and then put it into a spot that it doesn't really fit. Oh, I made a mistake. It doesn't go here. Doesn't make any sense. The blueprint for the Great Pyramid, for example, was so sound, they had foreknowledge of exactly how to build it and why. And so you see that these stones were made and cut and put into place exactly, precisely when needed. It didn't take 20 years, in my opinion. It probably took maybe less than a year to build that pyramid. Now, what's the purpose of the Great Pyramid?
Why less than a year?
If you look at I took my
I've been there. I've seen it.
Yeah, took my Geiger counter.
Yeah.
And my compass and everything else, and you start to realize that this is so high tech. It's like throwing up a house in my neighborhood. It takes them 18 months to throw a house up.
Yeah.
This is not one of those things where we're trying to figure it out as we go. This is something that has been done so many times.
Gotcha.
It's common knowledge.
So this is advanced planning. They had the the logistics and the schematics all built out. You need to for how sophisticated it is. I subscribe to that. They're not throwing it all together.
Well, check this out. The Great Pyramid, if you calculating by the size of the base and the size of the stones, you can calculate the time 365 days in a year. You can calculate the distance from the Earth to the moon. You can calculate the distance from the Earth to the sun. You can calculate the speed of the Earth around the sun, the speed of the Earth on its axis, the speed of the sun around the Milky Way galaxy, and the speed of the Milky Way galaxy around the local cluster, all from the Great Pyramid mathematics. So now you got to tell me, how in the world did that fit in with the rolling logs, the water, or the mud ramp? We're talking about advanced technology, advanced beings that made that pyramid as a time capsule of incredible knowledge. A star map even is built into it to tell us who was here in the ancient past and who did it and how. When you take all the temples that are around the pyramid and the other two pyramids that are next to it, and you look at it from the sky looking down, and you connect them, you get an inner planet system of our solar system. You get the sun in the middle, you get Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. So you get the interplanetary solar system from Giza looking straight down. And what's incredible...
Wait, I thought Giza, and I thought they were aligned to the belt of Orion. which is Sirius, right?
I'm not an astronomer.
I'm not either, but I watched a video once, and I swear they said it was like. Dave, you've heard that before, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
That the pyramids, like the 3 pyramids, that they align with the stars of the stars of Orion's belt
to the North Star, right? They're perfect. Like they're off by like half a degree or something like that. And they all have the same pattern as Orion's
belt,
pattern
right?
in the sky. Yeah. Yep.
And that was in that movie with Will Smith. You know, the galaxy is in Orion's
yeah
built.
Yeah.
Which was the cat's thing. But anyway, he's saying now that the pyramids create the galaxy that we're in with the sun, and I never heard that before.
Yeah.
The pyramids create the galaxy that we're in?
Yeah, that the sun, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn.
Huh.
I don't know how. I don't know. I guess.
Let
me back it up a little bit to see if I heard that
talking
wrong.
about you could derive some sort of math that.
Well, he did. He was saying the math is everything, but that's because I think it's some kind of multiple of 26 or 26,000 or something.
The 26 is big in the pyramid scheme. Which lines up with the size of the Earth, which lines up with the distance to the moon, or whatever. I watched that Graham Hancock shit, and my mind fucking melted. Like, holy shit. But they were dumb. They were just dumb, ignorant people making these pyramids. It makes no sense. I mean, they just luckily lined it up with Orion's belt and the North Star, and all these other, like the Mayan civilization on the equinox. A certain light comes through at the right time. Even up in Scotland, at that big building that's half under Earth. I can't remember what it's called.
Stonehenge.
No, that's England. It's like white. It's a big white building. And on the equinox, the light shines through to light up a perfect pathway in this fucking temple thing. It's unbelievable. But I watch all this shit, man. I love all this. I think I've watched every episode of Ancient Aliens 20 fucking times.
Yeah, because I think that's part of why they say that stuff's all older, because they align with Orion's belt, which is like Sirius. I think it's one of the stars, Sirius A, B, C or something. That's when that aligned perfectly, it was 12,000 years ago or something, when it was the time of Taurus. And then when they opened up the Ark, it melted all the Nazis.
It's lined up before then too. It's like
every so many thousands of years.
That's how old these things could be, because it could be from a previous generation. Like we say, a lot of times people think the Egyptians just inherited the pyramids. Like they didn't even know what the fuck they were. Yeah. They just worshipped them. They came there like, holy shit, we need to worship these things. There's never been a fucking goddamn pharaoh ever found in a goddamn pyramid. And if that's what they were built for, why haven't we found a pharaoh in one? You know why? Because they didn't even know how to get into them. They didn't even know how to open that motherfucker up. Does that make sense? Like, I mean, why wouldn't there be shit in there that was theirs?
Didn't they have to break in, basically? Like, they couldn't figure out how to get in. They had to bust it open until they could find, like, where. Well, yeah, they didn't. Fuck that. They didn't build them.
And you look at it from the sky looking down, and you connect them, you get a inner planet system of our solar system. You get the sun in the middle. You get Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. So you get the interplanetary solar system from Giza looking straight down. And what's incredible is when you take the NASA interplanetary solar map and you overlay it on that diagram,
Jim, where the pharaoh's buried?
It matches
the cemetery.
No, there's like there's like a special place that they call. I don't know. There's a bunch of pharaohs buried in this temple.
Is it something about the kings? Something of the kings?
Valley of the Kings.
Valley
of the Kings. Yeah. It's Valley of the Kings. Yeah. Chat's the best, dude. This is like, we can talk CG We can talk fucking detracting. We can talk all this stuff, and everybody's here to just listen to us bullshit because we're having a good time.
Have you guys ever heard the theory about multiple arcs, and that there was an arc in each of the pyramids?
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know who didn't have an arc?
Indiana Jones.
Christopher Moltisanti. He didn't have no arc. That's what he was complaining about, the Paulie Walnuts. No arc. And Paulie told him, you know who had an arc? Noah. Noah had an arc.
Mm.
Wait, Charlton Heston? Oh my God, man. Was he a superstar in his day too, man?
Oh, man.
Shit. And he wasn't even a good actor. He was
When's
like
the last time?
He was like that over-the-top action hero type actor, but he was such a good-looking guy, a good
just
personality.
a Chad.
Yeah. Yeah. So, all right, let's hear it. Mr. Carson.
Well, we can listen to Randall Carlson. I
don't think on this channel we can't. Well, maybe his YouTube stuff we can. Not that fucking Netflix shit.
Yeah, no. Moses, so 10 Commandments. Got to watch that again one of these days. It's great.
Yeah.
It's down to the millimeter.
Mm.
Was NASA around back
Nick's
then?
going live, Jim.
No.
I'm just asking for a friend.
Yeah.
So obviously they knew what the hell they were doing. And also the distance from the sun to the earth and to all these other planets by the astronomical unit, which is in astrophysics. How did they get that? The Grand Gallery leading up to the King's Chamber, the longitude is the exact digits of the speed of light in meters per second.
Really?
Meters didn't exist back then.
You're telling that like stared tunnel that
I've
goes there?
seen that whole argument too
Really?
about
Yeah,
the
the
meter.
location
Jim.
is the
Like,
exact digit.
the whole meter thing that Graham Hancock's talked about, but it never existed before, like Europe. The meter matches up to so much in ancient Egyptian civilization. It's crazy.
So the Egyptians actually used they used a system called the cubit, which is interesting because it changed every time the pharaoh changed, because the length of the cubit was from the elbow to the wrist of the ruler. And that was their So like my whole background is in metrology, and the cubit
What's
was
metrology?
So it's the science of weights and measures.
Oh, I thought it was the science of weather. That's
no, that's meteorology. So
I'm giving you
metrology.
shit.
So whenever you'd have the new pharaoh or the new ruler come in, the cubit would change because the length of that measurement would change, which makes building something like this in that period even more challenging, because you figure it'd probably take more than a lifetime, right, to build one of these things.
No, he said less than a year.
Well,
no,
I don't think
less than a year.
That's what he just said. Not through conventional means, not at all.
But here's another thing too. That's why the mile, because the mile is based on feet, and a foot is actually kind of, if you take your foot actually is the same distance from your elbow to your wrist.
Right.
Should be.
It's close, pretty close.
Should be, yeah. It's
pretty close, standard, unless you got weird arms or something. But so that's probably why the cubit and the foot are pretty close to the same. Pretty close to the same. So
I just measured mine. It's the same as my arm.
No, because like a yard is 3 feet. A meter's pretty close to 3 feet. Close.
Yeah, 3.32 or something like that.
So, I mean, it's close. And whenever they talk, and there's another thing, I don't want to throw water and everything. Whenever they talk about all these numbers and measurements, they're not exact. They're close. They're not exact.
Yeah, but
they're always close.
The meter is a big measurement in the Egyptian. Like, it's weird how, like, anyway.
Well, they had a cubit and then they had a royal cubit.
Yep.
Was that they had a measurement? Was a royal cubit like the government version of the cubit?
So what they did is they would have wooden cubits, right, for the workers, and then they would have to take them and compare them to the royal cubit. So basically, it was kind of like a check to make sure the quality of the measurements were right. So they would hold the standard, which was probably made out of granite or whatever, and they would compare the wooden ones to it to make sure they were the right size.
Jimmy, if the Teamsters were doing it, it would have been a 10-year job, and they would have wanted to.
And half the shit would have gotten stolen.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, they definitely weren't stevedores moving all those fucking blocks.
The Teamsters built those shitty pyramids to the side that nobody talks about. Those are the ones out in the middle of nowhere that nobody cares about.
The
they
cakes that look like they weren't baked
We're
right.
going non-union. We're going to get a bunch of slaves. And they're going to build this shit. But I don't think slaves built it, dude. I don't think slaves would have the will to make it as perfect as they were. If slaves, why would slaves give a fuck? You want me to throw some rocks on top of each other? All right, here they go. Kill me. I'm fucking breaking my back in these quarries anyway. I don't have my family with me. You took me as a slave. Why the fuck would I do this? I think they were paid employees, Jim. I really do.
Well, I think I read something, and I don't know if this is true or not, but even back then, like, not even, I shouldn't say even, but back then, the slaves only had to pay 20% of their earnings to the pharaoh.
So they weren't slaves. They were fucking indentured servants.
Yeah. And it's kind of odd because we pay way more than that now to our government. So doesn't that make us slaves?
Well, yeah. No,
they pay less.
We're the worst slaves, dude. We're the worst slaves. We're the worst. We're given this false thing like, oh, you're making, $75,000 a year. That's awesome. No, I'm not. I'm making $40,000 a year after all the taxes from all the different governments, whether it's federal, state, local, and then all this. I consider insurance a tax, guys. Insurance is bullshit. If you've been on your insurance for a full year and you're paying let's say it's $10,000 a year for your car insurance and your homeowners and nothing happens, why can't I get a refund? Thanks, man. Here's half back. And then next year, it rewards you for good behavior, but they always penalize you for dumb shit. Like, unless you hit a deer. If you hit a deer, it's like natural Mother Nature, uncontrollable.
I mean, technically, insurance companies shouldn't be making these huge profits. It's supposed to just be
I don't mind them making profits,
but not a huge profits. They shouldn't be making huge profits. It's supposed to just be their premiums are just supposed to be able to cover whatever their payouts are for claims, plus operating costs and some profit for the shareholders, but not what it's now, where insurance companies are making billions of dollars a year in profit.
And you can't do anything about it, dude. Yeah. Like, I remember back in the day, they rewarded you, 5 years, no accidents. We're going to drop your premium 10%. No way, man.
Not so much.
Every time I try and go look for new insurance providers, I know we're going to charge you twice what they pay.
You can find stuff like that on homeowners where after so many years, they waive your deductible. They do it for cars too. They'll just waive your deductible.
Well, I've been with State Farm for fucking 12, or I was with Geico for like 14 years. They never waive shit.
No.
Ever. And now I'm with State Farm, but I got all my insurance on State Farm. But I think I pay like, between my cars and my homeowners, I don't know, man, like probably $1,200 a month in fucking insurance. It's fucking stupid. Can't stand it. Because here's the worst part, Jim. Like, I live in the middle of nowhere. My house was kind of custom built because it's got Amish wood and stuff in my house and everything, right? So I know what I paid for the house, but they make me insure it at almost twice of what I paid.
Replacement costs?
Yeah, you motherfuckers. Which makes my rate twice what it should be. I mean,
yeah.
Literally, if I burnt the house down tomorrow, I would not buy the same size house. It would be a lot smaller.
Well, it's like what they say, when tax assessors look at your house, they raise the value. When insurance assessors look at the value of your house, they raise the value. And then when you go to sell the house, they lower the value.
Yeah, yeah. But if you go to the assessor's office, if you have the motivation, you go, why'd you raise my taxes? They go, well, because of inflation or whatever. You go, no. Come to my house and actually assess my house.
Yeah.
Nothing has changed since this house was built. And they will actually change it. It does matter if you go see the assessor's office when you get that stupid bill. Does it have? No, it actually has a. It does. It did have a retarded electric system, Jimmy. And what I mean is I have 2 panels in my basement, right? But when you hit when you turned off the main power in the main switch, it did not turn off the power in the secondary panel because it was all hot wired, crossed over. So if you didn't know that and you thought your power was killed because you hit it in the main panel, you were going to fucking die.
You'd have a fucked up day.
And my house passed inspection, dude, when I bought the house. But then I had some electrical work done in the house.
Is there a main breaker in both panels?
There's a main switch in one panel. So you assume that you're turning off both when you hit that main, right? So I had an electrician come out and he's like, dude, this could kill somebody. I said, well, what's it going to take to fix it? He goes, like $400. I said, fucking fix it.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to die one day and this is going to be forgotten knowledge. And my kid is going to come in here, you know, thinking he's a smart ass, turn off the main switch and think it's dead. He's going to kill himself, or the next owner is. Plus I want to pass inspection because you know it's going to fail, right? When I sell the house, I'm going to have to cough up at that point like $1,000 because because a guy gave me a break because he was doing other work in the house at the time. Right. He goes, you know, it's like, I'll charge you $400. But yeah, that was fucked up with the electrical system. But the worst part about my electrical system is my provider. Like Jim knows, he's from Illinois. There's ComEd. They're the big player, right? They're an Exelon company. They're gigantic. And then in Southern Illinois, or even like, no, not Southern, like 10 miles south of me is Ameren, which is another big player in Illinois, Missouri. But I have Corn Belt. Dude, if the wind blows too hard, I lose power. Because the fucking overhead power lines, they short out all the time. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah. You mean going to work people? Going to work people tax sucks. Yeah, get up and breathe. You just ComEd or crooks. They are. They're all crooks. Corn Belt's worse because they don't even give you any. They give you no like kickback, Jim, when you go to solar power. You know, like ComEd and Ameren, they'll give you like so much money to get your solar installed, and also they'll pay you for the extra power you're selling back to the grid. Corn Belt says, "Nah, we ain't doing any of that shit." So we get to deal with that. And I looked up solar for my house, Jim, like 2.5 years ago. It's like $60,000 for the panels. But I also wanted the battery backup.
Yeah, you kind of need it.
Well, you do, because at that point, if I'm not gonna do it, I might as well just get fucking a generator.
Yeah.
Just buy a fucking, generator, and when your power goes out, it automatically kicks on, and I hook it up on my propane tank, and away we go.
Yeah.
I think that's how I'm going to go. I'm going to just go get me a Generac or a Kawasaki and do that. Oh, I spend the bourbon on bourbon, Julio. I don't spend it on my kids anymore. They're too old. I spend it on my bourbon.
Nice.
Yeah, I bought this bottle. I showed you this last night, this Kentucky vintage.
How is it, Dave?
It's not as good as pure Kentucky, but after about the second drink, it's like, oh, this actually is nice. It's pretty good. It's like a 45% alcohol, so it doesn't, crush you with the alcohol. Now, remember, Jim, we watched that video about the mellow corn. The mellow corn whiskey.
For whiskey? Yeah.
Yeah. So I saw that today at the store. It's like $18 for a bottle.
Oh, shit.
And I had it in my hand. And then I also saw this Buffalo Trace.
Oh, nice.
Bottle about this big. It's called White something, and it's white whiskey. It was $15. I was like, I was going to buy those. I'm going to go back to the store and buy them just to do a fun stream with them.
Is it white whiskey just basically it's fresh
like
out of the still?
Dude.
It's not, but I mean, basically, it's not been stored in a charred barrel, right?
Nope. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
George
it's
Nichols
how they
got
drank
it
in the old days. That's what the bottle said. This is how original whiskey was made, and it's a very small bottle. but it's 62% alcohol.
Yeah.
Buffalo Trace does not make alcohols that strong.
No.
This one is 62%. So I'm going to go back. The mellow corn is like 45% alcohol. But I'm going to go back and get them because the Bourbon Life thing is no good. Yeah, it's better than Beer Life, dude. Shut the fuck up. I will never stream in a hot tub because I won't buy a fucking hot tub. I think hot tubs are lame.
Is he doing a hot tub stream again tonight?
No. He's doing a deep thought stream about the fucking Trump decision and some other nonsense. But I'm gonna go back this week and buy that stuff, and we'll talk about it because the guy that did the review said that mellow corn was actually good. Like he said, this is actually good. Like holy, and it's yellow. It's fucking yellow. So let's get back to Mr. Carson. See what happens, Jim. After we get past 3 hours, I'll be here all fucking night.
Meters per second.
That's fine.
Well, guess what I found?
What's that?
I found Proto-Sumerian cuneiform in Mesoamerica on pottery, and also tablets that show a Proto-Sumerian metric system. And I didn't find it myself, but I found the record of it and documentation of it. It's legitimate.
Well, he said he didn't find it himself. Someone else found it. And then
he said, I found. He guessed what I found. He said,
but
guess what I found.
Yeah, but then he said someone else found it. So let's.
Oh, guess what I found?
What's that?
I found Proto-Sumerian cuneiform in Mesoamerica on pottery, and also tablets that show a Proto-Sumerian metric system.
Sounds like Star Trek.
I didn't find it myself, obviously, but I found the record of it.
I didn't find it myself, obviously.
Yeah.
I've never heard this before in my life. I've never heard it. I've never heard this, and I've watched a lot of this shit. But hey, maybe he did. But I want to see receipts. Don't be Eric July. Show me a picture. Give their producer, like when he goes on Jamie goes on a show. Show me this shit. I'd like to see that stuff, because basically he's telling me that proto Mosaic culture had the same math as Egypt. Is that what he's saying? Woad? And you did metrology or whatever?
Yeah, Proto-Sumerian. I mean, I don't know where this cat's going. I'll be honest. I think he's throwing out a lot of buzzwords to sell it.
Sound smart?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the dude's obviously smart. I mean,
no, he's
got a big business. He's making a lot of money. He
seems like he believes in it. That's
really,
great.
He really seems like he's genuine as far as his belief system and what he's talking about, you know. Yeah. But it's like I said, Star Trek. It's like when you're they're talking about, you know, how the warp core works, and they just start throwing out words. You're like, yo, bro, hit the brakes. Save something for us with room temperature IQs. Let's see what's going on.
Exactly, Peter Watts. Way to bury the lead. That was a Mesoamerican part proto.
Yeah, let's rewind this a couple seconds. This is getting
woo woo. This is woo woo Friday stuff.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
What's today? Tuesday?
Wednesday.
I'm losing track here.
So tomorrow's just a theory Thursday. That the chat didn't have to pay for that. Maybe we'll change it up and make it a fucking a detractor Thursday, because we've had so many weeks or nights of this, but this is fun. I like this.
It is
stuff,
fun.
Man.
And we're kind of detracting on this too, by the way. It's not like we're just going, oh, yeah, this guy's great. I mean, we're kind of detracting.
Well, we're asking questions.
Yeah, it's okay to ask questions.
We're not asking questions of Eric. We're beating the fuck out of that piece of shit.
Yeah. We're just asking questions here. That's all. How did Tower 7 come down?
Yeah, exactly, right?
Look, man, I saw the fucking planes fly into it. That was our AI was not that good back then. I remember where I was that day too. Everybody does, right? I know.
I remember exactly where I was. My son was only about 2 weeks old.
Yeah, I was at work in Columbus, Ohio, and somebody said it, and we literally ran to a thrift store, bought a TV so we could watch it in the office. And the next fucking plane hit like that right after we plugged it in. I was a manager of the office, and we're all like, "Holy shit!" I thought we were going to war. Like
I thought we
war.
were.
Not Iraq.
Like I was. Someone told me, like someone came and told me, hey, we're being bombed, and I said, "What do you mean we're about to being bombed? They just blew up a building." He said, "What?" So I went to look, and I'm like, "Holy shit!" And then all of a sudden, here's the other plane, and I go, "Oh, we're not being bombed. That's a terrorist attack."
Yeah,
and I was like, I'm like, that's
like this little business park that we were in, and there was like a thrift store 2 doors down. We ran down there because we didn't even think to put on the goddamn computer back then. Bring it back, turn on NBC. Now, as soon as the second one hit, I called my wife, said, "Holy shit, this is not good."
I was honestly
she was raising our kids. She's like, "Raise my kids." What are you talking about? I go, "Yeah, turn on the TV."
I was definitely expecting to see some glowing in some desert somewhere. And I was shocked that they didn't just say burp burp.
Yeah, big glass parking lot.
Yeah, because but then again, they couldn't have made all that money over 20 years of war if they would have just zipped them real quick.
Which it's funny. It's kind of
get reelected as president, right?
Yeah,
by being the hero.
It's a segue into old Billy here, because where was one of the first places they went when they went into Iraq? The museums, and took all the Sumerian stuff.
Territory of it, yes. All right, so we rewind it. After Peter said he hid the fucking lead.
Yeah.
In meters per second. Well, guess what I found?
What's that?
I found Proto-Sumerian cuneiform in Mesoamerica on.
Okay. Okay.
Can you explain that? Can you explain that to me? Because I'm wondering, like, where's Mesoamerica? Is that South America?
Well, that could be anywhere in Americas, technically, by calling it Mesoamerica. That's that's pre-Columbian, right? Is what they mean by Mesoamerica.
I think he's referring to Central and Southern America, though.
Yeah.
Right. Because North America always gets fucked. Like, they think we're the youngest fucking continent ever. I think we're the oldest.
We're a bunch of dumbasses up here.
Did anybody see, like, I'm going to have to look for it. Somebody, I was seeing something where they found some kind of big stone in somewhere in, like, the Northwest that they're like, oh, and it looks kind of like the same stones in Peru and in Egypt, and these giant stones that are fitted together in the weird polygonal shapes and stuff. I'm going to look for it. I'll try to find it for one of the future shows. I didn't know if anyone else had seen that.
Yeah. No, I haven't seen that, but it's probably true, dude. Like, look, man, it's probably true.
No, in America, somewhere in the United States, Tim Smith, they found them somewhere. Like, I want to say Northwest. Montana, Northwest, Oregon, somewhere. No, not China, in America, North America.
1 × 1 = 2.
That's Terrence Howard.
If you're doing Bill Gates math.
No, because 2 is weird according to the math peoples. I don't know. I don't want to get into that. Let's stay on this woo-woo.
On pottery and also tablets that show a Proto-Sumerian metric system.
Now, on these tablets, would they possibly be made out of gold? And were they shaped like plates?
Did they find them in the Adirondacks?
And was there only one guy who could read that?
Yeah.
And was his name? I don't know.
Joseph Smith?
Does he have a musical?
Did he have a Technicolor Dreamcoat?
Was it lost in the ancient
I didn't
gold city of the Mayans?
Yeah, I mean that's another interesting one. That gold city that they like some I don't know what was it?
El Dorado.
But there's a city and what was it? Cortez supposedly saw, right?
Yeah.
When he was going down, and then when he came back, he couldn't find it. But it was years later. Maybe the Amazon overgrew. Maybe something happened. And I don't know.
Dude, if I go buy a city of gold, I'm stopping the fucking truck stop.
Yeah.
Sorry. Stop this fucking boat. We're getting out now.
Find it myself, obviously, but I found the record of it and documentation of it. It's legitimate. And So the metric system existed long before that French guy discovered it. He only rediscovered what already existed.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's like, man, then you look at the pyramid, it was sitting on top of an aquifer. The aquifer is dry now because the Nile is gone, the war happened and everything else. But when you have running...
Wait, what? Did he say war?
War.
Yeah.
What war?
The war happened.
The War of the Water? I mean, the war destroyed the aquifer? Is that what he's saying?
I don't know. Hold on.
I think he's watched a little bit too much of Graham.
Maybe.
And he's repeating a lot of the same Graham topics. Like,
Nice.
Push for 5. Dude looks more Blaze than me. And my PFP has shades. Oh my God. Thank you for the 5. That's awesome, man. Oh my goodness. It's so bad. Like but he never, plus he says he's never used any drugs or alcohol. Because he doesn't want his ability to think freely to be fucked up by chemicals, right? That's basically what he said earlier.
Doesn't want to compromise his brain.
Water underneath magnetized crystal
big
granite,
brain.
you get physiostatic electricity. The aquifer is dry now because the Nile is gone, the war happened and everything else.
Said the war happened. Okay. All right. I hope we get into what this war was because I am fascinated.
There's only 3 minutes left.
Okay. Maybe I have to look for the video that say the war that destroyed the aquifer.
They built the pyramids in under a year. He could probably explain this in 3 minutes.
All right.
Or 3 seconds.
Well, there's like 3 other videos of this that I have ready to go of him talking to these people. So we're going to have fun.
Else. But when you have running water underneath magnetized crystal granite, you get physiostatic electricity. Those aquifers dry now because the Nile is gone, the war happened and everything else. But when you have running water underneath magnetized crystal granite, you
said magnetized crystal granite. Now,
the water's running underneath magnetized crystal granite.
I mean, I've heard that before, that there's there was granite pipes that with water running through them, it creates water running through granite creates
static electricity
or something like that.
Sure.
I just don't know. When he said magnetized crystal granite.
Flannel pajamas and sheets in the wintertime.
Yeah.
Great. The sparks you'd see under your bed when you were a kid with your flannel PJs. You're like, oh, look at the sparks. Yeah. What the fuck is he talking about? Because you just said there was no water left.
But maybe at the time there was. I mean, it is weird too that all these other pyramids around in Mexico and other places all had springs and water underneath them.
Well,
I'm just saying.
But he's talking about building the pyramid. So is he saying that the running water causes?
No, he's saying that he's saying that the water in the aquifer was used to create electricity. I think with the granite. And maybe that there were maybe the pyramids were power generating stations through the water. I thought they produced plasmas or something. I don't know, but
he watched the Y files and forgot he was high. I love me some Y files.
I love the Y files too, man.
Yeah,
I fucking love it.
AJ's awesome.
I love Hecklefish, man.
Hecklefish too. Like Hecklefish is the perfect person who can say what JJ can't.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So he's the cartoon of the show, because cartoons get away with more than what live action can say, right? Like, it's for sure. So South Park is still being made, people. It's not fucking canceled for a reason. So Hecklefish, even I'll watch their fucking ads. That's how much I like these 2 guys together. And is JJ playing Hecklefish?
I don't know if AJ is Hecklefish or not, but I think he says what AJ wants to say.
I think it's him with a voice modulator.
Yeah,
he just adjusts the pitch. He's got a pitch setting.
I think he said before, I don't want to really say who does it, because either way, but AJ does look fucking tired sometimes. Like because Hecklefish
is never there on a live show.
Okay, yeah,
it's only recorded stuff.
Didn't he work for like Kill Tony or something before he started all this stuff?
I think he was also like
a comedian
in Hollywood at some point, or in like radio or something. He did some kind of stuff with his voice. I mean, AJ's got a great voice. He's got a great presentation. Like it's very well produced, right?
He's a pro. He's a pro.
Yeah. No, he's a pro.
Definitely a pro. And he's not a young guy either.
No,
he's definitely not a young guy.
He's in his 40s, right?
No,
he's older than that. You think?
I think he's older than that. I think he's older than that. For sure.
I thought he was younger than me.
I don't think so. AJ is Hecklefish, says Monkey Jeebus. But I've watched every episode of the Y-Files.
Same.
I've watched them all. I wish there were more. Like, oh, you've only been doing this long. But he does. You can tell, like, he goes, man, it takes a lot to make these shows, and I'm sorry I'm behind. And I love when he throws out the compilation videos. Even though I've seen them before, it's 2.5 hours of me just throwing something on in the background when I'm driving or whatever.
Yeah.
And I can just listen. I don't really have to pay attention as close as I do when it's a brand new episode. Like this week's episode was
we're gonna have, maybe we can
great.
Try to email him or get him on Twitter or something to say, can we please play your, talk about your file, your shit, get permission to do a compilation and talk about it.
Did you saw the one this week, right, Jim, about the fucking
Project Gladio
after World War II?
Yeah, Project Gladio. Yeah,
Project Gladio.
Oh, I have to watch that.
Oh, it's fucking crazy, dude.
No,
but he goes at the end, but it wasn't real.
My favorite ones, it's like, it'd be like a 50-minute episode and he talks like 47 minutes about all the stuff that was wrong.
And you're like, oh my God.
The best ones are when he gets to the end, he goes, and I don't have anything that says this didn't happen.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh shit.
And it's very rare too.
Yeah.
But I also love it when he goes, but, and Hecklefish goes, no. It's like, no, no buts.
No buts.
No.
I'm waiting for the.
I never said that granite was magnetized. I said water flowing through granite can cause an electric charge. He said it was magnetized granite, and I was
He'd be a great first guest on your channel.
Oh, Hecklefish? Fuck yeah! If I could get Hecklefish, that would be awesome.
Yeah, wouldn't that be the funniest thing ever if AJ like promoted Hecklefish to go on your show and he's just in the background talking shit? That'd be the greatest shit ever.
He's got to bring his camel though.
Oh, the fucking beaver shit too.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's so weird, man. Like, you can tell AJ's got like dirty humor in him, but he's keeping it clean for YouTube. That episode he made 2 weeks ago where he said this might get me canceled.
The DARPA one.
Yeah,
that was a good one.
It was really good. I would love to go over that on the show. I wanted to so bad. I was like, dude, he's gonna fucking kill me if I do. And I don't blame him, dude. He puts a lot of effort into that. It's not like Joe Rogan don't put no effort into his show. He's us.
He's
just more popular than us. Right.
Yeah.
And he pulls up clips and talks about it. That's all he does.
Well, I would have at least asked this guy in this interviewer I would have asked him, what war?
Oh, this guy's just a fucking simp for this Carson guy.
Well, I think he's stoned. I think he's just begging, like, all right, tell me more. Yeah, sounds cool. And like, wait, what war? The war. What war?
He smoked a bunch of weed and then got his hair cut. And then now he's interviewing Billy Carson.
Yeah. Right.
Get physiostatic electricity. Those ions push up into the Grand Gallery. Some of the water comes up and goes down into the Queen's Chamber. I'll talk about that in a second. The energy from those ions moves up into the King's Chamber. It stepped up. Well, before it had to have that little box there. The box was added, by the way. Before that box was there, it had the capability of creating fusion and sending electricity through the apex. When the pyramid was broken, the structure was broken, they added that box. That box is the same exact dimensions as the Ark of the Covenant.
The box you're talking about is that like tomb-like structure?
That rose granite box that's inside, yeah.
Yeah, how would they even get that in there?
Yeah, they added it later on. How to get, a lot of the stuff I think they teleported or manifested.
What? That granite box is fucking heavy too. What's he talking
about? They manifested
it.
They manifested it. I'm going to manifest. Wait, I am now a billionaire. I manifested it.
They made a dream board.
But they couldn't levitate the rocks.
Oh, maybe he does mean the Anunnaki War. Okay. Maybe. But he didn't say that. That would have been nice, Kevin, if he would have said what war. Because they could have met the War of 1812, and when they burned down the White House, it destroyed the pyramids. I don't know.
No, Crazy Cat. He did say they teleported it.
He did say teleport.
He said teleport.
He said they teleported or manifested it.
Rewind it.
Which manifested would mean they just...
Mission.
To have that little box there. The box was added, by the way. Before that box was there, it had the capability of creating fusion and sending electricity through the apex. When the pyramid was broken, the structure was broken.
Real quick. Why did they add it later?
He's saying that they added the box to replace where the Ark of the Covenant was.
No. He's saying He's saying the box is the size of the Ark of the Covenant, the exact size. So maybe it is. Maybe he's trying to imply it is the Ark of the Covenant, and that was added because somehow the pyramid was broken and could no longer transmit electricity out through the apex, and it must have just flown out, and people just grabbed it to use it, whatever they wanted. I don't know. I mean, he's starting to lose me here.
Right.
I want to believe.
Well, I want to believe sensical stuff.
Yes.
Because go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Somehow the fusion that was killed, and somehow the box, the secret box, was one of J.J. Abrams' mystery boxes.
It's a mystery box.
Added that box. That box is the same exact dimensions as the Ark of the Covenant. The
box you're talking about is that like tomb like
that rose granite box that's inside.
Yeah. How would they even get that in there?
Yeah, they added it later on. How to get? I think a lot of the stuff. I think they teleported or manifested. But look and listen to this.
It's behind limestone and fucking 40-ton bricks. How do you teleport through that?
What's in the box?
How do they teleport through fucking walls?
I don't know. Stargates.
I mean, what do you teleported it? Like, did they open the fucking top?
Well, I saw this documentary where they teleported whales out of the ocean inside the Enterprise to take back in time or take forward in time to talk to this thing that was coming into the universe.
That's more believable than teleporting through the fucking bricks or the granite and the limestone of the fucking pyramids. Sorry. I mean, they or it manifested like,
well, Crazy Cat, the dimensions of the
cheese plate.
The dimensions of the Ark of the Covenant are supposedly written down in cubits somewhere. The measurements. Because remember in Indiana Jones when he flipped open the book and he said, "This is a picture of it, and here's the size."
But to say it's the size of the Ark of the Covenant means you have to believe in the Bible, right? Which means that you believe that the Ark of the Covenant's real. So a lot of people would throw his theory right out of the door because they don't even believe in the Bible. So how can it be the same measurements as the Ark of the Covenant if you don't believe in the Ark of the Covenant?
I don't know.
But it teleported.
Teleported would be some kind of device, and maybe the pyramids were a teleportation device. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
Well, I would think if you're building a power generation station, you might want to put the magic box inside while it's going up.
Yeah.
Not teleport it when you get done and go, shit, we forgot.
Well, no, he's saying it worked, but then somehow it got broken. No really explanation how it got broken or who broke it or why, and then they put this box there to fix it.
There's so many gears and fucking widgets to break. I mean, it's just fucking solid stone with a magnetic energy that they're making flow through this. Whatever. Yeah, he was on. He's a big time YouTuber, Tip Stock. He has a big channel. A big channel.
Yeah, he's big time.
Big time.
Peace out. Let me tell you. Let me tell you where I get that from. Let me tell you where I get it from.
Even they're laughing at us.
In the emerald, listen to me.
Billy, come on.
In the emerald tablets, listen to me. No, I'm gonna give you some science now. In the emerald tablets,
Give us some science.
listen to me. In the emerald tablets, Thoth talks about manifesting solid matter. He talks about it as a specific way, manifesting solid matter.
I mean, it is when you're in there insane to get this too.
Well, let me tell you. Let me tell you. He manifests solid matter from photons and cymatic frequencies.
Cymatic frequencies.
Yeah.
What is that?
You know, I manifested some solid matter earlier today in my bathroom. It came right out, and then I flushed it down the toilet.
I did twice. So, yeah. What the fuck, dude? Like, I'd be laughing my ass off too right now. Sorry, I would be. Because I'm a dick. But yeah, this is too funny. He's really smart.
Sound waves.
Fuck.
Yeah. So we know that in string theory and quantum physics that the way that the universe is formed and shaped is all based on vibrating microscopic strings that are emanating matter into existence.
Well, okay. He says we know that. There's string theory, and then there's hole theory.
Why can't we replicate?
But that's not. It's not. There's loops. There's different theories. They're all theories. I don't think they've none. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think we know any of them to be proven true.
Dude, if you know it, you have to be able to prove it. And nobody's. They haven't proven any of this shit. Oh my God.
No. I mean, that's like saying I ate some string cheese last night, and that's how I know that string theory is real.
But he didn't say theory, did he, to White? He said, we know.
Yeah, he said we know. We know because matter is made up of tiny strings. Well, there's multiple competing theories on what matter is made of. I think. Maybe I'm wrong.
Monkey Jeebus simulation theories coming up soon.
Tell you, he manifests solid matter from photons and cymatic frequencies.
Cymatic frequencies.
Yeah.
What is that?
Sound waves.
Fuck.
Yeah. So we know that in string theory and quantum physics that the way that the universe is formed and shaped is all based on vibrating microscopic strings that are emanating matter into existence through this frequency creates the illusion of reality. He's talking about this 30.
Okay. Now I guess he's on simulation because it's just an illusion of reality.
Dude, we did a Joe Rogan.
We can't. Joe Rogan will strike you.
He strikes you. He's a fucking asshole.
You can't do Joe Rogan.
Dude, this guy's sitting here telling us that we know the universe is created by sounds on a string. Is that what he's saying? Like, I thought we lived in a vacuum. Space is a vacuum, right? How can sound travel?
It's not a vacuum.
He does strike. He strikes hard.
Yeah. He did. Joe Rogan did strike us, yeah. I called him out on Twitter. Got almost 20,000 fucking views on that tweet, by the way.
36,000 years ago. Well, just 5 years ago, two scientists in a laboratory in the UK used for the first time ever photons and cymatics to manifest solid matter in a laboratory.
Okay.
Yeah. You're going to doubt him?
Do I have to look this up?
You better. In a laboratory in Wuhan. Yeah. That's where it came from. That's where all this came from a Chinese lab in Wuhan, China. Wode.
It seems like the origin point for everything, isn't it?
This is kind of like your thing, though, right? I mean, you actually know about this kind of stuff that he's talking. Is he talking out of his ass or what?
It's like I listen to some of his stuff and he talks a good game about some things, and then he just goes like off the rails. And I'm like, bro,
well,
I can't follow you anymore, bro.
Okay. I guess in 2000, it's claiming they created matter from light.
Yeah.
Who said that?
The Department of Energy.
From where?
Our Department of Energy
said they created matter from light.
If I remember right, though, it was like an extremely small amount.
Nuclear scientists have used particles that create matter directly from collisions of light. They predicted this process in 1930s. Making matter from collisions of light, Department of Energy. All right, Wheeler effect. Okay, maybe. Matter can be created out of light. But he said they created it using sound.
Right. Yeah, of course. Peter Watts, Big Bang Theory. Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, I didn't really like that show. Shitty ending.
And I didn't like the theory either. It's as good as fucking Darwin. That piece of shit that ruined American school systems forever. Evolution.
It just keeps coming up light. Nothing about sound. Wait. Oh, hold on. What? This is TikTok. Scientists combining photons and cymatic frequencies. I'm not going to even click on.
Is it him? Is it him?
It might be him.
Yeah,
the Christian Science Monitor says scientists use sound waves to levitate, manipulate matter.
And that's the Christians who believe in God. So,
I mean, I'm seeing they did it with light. I'm not seeing they did it with sound. So I think there's a difference, but maybe I'm wrong.
I just want to see a video of them making matter out of light. We've seen photons not react properly, right? Load if you're not looking at them.
Electrons, yeah.
Electrons, yeah.
They shoot them through, and when they're observed, I can't remember which way is one other, but one shows up as a wave.
Yeah, look, it's him. It's all his fucking videos. It's him.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Sorry.
Hey, David, I'm coming up on midnight here now.
Awesome.
And I have to work tomorrow.
From home.
Yes, but I still need to go to bed.
I'm giving you shit, dude.
Hey, but no, thanks for having me on, man.
All right, man. Get some rest.
Hi. I will see you soon.
All right, we'll talk soon.
All right, take care, guys. Thanks, chat.
All right, see ya.
Okay. Share my screen, please.
Replicatable became peer-reviewed science. Peer-reviewed science.
Okay, so
we've now rediscovered a way to create matter from photons and sound frequencies.
And I'm imagining they're doing this on a microscopic level.
Yes, on a very small level.
But the idea is, if it could be done on a very small level, then it could potentially be done on a very large level.
Oh, now you're talking about literally manifesting entire structures.
Oh.
You send into the computer the blueprint you want.
So this is 3D printing.
And this thing prints out a whole building like this.
What are pyramids?
Oh my God. So we got to the end of that to say that they 3D printed the fucking pyramids, basically, Jim.
Yeah. I don't think we want to watch his traumatic alien confrontation story tonight.
No.
But we can watch. Do we want to watch? Did we want to watch? Did aliens create different races, or do we want to watch? Does the Bible hold the keys to unlocking ancient advanced technology?
Now, see,
that's only a 9-minute video.
Yeah, and that's kind of an ancient aliens thing. So that might be fun. That sounds like an ancient aliens thing.
Which one?
The Bible.
The Bible? Okay.
Yeah.
You said that they had doctored the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
What's the earliest version of the Bible that exists?
One of the earliest versions is the Ethiopian Bible and the Sinai Bible.
Okay, so Ethiopian Bible. That's fire. There's this great clip. I don't know if you've seen. It's on one of these fucking Ivy League campuses.
Yeah.
And there's these white kids talking about how it is a form of white colonization teaching Christianity, and there's an African student there who's like, Christianity was in Africa before it was in Europe. And then the white girls are just like, they have no clue what to say. So this does, I imagine, speak to that, right?
Yeah.
So who was it that went to the Ethiopia? Which tribe ended up going there? Because I think there's a Jewish.
Oh, you're talking about
Isaac? Was it that he went down there? One of the 12.
Yeah, one of the 12 tribes. Moses went down there.
No, I think
Moses went down there and met his wife, and she was a woman of Cush. So the Cushite people ended up in Ethiopia.
Oh, okay.
Wait, Moses smoked weed?
I know. What the hell? Okay. I don't know my Bible lore, but I didn't think that fucking Moses went to Ethiopia. I don't know that.
It's like the cushy behind. I get it. Like you wanted more cushion for the pushing on that woman.
Burning bush. The Queen of Sheba. Oh my God, they keep them coming so fast.
Okay. I thought there was one of his. I thought it was one of the 12 went there, but I could be wrong.
And they call the 12 apostles,
Matthew?
right, Jim?
It's possible, but
So he called Mermena.
Well, I mean, they're talking about two different things. First, he's talking about the tribes of Israel, and then he's talking about the tribes of the Israelites. I'm sorry, and then they're bringing up about they're talking about Christianity, which is the 12 disciples. But I don't know how many tribes were there of Israelites. I don't know, 12, 14.
They started out with Christianity,
and then he went to Israelites, and he was talking about Moses. And then now all of a sudden it's back to Christianity. Well, it's kind of intermingling.
Because they're trying to prove him wrong. Like we were talking Christianity, and you brought up the Israeli or the Jewish side of this, but Matthew is one of the 12 to spread the gospel that went to fucking Ethiopia to spread the word.
So there was 12. Hold on. So it's just a coincidence that there was 12 tribes of Israelites and 12 apostles.
Disciples. Yeah. Not a coincidence. It
has to be a coincidence.
One religion just believes one major thing is different than the other. Other than that, they're pretty much the fucking same. Right?
Well, no, because the 12 tribes happened way before the 12 apostles, right? Or 12 disciples? I don't know.
Like, all we know is that the Jews don't think Jesus rose again, right? Isn't that basically it? Like, they don't think that Jesus came back to life?
Okay. No, it wasn't a coincidence. Numbers mean things. Magic numbers. Deal with it. Okay, I'll just deal with it. Let's back this up a second.
Oh, you're talking about
Isaac? Was it
still there?
He went down there?
I just watched that.
One of the 12.
One of the 12.
Didn't a bunch of the...
There's one person that mans that church until they die. And then when he dies, the next, person from that religion or religious order goes in and protects the Ark of the Covenant at that church in Ethiopia. It's still a thing. It's actually pretty amazing to think, like, man, I had no clue that was even a thing, like that there was this devout Christian society in Ethiopia that's trying to protect the Ark of the Covenant because they think it's in their church, and they've been doing it for, thousands of years. And one guy lives there for 40, 50 years and just fucking dies. He can't leave. He's just there.
Matthew.
Because he wasn't in Africa. He came and went to Africa to teach the Africans, the righteousness of Christianity or whatever.
Maybe they just thought that was his name because he went.
Jim said it funny.
Moses went down there.
No, Moses
went down there and met his wife, and she was a woman of Cush. So the Cushite people ended up in Ethiopia.
Oh, okay.
I know there was a tribe called Quest, and he had a band. No, I know there was a tribe that they relocated to Israel.
God, the fucking terrible jokes are getting terribler.
I know they are terrible. There was a a tribe that got relocated to Israel not too long ago. Like I think maybe in the 70s.
Oh, really?
That they relocated them all to Israel. A bunch of actual black Israelites
out of Africa.
Out of Africa, yes.
That's cool. Like,
yeah, I mean, we can look it up, but I'm like pretty. I'm almost positive about that.
There's
I'm like 98%.
Yeah, I mean, there was a pretty big, Jewish belief system in Africa at one point. There really was.
Yeah.
I gotta label my board. I don't know which fucking button does what sound. So,
mine says right on the top what it is.
On the top of what?
I got a display panel on mine.
So do I, but it doesn't.
It's off to the right. It doesn't tell you.
Oh yeah, this is it. There we go. That's what they wanted to hear.
Crickets. There you go.
Your bad joke.
All right, let's get back to this guy. He's
Go ahead.
He's on to something here. I don't know what, but it's probably drugs.
There was one of his. I thought it was one of the 12 went there, but I could be wrong.
Maybe it's possible.
Matthew?
It's possible.
So it's called Mermena, supposedly in Ethiopia, describing as a land that was inhabited by tribes of cannibals. After departing from Jerusalem, and the Holy Apostle Matthew preached the glad tidings of the gospel. And that's why you see a Jewish faction there as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so the earliest version of the Bible, or one of the earliest, is in Ethiopia. What are the differences between that Bible and, let's say, like the King James?
Okay, and a couple of things. The first, the Old Testament is the Torah from the Ethiopian Torah.
Wait, the oldest Torah we have is also Ethiopian?
Yeah.
Dude, black people hold it down, bro.
They still
really hold it.
The original Jews.
Yo, I gotta go to Brooklyn and apologize. It was right the whole time.
Yeah, come on.
Okay.
Kyrie Irving was right the whole time.
What?
I bet there's arguments about that. Like,
yeah, I'd say so.
I would say there's many arguments about that. I'm not Jewish. I would like to bring Joe Logic on one night and see what he says. Like,
his own explanation about how he had a Cushite wife. Moses went to the land of Cush and had a Cushite wife, and that's why there was Israelites in Ethiopia. Well, wouldn't that mean that Moses was already an Israelite, so he was before, and like that whole thing with Moses leading his people out of Egypt? I mean, it's kind of like,
it makes no sense, right?
Doesn't make sense. It's circular.
So Moses, who was an Israelite as a slave in Egypt, breaks free, spreads the word of his own beliefs to the country or the continent that wrote the fucking book that he believes in. That makes no fucking sense. That's retard thinking. Sorry. Dude, Tim Smith. I might be Jewish. The sounds of coins dropping perks me up. It's funny, like, remember, like, when coins dropped? Like, nobody has coins anymore. You never go to the goddamn Quick Mart and people pull out cash. It's always a goddamn credit card. Oh my God. We read so many like chats. It's great. Oops, God.
Okay. I did a whole mini documentary on this.
Really?
With full research.
Okay, I want to get to all of that, but take us there. Okay, so oldest version of Old Testament, Ethiopia.
Who did?
Carson. He just said it.
Oh, hold on.
I gotta go to Brooklyn and apologize. It was right the whole time.
Yeah, come on.
Okay.
Kyrie Irving was right the whole time.
Okay.
I did a whole mini documentary on this.
Really?
With full research.
Jim, you look like I do when I watch an Eric July video. You're ready to fucking blow your brains out at this point. Like,
Okay, sure.
Just because you made a documentary, don't make it true, dude. Okay? Just because Eric made a comic book, don't make it good, dude. Don't make him a comic book creator or a writer. It just makes him a guy that puts some pages with art with words in it. It doesn't make a comic book. It made it into the zeitgeist. But dude, don't tell me because you made a full documentary that it gives us more legitimacy to believe what you're saying. That's not cool at all. Yes, I would, Dan. Dan is asking, would I like some more videos on the growing earth to calm Jim down?
I have one saved. I'll watch it later to go to sleep. I'll put it on when I'm laying down.
You can go to sleep when you're angry?
Oh, it's the only time I go to sleep angry.
Dude, that's why you've been divorced 14 times. The secret to marriage is if you go to bed and you're mad, you better make sure you're not angry before you go to sleep. Because when you wake up, you're even fucking madder if you haven't resolved the issue.
The key to my happiness is I go to sleep angry every night to make sure I never get fucking married again.
Yeah, but it took you 14 times to find that out. I'm kidding. It's funny. Like that's been my theory.
No, you're right.
That's been my theory with marriage. Like, don't go to bed angry.
Yeah. I think Peter Watts is 100% correct. This guy is no Graham Hancock. We could call him Graham Hamcocks. I thought that was funny.
Throw on even. No, he's Eddie Grant. Remember Eddie Grant? I'm gonna rock down to Electric Avenue and let me see you cry. I love that song, man. And then Caribbean Queen. He's Eddie Grant without the beard. What's up, Julio, for another 5? He says, I hear you, Jim.
Caribbean Queen.
Julio hears you, buddy.
I did, Crazy Cat. I did spoil a girl's first time seeing Titanic by sleeping through it. And you know what? Not a problem.
Oh, man, I loved Eddie Grant. Back in the day, Eddie Grant, when that shit came on the radio, I loved it. Let's not get into Electric Avenue, Romancing the Stone, all that stuff, man. We got to do that fucking Rumble stream only, dude, and just blast out the music that we love and have a good time. We'll take requests. It'll be a DJ show that night. But the problem is I've only got 3 people watching on Rumble, and I don't know how to get these people to go to Rumble if they don't get the notifications from Rumble. If they're not subscribed there, they won't get the notification.
You know when you get the notification for Rumble when the stream ends. I get them all the fucking time when the stream ends. I'll get an email saying, "Oh, it's live."
But if they go to my locals and just sign up to my locals, not be a member, just just go to my locals channel and sign up, then we can promote the Rumble stream, and then all these great folks can come over there and just fucking watch a movie with us and do whatever we want. Guys, I don't even know what my locals is. What's my locals, Jim? God damn it.
Isn't it BTM Reviews?
Yeah, it's BTM Reviews on Locals. Just go to BTM Reviews on Locals and subscribe there. Don't pay money if you don't want to.
Are you sure Nick's going live tonight?
Yeah, he said he was at 11.
Okay, there's no link up unless is it just on Locals?
No, that's not what he said.
There's no link up unless it's just.
Is it typical Nick? He says going live around 11 Central. Talking Alec Baldwin and Trump's immunity case. So,
where was that posted on Twitter?
On X or Locals.
I don't see nothing. It just says, like, the last post I see is July 9th.
Well, I'm looking at it. So let me show you. Jesus
Christ. Okay, I see it. Never mind. It was below the live chance.
Yeah, just go to BTM Reviews on Locals, guys, and become just follow me on Rumble, and then when we do that Locals or that Rumble stream, you guys will all get the notification. Rumble's fun though, too, White, because I never get copyright claim there ever.
No,
ever. And any time I play any video on YouTube from another YouTube creator, they fucking hit me, dude. It's goddamn stupid.
I don't think he's going live. I think he canceled.
It's only 11:18 now, dude. He says
yeah, but he hasn't even put up a link yet.
Oh. Locals is easy, dude. Just go to locals and it splits the chat. Yeah, the look, man, I don't monetize most of my videos because they're always demonetized. I only make money when people send me like super chats. I've never made God damn this camera. I've never made any money off of ads because we're not friendly for advertisers. Because Jim says motherfucker too much. I say retard too much. It's just a thing. Let's get back to this guy telling us about.
Okay, I want to get to all of that, but take us there.
The
Okay, so
Ethiopian
oldest
Bible's
version of
the
Old
oldest.
Testament, Ethiopia. Oldest version of New Testament, either Sinai or Ethiopia.
Right.
What are the differences we see in these and then the newer versions of the text?
Well, what's interesting is the text. There's less mistranslations.
Less mistranslations. Got it.
In the Ethiopian Bible and the Sinai Bible, there's about 12 to 14,000 differences than the more modernized King James Version.
And what are the differences?
Well, for example,
how would he know there's less mistranslations? I mean, I hate to say this, but like they were written, like wasn't the original Bible written in like it wasn't even it was. I can't think of the word, but it's whatever language. What language did Mel Gibson make The Passion of Christ in? It wasn't Hebrew. It was some weird language. Like, remember?
Yeah.
And so, like, does he saying he knows those Aramaic? Does he know those languages or Sanskrit? Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying it's weird. Like. I don't know.
Yeah. It's really weird.
Or did he just use aromatherapy and he thinks that's the same?
Maybe.
Moses never crossed the Red Sea. He crossed the Sea of Reeds, which is a closer, much smaller and easier sea to cross.
Right.
As a matter of fact, if you talk to geologists, which like I did,
yeah,
you'll find if you do a geological rewind to go back in time with tectonic plate movements, a computer model will simulate that there was an actual tsunami in that area somewhere within that time frame, give or take 100 years or so.
Okay, first of all, tectonic plate movements, he just said. Those things move like
1 millimeter
centimeters
every 100 years.
Yeah, like centimeters. Like in tsunami, like there was, but he's saying tsunamis. Like, well, they think it was caused by I don't know, a fucking meteorite hit or something, like in the Indian Ocean, or there was one that hit off of the coast of Madagascar that they found evidence of, and then I don't know when it happened. I mean, there's also evidence of waves crashing over Africa, but he's talking about tectonic plate movements, like somehow saying that it was. You're right, to Bruce Kind. I think it was all just love and tenderness and utopia until someone came and fucked it all up.
Absolutely.
They were like, "There goes the neighborhood."
Yeah, these white folks moved in and ruined the neighborhood. God damn it. Look, man, I know you watch his stuff and people like him. I'm really I'm getting really close to grifter Stratus. I think he's watched everything I've ever watched and became the black guy that says it as well or better than a lot of people. And people, I mean, this guy on the right with this fucking Nazi haircut looks like he's looking at this guy like he's full of shit. He at this point, he's like, you're sounding ridiculous now. He's not anything. He's a researcher. Didn't you say he went to MIT or something, Jim?
Who? I didn't. Someone said he went to MIT. I said I don't know what his background is.
Yeah.
Someone else was on. I don't know if it was.
And that can be made up. Like, I mean, it's harder today. If you put, it's harder to fake shit. Crazy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Which would have easily wiped out that area, completely dried out the Sea of Reeds, and you can walk right across. Then the water would have come crashing back.
Wow.
But he never crossed the Red Sea. Also, another mistranslation is the God. God is not supposed to be singular in the Bible. It's plural in all cases. Gods with an S.
Oh, Akash really can't see this.
We gotta keep this one. Bleep that.
We got multiple gods and reincarnations. He might be on to something.
So hold on. But you see that in certain languages, like God in Spanish is Dios, not Dio. So that would be gods.
Yeah.
There's a plurality to it.
You know why?
But that is Father, Son, Holy Ghost, maybe?
No, they just copied it from the ancient texts and tablets.
Biting.
In the ancient texts and tablets, it's multiple gods. In the Bible, you have the gods are Enlil, and who's also known as Yahweh in the Bible.
Yeah.
And you also have Amen-Ra, the great Amen. He's, when you say the Lord's Prayer, that's Enki's prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us our daily bread, blah, blah, blah. That's Ptah's prayer, who's also known as Enki. Yeah, Enki.
In which religion?
In Christianity.
Enki is in Christianity.
No, he's ancient Sumerian.
That's okay. That's Sumerian. And
yeah.
who? And
he's an Anunnaki. So you're praying to him.
Okay. Who? I like don't want to go away. I want to learn about the Sumerians because I think that's really important to everything else you talk about. But I just want to learn some more about these different.
So when did they decide that this translation from the other Bibles was bad because it said multiple gods and then it became singular?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought 10 Commandments I thought was there shall be no other God before me.
Exactly. I just don't get what the fuck he's talking about. And I'm not a religious guy, but I know enough to know what the fuck I'm getting ready to oh my God. He is being very
unless we're all, I mean, I don't know, maybe
I don't know Too White. He has a lot of subs. It's crazy. I believe the Anunnaki more than this bullshit. Very good, Tim. I mean, dude, like multiple gods in the Bible. What the fuck are you talking about? That was the whole purpose in my brain of the Bible, Jim. Like it brought all of that multiple god stuff out of it and made it. You remember when Egypt, there was a couple pharaohs that said, hey, no more multiple gods. There's one God. He didn't last very long, right? But then later in time, they came up with the Bible and there was a singular God. And that's what they preached across the fucking planet to convert all these people into believing in one God, not multiple gods. Jesus. And I'm not a religious guy, but I think I know the basics. Yeah. Tim Smith says the Bible literally says God is the only God and others are false god idols. Yeah, absolutely. Should be getting bored.
No, I'm just confused. Not by you, by this. I don't know.
This is great stuff to watch though, because it's funny to me how this guy has how many subs? Like 400,000 or something?
No, he's got over 1 million.
Oh, yeah, 1 million?
And not this guy.
No, the Carson guy.
Carson's got over 1 million.
Subs.
Yeah.
He's got 1 million subs, guys. No, they're not. Saints are not like gods. Saints have to go through a lot to even get considered a saint, right? Jim, isn't that a thing? Like,
no, they just do like patron saint or something or other. They have to perform so many miracles, I think.
Like, I remember being a kid, I wore a medallion of Saint Christopher, the patron saint of safe travel.
Mm-hmm.
my parents bought it for me because we moved so much. And I'm like, yeah, let's put this fucking charm on your neck. And okay. And I had that thing forever. If I could find a St. Christopher medallion today, I'd probably wear it again because I actually liked it. I thought it was a nice little thing to have.
Okay. Let's keep going with this. Let's see what else, how much more my indigestion can flare up.
Differences in the Bible. This is always really fun. When you obviously with translation, you're going to find differences when people are explaining the meaning of certain things.
I'll give you one big translation that's off is they say, well, Jesus was crucified.
Whoa.
Well, that doesn't exist in the Sinai Bible.
What happened?
It doesn't exist in the book of Barnabas. He didn't.
It's a fire name.
Wait, wasn't Barnabas the criminal that they released instead of Jesus? Or was it Barabbas?
Is Barnabas a book in the Bible?
I never heard of it, but I know there was a prisoner that they released. Like they said, if I'm not mistaken, it was like a thing the Romans said, oh, we'll release this murderer, rapist guy, or Jesus. And they said, nah, release the murderer, rapist guy, not Jesus. Barabbas. Okay. Maybe, yeah, all right.
Barnabas, though? Like,
no, not Barnabas. Maybe Barabbas.
I thought he was going to say Barney Rubble for a second. Is this Flintstones? Barnabas stuff? I mean,
oh no, it was Barnaby Jones. They were looking for.
Yeah. Damn it. Fuck.
Barnabas.
I know. But they left that out of the Bible on purpose by accident.
So how did they kill him?
They didn't kill him. In Harvard Library, there is a book of Jesus' wife at the Harvard Seminary School. And they found that about 8 years ago.
Jesus' wife is the Mary Magdalene?
Yeah.
So she was not actually...
They're assuming it's Mary Magdalene. It doesn't specifically say, but it's assumed that it is, which means he probably had kids, and his Merovingian bloodline is still probably walking the land till this very day.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's in, what was that great book, the Dan Brown book, the Da Vinci Code.
Da Vinci Code, yeah.
Yes.
So
there's probably someone related to Jesus right now.
Right.
Kanye.
Stop it. It might be Ryan Garcia. The miracle workers. It's always the miracle workers, isn't it?
So it's interesting that's a mistranslation. Another one, actually, interestingly enough,
this is fun.
The word for virgin was mistranslated from Aramaic into Greek. So the word originally meant, I think it was laga, which means young woman. By the time it got to Greek, it was translated wrongly into virgin, which then made it into the biggest part of the story of Jesus, which is that his mother was
so she might not have been a virgin.
It's possible. But when I saw what convinced me, that's why I looked deeper. That's how I found out about the grandmother.
He went deeper, Jim.
So
he went to the next level. He went to the next level.
Yeah, he's not going to hold your hand. He's going to take it to the next level.
He went to the next level more than any religious scholar in fucking history. Like, they found out that Jesus 8 years ago in a library at Harvard.
No, I thought he said that they found Jesus's wife in the library in Harvard. Like, she's there right now studying.
Right, and Jesus is still rolling. He's got a bunch of kids.
But she pronounces his name Jesus. And they're from Guatemala.
Yes, and she's a whore that he saved from the streets of Guatemala. What the fuck is he talking about, dude? Jesus Christ.
But they still use that mistranslated word for that. Maybe they didn't have another word to use. But that's a big mistake.
So he's saying the Greeks didn't have the word for young woman. They only had virgin.
It was called a PDF. What the fuck? Pope sock. Yeah, of course. But Jesus didn't get crucified? Okay. I mean, look, man, is
he saying no one was crucified back then? Because they were crucifying people like crazy.
I guess.
Because there's certain parts of the Bible where they use that same word to describe women as being virgins, and they tell men that you have the right to rape them.
Jesus.
That's in the book of Deuteronomy.
Who wrote that one?
God said this in the book of Deuteronomy. He says...
Is this Old Testament Deuteronomy?
It's Old Testament, yeah.
Wow.
Towards the end of the Old Testament, he says, if you see a woman walking through a field and you want her, you can rape her. Exact words used, by the way. And it says, if after you...
I've read the Bible a couple times, and I don't remember ever seeing the words rape in it. But then again, I could be wrong.
This is Old Testament, though, Jim.
Yeah, I've read the Old Testament. Genesis and all that jazz, and Numbers, and Book of Noah. Dude Bro Anatomy, yeah. But told one guy who raped a girl said that. You can grape her. God didn't say that. I remember in that movie Running Scared, Billy Crystal talks about Deuteronomy when he's calling into something. In the book of Deuteronomy, it says, I mean, wasn't back then considered that if you laid with the woman, you were her husband? What?
I'm looking up this. Does Deuteronomy command a rape victim to marry her rapist, right? And here's the answer. So, Deuteronomy 22, 28, 29 is often cited by skeptics as evidence that the Bible is backwards, cruel, and misogynist, and thus not the word of God. It is a difficult passage to interpret. In the NIV, Deuteronomy reads like this: if a man happens to meet a virgin who is not pledged to be married and rapes her, they are discovered. He shall pay her father 50 shekels of silver. He must marry the young woman, for he has violated her. He can never divorce her as long as he lives. How is this fair to rape victims? It's not, if we're talking about rape. Unfortunately, the translation is a poor one at this point.
Well, because why did it say if they are discovered? Like if it's a rape, it would be discovered, not they are discovered. That makes it sound like they were willing. Are they considering it a rape because they're not married and she's not pledged to anybody, and then they fornicated, that they just mistranslated that to mean rape?
I don't know, but the word translated rape can mean other things. The latest apologist, Greg Bonson, says the Hebrew word simply means to take hold of something, grasp it in hand, and by application, to capture or seize something. It is a verb used for handling the harp and flute. Genesis 4:21, the sword, Ezekiel 21:11, the sickle, Jeremiah 50:16, the shield, Jeremiah 46:9, the oars, Ezekiel, and the bow, Amos. It is likewise used for taking God's name, Proverbs 30:9, or dealing with the law of God, Jeremiah 2:8. Joseph's garment was grasped, Genesis 39:12, 1 Kings 11:30, even as Moses took the 2 tablets of the law, Deuteronomy 9:17. Premarital sexual relationships. What is the moral obligation when repeated incidents are confessed? If a man seduces a virgin who is not betrothed and lies with her, he shall give the bride price for her and make her his wife. If her father utterly refuses to give her to him, he shall pay money equal to the bride price for virgins. So again, Carson's full of shit. Doesn't say anything about raping her in a field. It's fucking bad, dude. Like, good Lord, this shit's easy to find.
Or you decide you want to keep her, you can make her your wife.
Wow.
No,
that's not what it says. It says you must make her your wife, right?
And you have to pay the father, and you can never fucking divorce her till the day you die.
That's God. See, here we go.
Yeah.
The creator of the universe, of the multiverse, that can think planets into existence, that can speak, things into reality.
is R. Kelly.
It's gonna, exactly. Yeah. It's gonna say, you know what?
I believe I can fly.
Why don't you guys
have great lyrics?
Bars is bar, bro. Wow.
Oh, this is great.
So Deuteronomy is really a wild book.
No, listen, Deuteronomy is so bad, and this is where you go. Wait a minute, this is really not the creator of the universe.
Yeah.
God says there's a person in a town far away.
Yeah.
Who speaks ill of me. Go there.
Yeah.
And get over the town walls, kill the women, kill the children, kill infants, and bring the spoils of war back to me. Now,
Whoa.
What kind of God needs spoils of war?
You're God. You got everything.
Yeah. Just look up Evil Bible. Google Evil Bible and go to the book of Deuteronomy.
So who do you think wrote this?
These are these Anunnaki people. See, they were these Atlantean leaders.
Yes.
It got to the point where they became greedy and they became self-made gods. And they really believed it. They were battling each other
like
over
the pharaohs
resources.
Of Egypt in a way.
Yeah.
Gotcha. You're drunk
battling
off
over
power.
Resources and people. Wow. Battling and, literally like fighting over who's controlling who. And how we all got to be different races.
Yeah.
That goes back to...
How did that happen?
Yeah, that goes back to the Tower of Babel incident in the Bible, which comes out of the Sumerian tablets. How we all got to be different races.
Yeah. Wow, Jim.
That goes back to...
How did that happen?
That goes back to the Tower of Babel incident in the Bible.
Much. Like,
well, let's learn how we all became different races.
Yeah, the Tower of Babel. Okay.
Tower of Babel.
Which comes out of the Sumerian tablets.
Okay, explain what ancient Sumeria is real quick, because we keep referencing it, and I also want to understand.
Well, ancient Sumeria is a location right now would be Iraq.
Right.
All right, and Iraq, which at that time was extended part of what Africa actually is, believe it or not, but it was a multicultural location.
Got it.
The people there were advanced beyond belief. They had achieved.
Wait a minute. So he's saying that ancient Babel was multicultural?
Yeah, it was a mixed fucking culture. Because there
was one fucking culture. It was called Sumerian.
It was so prevalent back in the day that all these cultures intermingled. There was no borders. They didn't keep all the fucking white trash out of the neighborhood. That didn't happen back then. They didn't kill fucking people that just rolled in their country for no reason. Dude, that's bullshit, man. What the fuck?
I mean, there might have been different races, but I mean, there was no DEI. He said cultures. There was not different cultures.
And there
that was
no
what
races,
there was like the empires or whoever was in charge. It was their culture.
Mm-hmm.
And if you did not,
and if you came into the culture and you did not
submit to the culture or whatever you want to call it,
what do they call it?
They stoned your ass, and not smoking weed stone like stones beat you with them.
Yeah, there were city states that were literally walled in. Get the fuck out. What do they call it? Assimilation? If they don't assimilate with the culture, get the fuck out. Dude, there's walls all over the place from some of these cities. Like, they built giant walls. Remember these sieges that would take 3 years to break the fucking wall down, Jim? We've heard those stories our whole life. Like, they sat in front of the wall for 3 years, and the city was just hoping they'd fucking starve them to death. And also the guys that were breaking in were hoping that they were starving the inside people to death because they couldn't get resources.
Yes, but the wall by the Christopher Gate is weaker. I have seen it. God wills it. We can break through.
Yeah, exile was a big deal back in the day. We don't do enough exiling anymore. Kafanic, yeah.
Okay, let's see.
We know.
The high level of advanced construction, waterways, irrigation, mathematics.
Is this Tigris and Euphrates?
Between the Tigris and the Euphrates, where the Garden of Eden is located.
Got it. Okay. And this makes sense because I imagine like the Tigris and Euphrates would overflow and there would be this great fresh water that would spill onto the land and then they would have tons of fruits and vegetables that would grow quite seamlessly. In a similar way to like the Nile, people spoke of what happened to like the Nile Valley region where it was just very fruitful, right?
Right, very fruitful.
Okay, so you have lots of food. When humans have lots of food and an ability potentially to protect themselves, society can grow. So this is the idea.
Right.
Okay, so Sumeria, this is a culture that is influenced by the Atlanteans, or this is just humans?
Heavily influenced by Atlanteans.
Okay, so the Atlanteans are ruling it? Or?
They built a base there, and Enlil is the one who built the base, Yahweh from the biblical text. He built a base there, and he said, I'm going to create a design for cities that will last for all time on this planet.
And is this the first city that is
one of the most advanced cities? It's got street grids. It has a town center. It has plumbing. All of that exists at this time.
And this is how long ago?
This is about roughly 8,000 years ago, according to mainstream. But if you go to the real, understand that these tablets are copied tablets from even more ancient tablets. We could be talking 40, 50, 100, 200,000 years ago.
Whoa.
Even deeper than that. And some geologists have gone to look at the weather patterns of the destruction of some of these areas and realize that we're talking maybe even almost 2 ice ages ago. So this is really old stuff. And so these people were extremely intelligent, but they were influenced by these Anunnaki Atlantean people who gave them the knowledge and taught them how to build and taught them how to do all of this. And at the Tower of Babel, Yahweh, who is known as Enlil, he helps them to erect this. Well, he builds his own tower first called the Duran Key, which means bond heaven earth. And then the humans, when he leaves to go somewhere, the humans build a similar structure. When he comes back, I guess it's probably months or years later, he sees that this thing is being built by humans, mimicking what their advanced culture had built. And he says, oh man, whatever their hearts desire, they will achieve it, which that made it into the Bible. And so he destroys the tower, just like it says in the Bible. And then he says, my seed shall not abide in man forever. His years shall be 120. That also made it into the biblical text. So you see where it's getting copied from. Older ancient texts. The Bible was written from 100 AD to 900 AD. This text is thousands of years prior. And so he then...
There is something to that. The years of man will not exceed 120. I mean, has there ever been anybody that lived past 120? Because I thought there was something that breaks down. There's some kind of, what's it called?
But don't your cells stop generating or something?
Yeah,
like
something
that?
happens where it like they know, like they're trying to find a scientific way to unlock that, to fix it, to make it so that it doesn't, some ends start fraying or something to some kind of cells, and where it just can't.
What's that?
There's a word for it. And I can't think of what it is.
Well, they have that technology now that they can use.
CRISPR.
CRISPR, yeah. CRISPR is like,
it's scary. I think. I don't know.
I don't know if it's scary. I think it could cure a lot of disease, dude, if they do it properly. Like if they knew how to create something to kill cancer cells and let you live longer, or I don't necessarily want to live like to 120. Well,
I don't know. With my advanced wealth and modern technology, I don't reason I can't live to be 300, 350.
Yeah, but you'd get fucking bored. There's only so much fucking.
That's from Talladega Nights, man.
Yeah. So oldest person alive right now is this is from January 2023, is 117 years old.
Hey, Google, has anyone lived past 120?
I'll ask. Has anyone? But boy, that's the question. It comes right up. Yes, Jeanne Clement, a French woman who lived from 1875 to 1997, is the only documented person to live past 120 years old, reaching the age of 122 years and 164 days. Calmont's longevity attracted media attention and medical studies of her health and lifestyle. As her 120th birthday party, she famously said, "I've waited 110 years to be famous. I count on taking advantage of it." That's pretty funny. So some French woman lived to be 122.
And that's great. But how the records back in the late 1800s couldn't have been all that great. So maybe instead of I don't know. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not.
That's the only records we would have to prove it at this point.
Well, yeah. Would there be records? I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, was there an actual birth certificate somewhere from 1875? Did they even make birth certificates in 1875? Was there such a thing?
Well, it's the French. I'm sure they were very, very progressive.
Wasn't there like revolutions and stuff happening around that time in France?
So, but if that's what you're going to say, then it's an
I'm asking. I'm asking questions.
It's an impossible thing to prove.
Correct.
If you don't trust what they're saying.
Telomeres. That's what it is. The telomeres in your chromosomes. I thought that the science said that that's basically the end of it. Is 120. There's no way scientifically to go past that. That's probably why they thought it was crazy. But okay,
Yeah, but that's what CRISPR could fix, theoretically.
Decides to confuse the languages and move people around to different regions of the planet so that we couldn't collaborate.
Because if we can't collaborate, we can do all the things that they can do.
Exactly.
And we can challenge their power.
Exactly. This is where the genetic modification came in. That 120 statement is powerful because at Harvard University, they just discovered that the lifespan of a human being maxes out at about 120 years.
Yeah.
Right? And that's under the most pristine conditions, no poison.
That's
blah, blah,
organ
blah.
failure and all these other things. Not counting cancer, these outside sources.
Exactly.
But how long can your organs really live for? Yeah.
So that's where the scientists said, look, chromosome number 2, something happened to humans. It was taken out and fused together, right? Instead of having 48, we got 46. Why is that? Fused together, 2 telomere caps put on the end, limiting our lifespan. So we know that there was a genetic mutation around the same time, they're saying 200,000 years ago, the same times the tablets are roughly estimated to be written originally about this Tower of Babel incident. So it's like ancient text and modern science is almost collaborating with each other. And you're saying, man, what? Wait a minute. So the geneticist said it's an artificial mutation. We said, well, who did it? They said, we don't know how it's done. They said through natural evolution, it would have taken millions and millions of years to happen.
But it was expedited.
Now,
how did Anunnaki did it?
How do we guess? They did. How do we get the races now? Me and you aren't dark because our cousins were working in the sun. Don't believe that. It's foolishness. Okay. You're not light skinned because your uncles and aunts were working on top of a mountain in Russia.
Yeah.
No. What they discovered was between races, there's a 2% variance in DNA and genes.
Yeah.
2% would take multi-millions of years through natural evolution. Didn't take that long. Only took 200,000 years. So what's going on here?
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
we're branded.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of interesting because if humans didn't leave the African continent until how many 100,000 of years ago?
Yeah.
You're saying that we left prior to the amount of time necessary in order for us to naturally evolve to have these different colors.
Correct.
Dick sizes or whatever. So yeah, why did your guys' God love big dicks so much? What is that?
I don't know.
Yeah, what is that about?
When you go to Egypt, that's like, in the museum, you see a lot of statues with big penises.
What is up? You notice how we didn't look into that, huh? Mr. Carson heard that. He's like, yeah, we don't check that one.
We don't check that. No,
but yeah, can you explain that?
No Diddy.
It's my God.
And then you see statue of David, and he got a little strippy on there.
Okay, so and then Asians, where the fuck do they come from? That's just crazy.
Yeah, I know. So
because they're the most different.
Yeah, they're really different. But here's what
they are.
I say that because my wife is Asian.
Yeah. So tell me, what's the deal?
Here's the thing.
What about the Native Americans?
When you look at the Anunnaki and you discover that they were,
this is a ridiculous conversation they're having. I don't understand it. Jim, this is weird. Like, are you blown away? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this is.
I mean, I'd like to know if this study he's talking about in Harvard is true. You know, saying that they found this and it was, that they say it was artificially done. You know, if that's true, then I would think that would be big news.
Yeah, you would think that might throw all of archaeology on its fucking heels. Like,
and it all happened, and then all these things happen. I mean, the difference between difference between modern humans and chimpanzees only like a couple percent? Yeah, DNA wise,
and why? Okay, so the Anunnaki said, "Hey, we're gonna fucking gene splice you so much that there's gonna be Native Americans, there's going to be South Americans, there's going to be Africans, there's going to be Asians, there's going to be the Eskimo tribe, all that shit, right? Like, get the fuck out of here. I mean, get the hell out of here. You believe everything he's let him keep talking. All right, let him keep talking. Because I'm ready to fucking pass
multiracial
out.
people. They all look different. The crew that Thoth took to Chem with him, they were all different looking people. Even one of the person had married a woman from another planet, according to these texts, not according to me. But when he said, go around the planet and duplicate what we did here.
Yeah.
So now I go, you and I, we're already in Africa, right? You go to Europe, you go over to Mesoamerica, and you are ruling over people. Now, what does a farmer do right now if they have cows? They brand the cow. So in case my cow wanders off, that's Farmer Jim's cow. We got to get it back to him.
So everybody made their people look like them.
That's right.
So they knew these are our property.
Let us make man in our image.
Whoa.
I believe my hypothesis is that we are genetically branded people.
Let us
for the
make
people
man
that
in
we were ruled
our
over
image,
by.
Jim?
Whoa. So what color do we all start as?
In our image?
No, but no.
Well, God made man in his image is in
Not
the Bible,
our
right?
image. Like,
Yeah,
it's not like the image of the tribe that you're associated with. It's in my image. Oh my God. Boy. Oh boy. All right, go ahead.
No one knows. When you talk about these Anunnaki texts, it describes them. There's only one reference in the Sumerian tablets that references the people that took the brunt of a bomb that got dropped in ancient times, and they call them the black-faced people. And it said that the evil wind took them over, and their hair fell out, and their nails fell off, and their eyes were bleeding. It's like radiation sickness. That's the only reference we actually have of the way anybody really look, other than the hair. They talk about hair in the Epic of Gilgamesh. They talk about locks, but does that mean locks like you just have long hair, or does it mean dreadlocks? We don't really know. But it's interesting.
Also, white people get dreadlocks too.
Yeah, it's true. So it's interesting. So, so you don't know. We don't really anybody who's making hard factual statements like that, they're just making it up.
Really?
So what about Blake Griffin? Who branded him?
Making it
up.
What do we do when we start mixing and matching? Like, what's going on there?
Yeah.
Was that bad or is that good?
No.
What would the gods say about that?
In the Garden of Eden, it was actually Edin, right? And Lil,
there,
he was known as Yahweh. He was the Lord. He was known as
Eden, like Edin versus Eden. Like, is he trying to show us how smart he is? Like, oh my God. Maybe that's how they spelled it in the hood back in the day, but in the white neighborhoods, they used an E, not an I. Jesus Christ.
Maybe it was like Kef whatever Fanatic says. Maybe it's E10. Maybe it's the garden they were eating in.
Yeah.
Man, we was eating in the garden. In the garden, we was eating.
The guy in the orange toboggan is like saying, yo, bro, dude, like, yeah, bro. Thanks, dude.
Satan, the Lord of Eden. Satan, the Lord of Eden. And Eden was an outside laboratory. And in this laboratory, when you read these texts, even some of the apocryphal texts, like the book of Adam, which was left out of the Bible, you discover that this was a mating ground. So they would start. So what happened first was they began with genetically modified people that were almost like clones. And the information on the cloning technique is at the Temple of Karnak in Africa, in Egypt, where I take people. And also there's more evidence or talk about it at the Temple of Dendera. And there's one more temple that has the birthing center. I think it's the Temple of Isis. And so they were making these people, but they couldn't make them fast enough. And these people couldn't have sex and reproduce on their own.
So
they got very frustrated. So Isis says, okay, I have an idea. I'm going to take the egg out of one of the beings and put it in my womb and take it to term. So it says in the text that they literally mixed their genetics with this egg, put it in her womb. So that's now making what we call a zygote in modern technology, right? In vitro fertilization, puts it in her womb, takes it to term for 10 months, and then gives birth to the Adamu, which means first man. And there's a cylinder scroll in the British Museum where she's holding up the baby, says, my hands have made it, the first man, Adamu. So that's where we get the first genetically perfected Homo sapien.
So before that, they were all.
They were Homo something, but they weren't like us. They couldn't reproduce. Like if you take a tiger and a lion and mate them, it'll have a ligand, but the ligand can't reproduce.
Right.
So that's the situation. That's what we had going on.
This is so fun. This is so much fun. It's so much more fun to listen to you and just believe everything.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it is. I know there's people that listen right now like, oh, this is bullshit. Just get away from that and just enjoy today. Just enjoy.
I want them to research what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They can rewind and write this stuff down or type it in their phone and start learning.
Yeah.
I want people to research what I say. Don't believe what I say. Research what I say.
Yeah.
So what happens is, and we take people to these cloning centers when we take them to Africa on tour. Our tour we take every single year. Next one is coming up in October, and so the point I'm trying to make is, so we have the cloning center. The clones couldn't reproduce enough, and a lot of work was going into making these people.
I saw the cloning centers, and Kenobi went there and he got them all, and then Master Yoda used them to defeat the droid army, and then they turned on the Jedi and
destroyed them.
It was terrible. It was Order 66. If they would have just said Order 666, then it would have been all biblical.
Dude, this makes me. You have no idea. I just can't take this guy anymore. He's just talking out of both sides.
We're halfway done with this. If you want to go, we go, or we could stop.
No, it's midnight. We should stop.
Okay.
I got to work tomorrow. You got stuff to do. You had to babysit, right?
Yep.
So
this is Master Sifo Diaz.
They're gonna jump out a window. I'm gonna jump in a bed and have dreams about this retard. But hey, chat, thank you for being here. Thanks for the super chats. Thanks for the comments in the chat. It's always fun to talk to you guys. Tomorrow night is scheduled Theory Thursday, but Jim, this is like our second one this week already?
Yeah, third, I think.
Was Monday night? No, Monday night wasn't, was it? No. But anyway, either way, we'll probably do it tomorrow night anyway, because it's our scheduled show. And then we'll see where it goes from there. But thank you guys for being here. Ladies, everybody that's been here. We will talk tomorrow and have some more fun. Maybe we'll find another ass clown like Billy Carson. I know he's popular, but I kind of think of him as an ass clown. I think he's well read. I just don't think he interprets things as honestly as he should be and says it to the fans. I think he's just looking for a different take, but I don't like his takes. I'm very, very frustrated right now, but thank you all again, and we will talk tomorrow. You got it, Dan Blackroyd.